Australia and Tasmania. The female lays her eggs in a meticulously constructed burrow along river banks or ponds, lined with dry vegetation to keep the eggs safe and warm. The male platypus carries a venom powerful enough to incapacitate small animals and cause severe pain in humans, showcasing the intriguing adaptations found in this species. /TextTBF 12.3.2 Marsupials. Marsupials are often recognized as the marsupial mammals, typified by species like wallabies and kangaroos, known for their distinctive pouches. Unlike traditional placental mammals, marsupials possess a short-lived placenta that provides limited nourishment to their developing young. These mammals give birth early in the developmental stage, with the underdeveloped embryo instinctively crawling to the mother's nipples for additional nourishment, where it often remains for weeks or months, depending on the species. Unique reproductive strategies have allowed marsupials to thrive despite their short gestation periods, a consequence of their yolk-type placenta. Among them, the quagga and the marsupial wolf are noted extinct species, illustrating the evolutionary history and diversity within this group. Placental mammals, in contrast, nourish their developing offspring through a complex placental organ, allowing for longer gestation periods and the birth of more fully developed young. A glimpse beyond the world of sharks. In the large aquatic realm, not all sharks are fierce predators, some are notably harmless. Paradoxically, the largest species, such as the basking shark, whale shark, and megamouth shark, are among the most benign, primarily feeding on plankton. This remarkable adaptability showcases the diversity of life in our oceans, challenging the common misconceptions surrounding these magnificent creatures. /TextTBF, did you know? The fascinating world of marine mammals is not only vital for maintaining ecological balance but also enriches our understanding of biodiversity and the necessity for conservation efforts to protect these extraordinary beings. Critically endangered birds in India. 12.4.1 The Jordan's Courser. In the heart of Andhra Pradesh, nestled among the lush, green canopies, dwells the Jordan's courser, a remarkable nocturnal bird found exclusively in this region of peninsular India. Celebrated as a flagship species for the critically endangered scrub jungle, it serves as an emblem of the urgent conservation efforts needed to protect its fragile ecosystem. The Jordan's courser was feared to be extinct until its extraordinary rediscovery in 1986. This pivotal moment led to the establishment of the Sri Lankamleswara Wildlife Sanctuary, a sanctuary dedicated to the preservation of the courser's habitat and the rich biodiversity surrounding it. /TextTBF, habitat, preferring undisturbed scrub jungles dotted with open spaces, the Jordan's courser thrives in environments that provide both shelter and space for foraging. /TextTBF, distribution. Endemic to Andhra Pradesh, this bird's existence hinges on the conservation of its native habitat. /TextTBF, threats. Unfortunately, the Jordan's courser faces numerous threats, including the clearing of scrub jungles for new pastures, the expansion of dry land agriculture, illegal trapping for the avian trade, the rise of exotic tree plantations, incessant quarrying, and the construction of river canals that disrupt its habitat. 12.4.2 The forest owlet. Once a ghost in the realms of Indian ornithology, the forest owlet vanished from records for over a century, its last confirmed sighting dating back to the late 19th century. The spectre of extinction lingered until 1997, when after a prolonged search, it was rediscovered, breathing new life into the conservation of this unique species. /TextTBF, habitat. This elusive creature prefers the dry deciduous forests, an ecosystem that faces many challenges. /TextTBF, distribution. The forest owlet can be found in southern Madhya Pradesh and the northwest and north-central regions of Maharashtra. /TBF threats, deforestation through logging operations, alongside the burning and cutting of trees, significantly harms the owlet's roosting and nesting sites. 12.4.3 The white-bellied heron. The white-bellied heron, an incredibly rare avian species, is mostly found in just a handful of locations within Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. It has become a symbol of conservation efforts, with a range extending to Bhutan and parts of Myanmar. /TBF habitat. This heron frequents rivers with sand or gravel bars and inland lakes, keeping its delicate balance with nature. /TBF distribution. From northern India through Bhutan to the hills of Bangladesh and into Myanmar, this bird's range is increasingly limited. /TBF threats. The relentless loss and degradation of lowland forests and wetlands due to human exploitation pose a significant threat to its survival. 12.4.4 The Bengal florican. The Bengal florican, a captivating bustard known for its striking mating display, dances among tall grasslands to attract a mate. This secretive bird uses a springing flight to announce its territory, making it a marvel of the natural world. /TBF habitat. Thriving in grasslands interspersed with scrublands, the Bengal florican faces a dwindling territory. /TBF distribution. Restricted to only 3 countries, Cambodia, India, and Nepal, the florican is found in Uttar Pradesh, Assam, and Arunachal Pradesh in India. /TBF threats. The ongoing conversion of its grassland habitat for agriculture is largely responsible for its declining population, shrinking its living space. 12.4.5 The Himalayan quail. The Himalayan quail harbors a mysterious presence, presumed extinct since reliable sightings ceased after 1876. A species that requires thorough surveys for detection, its elusive nature makes it a gem for researchers. A potential sighting was reported in Nainital in 2003, rekindling hopes for this bird. /TBF habitat. Preferring steep hillsides with tall grass and scrub, it has adapted to a unique environment. /TBF distribution. The Himalayan quail's home is solely within the western Himalayas. /TBF threats. The legacy of indiscriminate hunting during colonial times, coupled with habitat alteration, threatens this species. 12.4.6 Pink-headed duck. With its enchanting features, the pink-headed duck captivates all who hear of it, yet it has not been conclusively spotted in India since 1949. The males, with their vivid pink heads and necks, leave no doubt as to the origin of their name. /TBF habitat. It favors overgrown stillwater pools, marshes, and swamps nestled within the lowland forests and tall grasslands. /TBF distribution. The pink-headed duck has historical records from India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar, with a majority of sightings in northeast India. /TBF threats. The degradation of wetlands and relentless hunting remain the primary drivers of the species' significant decline. 12.4.7 Sociable lapwing, Vanellus gregarious. The sociable lapwing, a migratory bird, graces Indian fields during the winter months. However, its previously stable population has suffered a sharp decline, prompting its classification as critically endangered. /TBF habitat. This bird is known to favor fallow fields and scrub deserts where it can forage. /TBF distribution. Its migratory journey spans Central Asia, Asia Minor, Russia, Egypt, and reaches India and Pakistan. In the Indian landscape, their occurrence is primarily within the northern and northwestern regions. /TBF threats. The transition of habitats into arable lands, illegal hunting, and proximity to expanding human settlements undermine the stability of this species. 12.4.8 Spoonbill Sandpiper. The spoonbill sandpiper is a vulnerable species that requires highly specialized breeding habitats, making it exceedingly rare. India contains vital wintering grounds for these delicate creatures. /TBF habitat. Coastal regions with limited vegetation serve as a refuge for the spoonbilled sandpiper, which has not been known to breed more than 7 kilometers inland from the shore. /TBF distribution, recorded in states such as West Bengal, Odisha, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, its population remains critically low. /TBF threats. Human activities like habitat degradation and land reclamation significantly disrupt their nesting sites, often leading to nest abandonment. 12.4.9 Siberian Crane. Majestic and striking, the Siberian crane migrates across vast distances to breed and winter in wetland areas. Notably, they are known to winter in the Ecology National Park of Rajasthan, although the last sighting of this bird was recorded in 2002. /TBF habitat. The preferred habitat includes serene wetland regions that provide ideal conditions for breeding. /TBF distribution. Primarily located in Ecology National Park, the Siberian crane's historical range is now jeopardized. /TBF threats. Key threats to their survival include pesticide pollution, wetland drainage, agricultural development, and occasional hunting. Interesting tidbits about nature. /TBF tree communication. Some trees have developed a fascinating means of communication. For example, when willows face an attack from harmful webworms and caterpillars, they emit a warning chemical that alerts neighboring trees. In response, these trees enhance their defenses by pumping more tannin into their leaves, making it difficult for the insects to consume them. /TBF, the Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, 2001. This innovative act has significantly advanced the rights of Indian farmers, fostering a framework to protect their interests alongside those of plant breeders, while complying with global initiatives like TRIPS. /TBF root facts. Roots are inherently fascinating structures, and they store more starch than the trunks of trees and lack a central pith. Remarkably, most tree roots are non-woody, living only a few weeks before new ones grow to replace them. /TBF pugmark census technique. This unique method involves the recording of pugmarks, footprints of tigers, aiding in the identification of individual animals and contributing to the understanding of tiger populations through documented occurrences and relative abundance. The intricate tapestry of India's avian life serves as a reminder of the connection between biodiversity and ecological health. Each of these critically endangered birds carries with it the weight of our environmental challenges and the urgent need for conservation efforts to ensure their survival for generations to come. Coral reefs. 12.5.1 Fire corals, the fascinating yet fragile creatures of the ocean. Among the myriad of marine life that adorn the underwater realms, fire corals stand out not only for their unique attributes but also for their intriguing relationships within the oceanic ecosystem. Contrary to what their name might suggest, fire corals are more closely related to jellyfish than to traditional corals. This connection to the jellyfish family is particularly significant. It explains the burning sensation one may experience upon contact, reminiscent of a jellyfish sting. This is a defensive adaptation, meant to deter potential threats from approaching too closely. Fire corals thrive in diverse environments, showcasing a remarkable adaptability. They are predominantly found in murky inshore waters where siltation is more common, exhibiting a surprising tolerance for such conditions. This ability allows them not only to survive but sometimes to thrive in ecosystems that are less than ideal. However, one can also discover fire corals in the clarity of offshore waters, where sunlight penetrates the surface and illuminates their intricate structures. Geographically, these fascinating organisms have been reported in various locations around the globe, including the beautiful stretches of Indonesia, the vibrant Gulf of Chirki, and the Pacific province of Panama. However, in a disheartening turn of events, fire corals may now be extinct in several regions, such as Australia, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Panama, Singapore, and Thailand. This alarming decline signals a broader issue affecting marine biodiversity. The threats to fire corals are numerous and growing, primarily driven by human activities. They are often collected for decorative purposes and the jewelry trade, which puts significant pressure on their populations. With increasing global temperatures and the alarming rise of ocean temperatures, fire corals are particularly vulnerable. They are sensitive to even slight changes in temperature, which can lead to coral bleaching, a phenomenon that decimates coral reefs and diminishes marine ecosystems. This susceptibility is believed to have played a critical role in their declining numbers, as many regions experience the disastrous effects of global warming. As stewards of the ocean's well-being, understanding the plight of fire corals is essential. Their existence is a delicate balance in the greater ecological tapestry of marine life. Conserving this unique species not only aids in preserving the intricate beauty of our oceans but also highlights the urgent need to address the impacts of climate change and human activity on marine ecosystems. Through awareness and conservation efforts, we can hope to protect these remarkable organisms and the myriad of life they support, ensuring that future generations can marvel at the wonders of the underwater world. Avian migration. Birds on the move, understanding migration in India. Migration is a fascinating phenomenon that showcases the resilience and adaptability of birds across the globe. In India, this seasonal spectacle unfolds as various bird species embark on regular, recurrent, and cyclical journeys from one region to another, covering distances that can range from a mere 100 kilometers to thousands. Each year, these avian travelers set out, only to return to their original habitats when the seasons cycle back to their starting points. Reasons for migration. The reasons behind bird migration are as diverse as the species themselves. Here are some key factors that drive these extraordinary journeys. 1/TBF, avoidance of adverse conditions. Birds are highly attuned to their environments and often migrate to escape extreme climatic conditions. Harsh winters or excessive heat can make survival difficult, prompting birds to seek out more hospitable climates. 2/TBF, search for food. Birds migrate to find food more readily available in other regions. As seasons change, so too do food supplies. A waning abundance of insects, seeds, or other food sources can drive birds to new territories where food is not as scarce. 3/TBF, water availability. Just like food, access to fresh water is crucial for survival. During droughts or dry seasons, many birds choose to migrate to areas where water is plentiful, ensuring their sustenance. 4/TBF, optimizing breeding conditions. Migration is also a vital part of the breeding cycle for many bird species. They seek out environments that offer better conditions for nesting, such as safer locations free from predators and with adequate resources to raise their young. 5/TBF, reduced competition for nesting. By migrating, birds often encounter less competition for safe nesting sites. This allows them to rear their chicks in an environment with fewer threats, increasing their chances of survival and reproductive success. The migratory birds of India. India's diverse landscapes serve as crucial way stations along the migration paths of various bird species. Among the most notable migratory birds are \TBF, winter migrants. As temperatures drop in northern regions, several species make their way to India, seeking warmer climates. Notable winter visitors include \TBF, Siberian cranes. These majestic birds arrive from Siberia to graze India's wetlands. \TBF, greater flamingos, known for their vibrant pink hue, they flock to the salt pans of Gujarat and other regions. \TBF, common teal, yellow wagtail, and white wagtail. These smaller waterfowl and waders find sanctuary amidst India's rich wetlands. \TBF, northern shoveler and rosy pelican, with their striking appearances, they attract bird watchers from around the world. \TBF, wood sandpiper, spotted sandpiper, and black-tailed godwit. These shorebirds can be seen along India's coastal areas during their migratory stopovers. \TBF, Eurasian pigeon, spotted redshank, starling, bluethroat, and long-billed pipit. Each of these species adds to the incredible tapestry of avian life that thrives during the winter months in India. \TBF, summer visitors. As winter gives way to summer, another set of birds migrates north, coming into India, including \TBF, Asian quail, famous for its distinctive call. This bird heralds the onset of the monsoon. \TBF, black-crowned night heron, often found near water bodies. These herons exhibit fascinating hunting behaviors. \TBF, Eurasian golden oriole, with its bright yellow plumage, it is a sight for sore eyes in the green expanses of India's forests. \TBF, combed duck, known for its dual-colored bill, it is usually found on lakes and rivers. \TBF, bee-eater species, blue-cheeked and blue-tailed. These birds are celebrated for their vibrant colors and acrobatic flight as they catch insects. \TBF, cuckoos, often harbingers of the rainy season. Cuckoos are notable for their distinctive calls and fascinating breeding behaviors. Conclusion. Bird migration is a remarkable natural phenomenon that illustrates the delicate balance of ecosystems. The migratory patterns observed in India are not merely a survival strategy but a testament to the intricate web of life that connects different species and environments. As we continue to appreciate and study these avian journeys, we gain crucial insights into the health of our ecosystems and the importance of conserving these vibrant migratory routes for future generations. Understanding and supporting the needs of migratory birds will help ensure that these incredible travelers can continue their incredible journeys year after year. Diseases in wildlife. In the rich tapestry of India's wildlife, where biodiversity thrives amid a myriad of ecosystems, a range of diseases poses a significant threat to various animal species. These diseases not only impact the individual animals but also have broader implications for the ecosystem and human health. Understanding these diseases, their causative agents, and the animals affected is crucial for conservation and management efforts. Among the notable diseases that afflict the animal kingdom in India, \TBF, tuberculosis, stands out. Caused by the bacterium known as \textit, Mycobacterium spp, tuberculosis affects a spectrum of animals including deer, domestic cats, primates, and even elephants. This insidious disease, often marked by chronic debilitation, can have far-reaching consequences if not properly managed, not only threatening the health of individual species but also disrupting the delicate balance of wildlife populations. Another significant disease is \TBF, anthrax, attributed to the bacterium \textit, Bacillus anthracis. This disease is particularly notorious for its rapid transmission and often devastating effects on animals. In India, species such as the gaur, cheetal, wild pig, and barking deer are susceptible to anthrax outbreaks. The ability of the bacterium to form spores allows it to persist in the environment, creating a constant risk for animals that inhabit those areas, especially during periods of drought when animals may congregate near limited water sources. /TBF, rabies, a viral disease with lethal consequences, poses a severe threat to carnivorous wildlife and other species in India. The rabies virus is particularly dangerous for apex predators like tigers and lions, as well as for bears, mongooses, and even squirrels. Rabies is often transmitted through bites from infected animals, making it critical for wildlife management agencies to monitor and control rabies in these populations to prevent outbreaks that could endanger the broader ecosystem and the human communities living nearby. Another disease that raises concern is /TBF, foot and mouth disease, FMD, caused by the FMD virus. This highly contagious viral illness primarily affects ungulates such as the gaur, nilgai, cheetal, sambhar, yak, and mithun. The impact of FMD can be devastating, leading to severe weight loss, decreased milk production, and even mortality in some cases. Controlling FMD is essential not just for the health of wildlife, but also for livestock farmers who rely on these animals for their livelihoods. /TBF, rinderpest, which used to plague wildlife populations, is now largely controlled. However, it remains essential to stay vigilant about the /TXT microbilly virus that historically affected species such as deer, wild pigs, and wild buffalo. Though eradicated in recent years, its legacy serves as a stark reminder of the need for continued surveillance to prevent future outbreaks. Additionally, /TBF, trypanosmiasis, caused by the trypanosomia virus, is a significant health concern affecting species such as tigers, elephants, sambhars, and macaques. This parasitic disease is often transmitted by tsetse flies, causing anemia and affecting the overall health and reproductive success of the animals involved. Lastly, /TBF, toxoplasmosis, attributed to the protozoan /TXT, Toxoplasma gondii, is another disease found among certain wildlife in India. Rhesus macaques and civet cats, among others, are susceptible to this parasitic infection, which may lead to neurological issues and other serious health challenges. The intersection of these diseases highlights not only the vulnerabilities of the animal species that call India their home but also the interconnectedness of wildlife health with environmental stewardship and human activity. By understanding the diseases affecting these majestic creatures, wildlife conservationists can better formulate strategies to protect both wildlife populations and their habitats, ultimately preserving the intricate balance of ecosystems that sustain life on our planet. Biodiversity loss and species extinction. The dual pathways of extinction, natural and human-induced. In the intricate web of life on Earth, the phenomenon of extinction serves as a somber reminder of the fragility of our planet's biodiversity. Extinction can occur through a variety of complex processes, broadly categorized into deterministic and stochastic events. Deterministic processes have clear cause and effect relationships that often lead to the decline of species. For instance, glaciations have historically altered entire ecosystems, while human activities, most notably deforestation, have drastically reduced the habitats available for countless species. These actions not only clear the way for urban and agricultural development but also disrupt essential biological networks that sustain the diverse forms of life we cherish. On the other hand, stochastic processes introduce an element of randomness into the survival dynamics of species. Events such as abrupt shifts in weather patterns, population booms of competitors, or outbreaks of diseases can unexpectedly affect individual survival and reproduction. The interplay between these deterministic and stochastic factors complicates the assessment of ecological balance, as they can operate both independently and synergistically, creating a multifaceted challenge for conservation efforts. The impact of these extinction processes does not occur in a vacuum. It is deeply influenced by the genetic diversity and resilience of the affected populations. Species with limited genetic variation often struggle to adapt to changing environments, making them more susceptible to extinction. Consequently, certain traits have been identified as contributing to a species' vulnerability, particularly in scenarios involving habitat fragmentation. Among these traits are low population numbers, poor dispersal capabilities, and high ecological specialization. Unstable populations, characterized by fluctuations in numbers, along with high trophic positions, where fewer individuals occupy a given level of the food chain, further exacerbate the risk of extinction. Historical context also reveals the natural causes of extinction that have occurred over geological time. Natural extinctions have been driven by factors such as continental drift, climate shifts, tectonic movements, and increased volcanic activity. For instance, the late Ordovician extinction event, which transpired approximately 439 million years ago, and the famous late Cretaceous extinction, likely linked to an extraterrestrial impact, offer important lessons from the past. Unlike the more immediate and devastating losses in animal populations, extinctions among vascular plants have tended to unfold more gradually. This slow decline is often attributed to competitive pressures from more advanced plant species or ongoing climate changes rather than sudden catastrophic events. In stark contrast to these natural processes, human-induced extinction, often referred to as artificial extinction, has escalated at an alarming rate, far exceeding the natural extinction rates historically observed. While species extinction is an inevitable aspect of life, the scale and speed at which humans are influencing this phenomenon has raised significant concerns among conservationists and scientists alike. Human interventions threaten species through both direct and indirect causes. Direct causes include hunting, capturing, and persecution, which decimate populations of certain animals purely for sport, trade, or cultural practices. Indirect causes, however, may prove even more insidious. The relentless expansion of urban spaces and agricultural lands has led to widespread habitat loss and fragmentation, disrupting the ecological balance and threatening many species with extinction. Additionally, the introduction of invasive species into new habitats has wreaked havoc on local ecosystems by outcompeting native species for resources and altering genetic landscapes. As we tread further into the 21st century, the existential threat posed by extinction demands our urgent attention. Efforts to mitigate these impacts offer glimmers of hope, yet they require collaboration, education, and a deep understanding of both the natural world and the consequences of our actions. Recognizing the delicate interplay between human activity and ecological integrity is critical for fostering a sustainable future in which diverse forms of life can thrive on our planet. The ancestral call to protect our natural heritage echoes louder now than ever, urging us toward a more responsible stewardship of the Earth's dwindling biodiversity. Human-wildlife conflict. /TextTBF, title, The Tapestry of Coexistence, Navigating Man-Animal Conflict in India. In the vibrant tapestry of India's natural landscape, the relationship between wild animals and human communities often finds itself at a delicate crossroads, marked by the complex interplay of needs and resources. This interplay breeds a phenomenon known as man-animal conflict, where the desires of wildlife collide with the daily realities of human life. When the habitats of wild animals intersect with human settlements, where the quest for food, safety, and land comes to the forefront, both parties often bear costs that ripple across the ecosystem. The roots of this conflict are deeply entrenched in a variety of factors. First, the relentless growth of the human population has driven profound land use transformations. Cities expand, agricultural lands are cultivated, and natural habitats are compromised, leading to a loss of biodiversity. As farms bloom and livestock numbers rise, the competition for resources heightens, often excluding wild herbivores from their ancient grazing territories. This encroachment not only affects animal populations but also disrupts the natural balance of the ecosystem. Moreover, the allure of ecotourism has opened gateways to nature reserves, inviting more people into wild spaces. While this can offer economic benefits, it also brings about increased encounters with wildlife, elevating tensions. Meanwhile, conservation efforts aimed at protecting endangered species have resulted in burgeoning wildlife populations, further straining the relationship between humans and animals. The consequences of these dynamics are far-reaching. Farmers may witness their crops devoured by hungry herds of wild boar, while livestock owners can fall prey to predatory wildlife, resulting in substantial economic losses. Accidents and injuries inflicted on people by wild animals create a palpable fear within communities, while tragic incidents sometimes lead to the loss of human lives. Property destruction, untimely animal deaths, and the degradation of vital habitats become painfully evident as the conflict escalates. Facing these challenges, various preventive strategies have emerged. Communities are finding ways to erect artificial and natural barriers that demarcate human territories from wild land. Guards and vigilant monitoring systems are implemented to protect livestock, while communities explore alternative high-cost husbandry practices that can shield them from potential threats. In extreme cases, voluntary relocation may be considered, allowing people to move to safer areas where wildlife is less likely to intrude. The management of waste becomes another critical factor. Implementing systems that keep refuse inaccessible to wildlife can significantly mitigate the allure that human settlements hold for animals. By restricting access to food sources, communities can reduce encounters that lead to conflict. To address the repercussions of these encounters, mitigative strategies have been put in place. Compensation systems and insurance programs are now being established, offering financial relief to those who suffer losses due to wildlife intrusions. Incentive programs encourage communities to engage in coexistence rather than confrontation, fostering a more harmonious relationship with nature. Community-based natural resource management schemes, CBNRMS, empower local populations to take ownership of their environment, leading to sustainable practices that support both wildlife conservation and human needs. Regulated harvesting of certain species provides food security while controlling populations that might otherwise encroach on human territories. Exploring alternative crops and creating additional water points can help divert wildlife away from agricultural areas, lessening the pressure on both wildlife and farmers alike. Education plays a vital role in this journey towards coexistence. By imparting knowledge about conservation and the intrinsic value of wildlife, as well as encouraging better communication within communities, we can foster an understanding of the interconnectedness of all living beings. Empowered communities that are armed with information are better equipped to handle conflicts and protect both their lives and habitats. As we continue to navigate the intricate landscape of man-animal relationships, it is imperative to seek collaborative solutions that honor the shared existence of humans and wildlife in India. By working together, we can hopefully weave a future where both can thrive side by side. Plant diversity of India. Classification of plants. In the lush tapestry of India's flora, various plant species play unique roles, each with its own distinct classification. Among these, herbs emerge as delicate, green wonders. Defined as plants with tender stems that gracefully rise to a height of no more than 1 meter, herbs are often the backbone of many ecosystems. Their vibrant leaves and fragrant blossoms not only add beauty to the landscape but also serve essential purposes in culinary and medicinal domains. Moving up the botanical hierarchy, we encounter shrubs. These are more robust than herbs, characterized by their woody, perennial nature. Unlike the slender herbs, shrubs often exhibit a persistent and woody stem, branching from the base. They usually reach heights of up to 6 meters, creating dens for wildlife and contributing significantly to the biodiversity of areas they inhabit. Shrubs play a vital role in stabilizing soil and providing habitats for various creatures, thus maintaining ecological balance. Transitioning to the grandeur of trees, we find ourselves in the domain of large, woody perennial plants that possess a single, well-defined stem crowned with branches and foliage. Trees dominate the landscape, reaching impressive heights and providing shade, shelter, and sustenance to countless living beings. Their intricate root systems absorb vital nutrients and moisture, playing a crucial role in preventing soil erosion and enhancing the environment. Within this diverse plant kingdom also lie remarkable organisms known as parasites. These fascinating entities draw nourishment from other living organisms, known as their hosts. Different types of parasites exist. Total parasites extract all their sustenance from their host, while partial parasites only absorb a portion. Unlike independent plants that derive moisture and minerals from the soil, parasites rely wholly on their hosts for survival, often using specialized structures called hostoria to penetrate their host plants. This intricate connection highlights the complex relationships between plants in the ecosystem. Within the realm of plants, epiphytes hold a unique place. These are plants that elegantly perch upon other plants, not for nourishment, but to access sunlight in the competitive canopy of the forest. They thrive on the branches of their hosts without drawing nutrients from them. Instead, their roots serve a dual purpose. They anchor the plant to the host, while specialized aerial roots absorb moisture from the humid air. A well-known example is Vanda, an exquisite orchid that showcases the beauty and adaptability of epiphytes. We also encounter climbers, plants that are either herbaceous or woody and exhibit a remarkable ability to ascend towards the sunlight. These resilient plants wrap around trees or other structures, utilizing methods such as twining, tendrils, hooks, or even aerial roots to support their climb. This strategy allows them to reach elevated positions, seeking the light necessary for their growth while contributing to the overall complexity of their habitats. As we savor the intricacies of plant classification, it's also essential to marvel at the wonders of the animal kingdom intertwined within these ecosystems. For instance, did you know that bats, despite their small size, are remarkable mammals? Warm-blooded and covered in fur, bats nurture their young with milk, much like other mammals. Their unique ability to fly distinguishes them as the only mammals capable of true flight, leading them through the night skies without the use of airplanes. In conclusion, the plant diversity of India provides an enthralling glimpse into how these various classifications interconnect to create vibrant ecosystems. From the humble herb to the towering tree, and the intricate relationships among parasites, epiphytes, and climbers, each plant type plays a role in the rich ecological narrative of this beautiful land. Impact of abiotic factors on plant life. Chapter 13, Plant Diversity of India. Section, Effects of Abiotic Components on Plants. \text TBF 13.2.1. The impact of light intensity on plant growth. Light is a vital component in the growth and development of plants, influencing various physiological and biochemical processes. At exceedingly high light intensities, plants often prioritize root growth over shoot development. This phenomenon contributes to an increased rate of transpiration, leading to shorter stems and smaller, thicker leaves adapted to retain moisture. Conversely, low light intensity hampers growth, flowering, and fruiting, resulting in a stunted plant that struggles to produce energy through photosynthesis. When light intensity dips below a critical threshold, photosynthesis halts, causing CO2 to accumulate within the plant. This buildup eventually stifles growth and can lead to fatal consequences. Among the 7 colors of the visible light spectrum, only red and blue wavelengths actively facilitate photosynthesis. Plants grown under blue light tend to remain small and compact, while red light encourages elongation, creating what are known as etiolated plants. Unfortunately, plants exposed to ultraviolet and violet light frequently exhibit stunted growth, evidenced by their dwarfing characteristics. \text TBF 13.2.2 The effect of frost on plants. Frost poses a significant threat, particularly to young plants. Even a light frost can chill the soil, leading to the freezing of soil moisture that plants rely upon. When these frost-affected plants are exposed to direct sunlight in the morning, they experience increased transpiration, yet their compromised roots are unable to supply the necessary moisture, often resulting in the death of young seedlings, such as sal. Frost can also cause severe cell damage. When temperatures drop, water in the intercellular spaces of plants can freeze, withdrawing moisture from the cells themselves. This withdrawal leads to a rising concentration of salts and dehydration of cells, culminating in the coagulation of cell proteins and colloids, which contributes to plant mortality. Ultimately, frost damage can lead to the formation of cankers, unsightly and harmful growths that can further impede plant health. \text TBF, did you know? In a curious aspect of nature, the reproduction process of frogs involves the males embracing females from behind as the females lay their eggs in water. Once fertilized, these eggs are left to fend for themselves, embarking on a journey from eggs to tadpoles. While few species of frogs exhibit parental care, the majority leave their offspring to navigate the dangers of survival independently. \text TBF 13.2.3 Effects of snow on plants. Snow plays a nuanced role in the ecosystem, particularly in temperate regions. Its presence influences the distribution of important tree species such as deodar, fir, and spruce. Acting as a protective blanket, snow helps insulate seedlings from plummeting temperatures and excessive cold, offering a buffer against frost. However, the weight of snow can cause mechanical bending in tree stems, impacting their growth patterns. It also shortens the period of vegetative growth, and in instances, can lead to uprooting of trees that are unable to withstand the weight. \text TBF 13.2.4 The impact of temperature on plant health. Excessively high temperatures can spell disaster for plants, leading to the coagulation of essential protoplasmic proteins. This disruption disturbs the delicate balance between respiration and photosynthesis, resulting in a rapid depletion of food resources. Such stress not only leaves plants vulnerable to fungal and bacterial infestations but can also lead to desiccation of tissues and significant moisture loss. \text TBF 13.2.5 The phenomenon of dieback. Dieback describes a progressive deterioration that typically begins from the tip of a plant and recedes back toward the root. This adaptive mechanism allows the root system to remain viable even as shoots die off, effectively conserving the plant's energy during adverse conditions. Species that exhibit this adaptation include sal, red sanders, Terminalia tomentosa, the silk cotton tree, and Boswellia serrata. \text TBF Causes of dieback. Several factors can contribute to dieback, including dense overhead canopies that limit light access, weak growth due to competition or poor health, accumulations of undisturbed leaf litter, frost events that damage budding tissues, Water deprivation from drought. Grazing pressures from herbivores. \TextTBF, did you know? Elephants are known for their exceptional memories. In the wild, they maintain complex social relationships, recalling connections with dozens, even hundreds of individuals, some rarely seen across their lifetime. Their keen memories also extend to geographical knowledge. They retain information about locations of water holes and food sources, sharing this valuable ecological intelligence across generations. In contrast, male elephants often lead solitary lives after their teenage years, distancing themselves from their matriarchal herds. They typically exist in loose bachelor groups or roam independently, reflecting their adaptable and complex social structures. In conclusion, the intricate web of interactions between abiotic components and plant life showcases the delicate balance that sustains ecosystems, emphasizing the need for conservation and understanding of these fundamental environmental processes. Carnivorous plants. \TextTBF, insectivorous plants, the silent hunters of India. In the verdant realms of India, a fascinating group of flora thrives that weaves a complex relationship with the world around it. Known as insectivorous plants, these unique organisms possess special adaptations for trapping and digesting insects, a startling contrast to the conventional plants we encounter daily. Unlike the monstrous carnivores of fiction, these plants do not yearn to ensnare humans or larger animals. Their predatory nature is reserved strictly for tiny insects. These remarkable plants can be categorized into two primary groups based on their methods of capturing prey, active and passive. Active insectivorous plants, such as the renowned Venus flytrap, are equipped with swift mechanisms that close their leaf traps almost instantaneously upon an insect's contact. On the other hand, passive insectivorous species operate on a pitfall strategy. They feature jar or pitcher-like structures where unsuspecting insects may slip and succumb, leading to their eventual digestion. To attract their prey, these plants are adorned with dazzling colors, enticing scents, and glistening secretions that mimic dewdrops. But why do these botanical hunters engage in such predation when they possess the ability to photosynthesize and draw nutrients from the soil? The answer lies in their environments. Insectivorous plants typically flourish in rain-washed, nutrient-poor soils or in wetlands with high acidity and poor drainage. These areas, often characterized by anaerobic conditions, hinder the breakdown of organic matter, releasing acidic compounds into the surroundings. Consequently, the microorganisms essential for complete decomposition struggle to survive in these oxygen-deprived environments. While typical plants find it challenging to thrive in such harsh habitats, these insectivorous wonder plant species excel through a captivating workaround. They supplement their nutritional needs by digesting the nitrogen-rich bodies of the captured insects, enhancing their own growth in nutrient-deficient settings. The Indian hunters. Among the various insectivorous plants, several species stand out prominently across the Indian landscape. 1. \TextTBF, Drosera, sundew, found in wet, infertile soils or marshy areas. The Drosera is easily recognized by its tentacles that secrete a sticky, glistening fluid akin to dewdrops. This enchanting allure lures insects, which, upon landing, become ensnared and are subsequently absorbed and digested by the plant. 2. \TextTBF, Aldrovanda, an exceptional free-floating, rootless aquatic plant. Aldrovanda is the sole species of its kind in India. It resides in the salt marshes of Sundarban and in freshwater bodies like ponds and lakes. On the midrib of its leaf, sensitive trigger hairs detect the presence of insects, causing the two lobes of the leaf to snap shut, trapping the unsuspecting victim. 3. \TextTBF, Nipens, pitcher plants, renowned for their distinctive jar-like structures. Nipens thrive in the high rainfall hills and plateaus of northeastern India. The plants secrete a honey-like substance at the pitcher's entrance, enticing insects. Once inside, the slippery walls cause the insects to plummet into the depths, where they are digested by proteolytic enzymes lining the inner wall. 4/TBF, Utricularia, bladderworts. Utricularia can be found in freshwater wetlands and waterlogged terrains. Within its bladders, sensitive bristles detect unwitting insects, triggering a mechanism that akin to a trapdoor opening. The insect is swiftly pulled in by water currents, while digestive enzymes work to break down the captured prey. 5/TBF, Pinguicula, butterwort, flourishing in the alpine heights of the Himalayas from Kashmir to Sikkim. Pinguicula utilizes entire leaves as traps. An insect landing on its sticky surface becomes ensnared, while the leaf edges curl up to imprison the hapless prey. Medicinal properties. Remarkably, many of these insectivorous plants possess medicinal benefits. The leaves of Drosera can curdle milk and are applicable in treating blisters, while its underground parts are utilized for dyeing silk. In local medicine, Nepenthes are recognized for treating cholera and urinary difficulties, with the liquid in their pitchers often serving as eye drops. Utricularia is celebrated for its effectiveness against coughs and as a remedy for wounds and urinary conditions. Threats and preservation. Despite their extraordinary adaptations and ecological significance, insectivorous plants face significant threats. The burgeoning interest in gardening and trade for their medicinal attributes has led to a decline in their populations. Habitat destruction adds to their woes, with urban and rural expansion encroaching upon the nutrient-sensitive wetlands where these plants thrive. Furthermore, pollution, resulting from industrial waste, farming runoff, and sewage, has degraded these wetlands, introducing excess nutrients that these delicate plants cannot tolerate. The proliferation of invasive aquatic weeds in polluted waters compromises the survival of these cherished insectivorous plants, endangering their existence. Conclusion. As we observe the interplay between these fascinating creatures and their habitats, we must recognize the interconnectedness of ecosystems. Just as the tiger delineates its territory, so too do these insect-hunting plants establish a living frontier, adapting creatively to challenging conditions. In understanding their role in biodiversity, we are urged to protect and preserve these plant species, ensuring the survival of both the hunters and the hunted in the intricate web of life that sustains our planet. Invasive non-native species. In the vast tapestry of nature, the introduction of non-native species stands as one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Whether by design or mere accident, humans have frequently ushered foreign species into new environments, lands where these newcomers often find themselves without the natural predators that would typically temper their populations. At its core, the term alien species refers to those organisms that exist beyond their native geographical boundaries. When these alien species begin to pose significant threats to native flora and fauna, or disrupt other elements of the rich web of biodiversity, they are classified as invasive alien species. This invasive group can be found across all plant and animal categories, functioning in roles such as competitors, pathogens, parasites, and predators. Alarmingly, they have infiltrated nearly every native ecosystem around the globe. The phenomenon of biological invasion has achieved notoriety as a leading threat to native species and their ecosystems, with its repercussions often severe and irreversible, affecting species richness and ecological balance. Invasive dynamics, a double-edged sword. Intriguingly, while the introduction of invasive species might initially seem to increase species richness by adding new organisms to existing communities, the reality is starkly different. The burgeoning presence of invasive species often spells doom for native species, leading to a net decline in overall biodiversity. The invasive organisms engage in fierce competition for essential resources, such as food and habitat, thereby undermining any chance of coexistence with indigenous species. Predation can further exacerbate this threat, as these introduced species can disrupt the local food web. The detrimental effects of invasion. The harmful impacts of these invasive species are manifold and daunting. Text TBF, loss of biodiversity. The most visible effect is often a significant reduction in biodiversity, putting numerous native species at risk of extinction. Text TBF, decline of native species. Endemic species that evolve in isolation can struggle against these newcomers that are better adapted to a range of habitats. Text TBF, habitat loss. Invasive species can lead to profound alterations in local ecosystems, resulting in habitat degradation or complete loss. Text TBF, agricultural impact. Invasive pathogens pose a direct threat to agriculture, diminishing crop and livestock yields by introducing diseases. Text TBF, ecosystem degradation. Freshwater and marine ecosystems can suffer from the uncontrolled proliferation of invasive species, altering habitats and threatening local wildlife. The ever-looming menace of biological invasion calls for urgent attention, proving to be the greatest threat to biodiversity. As conservation managers grapple with the challenges posed by these insatiable invaders, the need for proactive measures to safeguard native ecosystems becomes more critical than ever. An intriguing example, the black rhino. Amidst the discussion of invasiveness, one might be curious to learn about the black rhino. Contrary to its name, this iconic species is not black but rather showcases a range of grey tones. Its nomenclature likely arose either to differentiate it from the similarly misleadingly named white rhino or due to the dark soil that adheres to its skin after it bathes in mud. A closer look at invasive fauna in India. India, with its rich biodiversity, is not exempt from the perils of invasive species. Several alien fauna have made their mark. 1. Text TBF, Leptocybe invasa. This new invasive gall-forming insect, identified in pockets of coastal Tamil Nadu, has spread across peninsular India. As a tiny wasp, it induces galls in eucalyptus trees, which can significantly impair their growth. Other invasive fauna in India include the textit, crazy ant, textit, giant African snail, textit, common mine, textit, goldfish, textit, pigeon, textit, donkey, textit, house gecko, and textit, tilapia, each contributing uniquely to the challenge of maintaining ecological balance. A diverse gallery of invasive flora. The plant kingdom also suffers the consequences of invasiveness. Here are some of the notorious alien flora impacting India. Text TBF, needle bush, originating from tropical South America, this plant establishes itself across India, forming dense thickets in thorny scrubs and dry forests. Text TBF, black wattle, native to Southeast Australia, this species was introduced for afforestation in the Western Ghats. However, it regenerates quickly after fires, leading to the formation of impenetrable thickets in forested areas. Text TBF, goatweed, a troublesome colonizer from tropical America, this plant wreaks havoc in gardens and agricultural fields throughout India. Text TBF, water hyacinth, native to tropical America, this aggressive aquatic plant significantly disrupts freshwater ecosystems by accumulating in still waters and choking aquatic habitats. These examples illustrate a mere fraction of the invasive alien flora, including species like textit, datura, textit, calotropis, textit, parthenium, and textit, lantana camera, each posing risks to native populations and ecosystems alike. A call to action. As the narrative of biological invasions unfolds, it becomes imperative to formulate effective strategies to combat these threats. Conservation efforts must be bolstered with comprehensive research and proactive measures to monitor the growth of invasive species. In an uplifting turn, there are cases where conservation efforts yield positive results. For instance, in Maharashtra, the government initiated monitoring and protection measures for wild buffaloes in the Kola-Marka Conservation Reserve. Since then, populations have seen gradual increases, prompting considerations for a tiger reserve to enhance protection for these vital ecosystems. In conclusion, as we navigate the complex dynamics of invasive species and their impact on biodiversity, understanding and addressing these challenges collectively offers hope for the preservation of our rich environmental heritage. Protecting native species and ecosystems is not merely an ecological responsibility, it is a commitment to the future of our planet's biodiversity and the ecological balance that sustains us all. Medicinal plants. 3.6.1 Beddom's cycad Perita kondetha. Nestled in the lush landscapes of eastern peninsular India, the Beddom's cycad, also known locally as Perita or Kondetha, stands as a testament to the unique flora of this region. Local herbalists have long recognized the medicinal value of the male cones of this plant, which are highly prized for their ability to alleviate the discomfort associated with rheumatoid arthritis and muscle pains. In addition to its healing properties, the Beddom's cycad possesses remarkable fire-resistant characteristics, making it a resilient species amidst changing environmental conditions. 3.6.2 Blue Vanda Autumn Ladies Tresses Orchid. The Blue Vanda, or Autumn Ladies Tresses Orchid, graces the verdant landscapes of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, and Nagaland. Renowned for being one of the few orchids adorned with striking blue flowers, this species is celebrated not only for its beauty but also for its versatility in creating interspecific and intergeneric hybrids. This remarkable quality enhances its popularity, especially among horticulturists and orchid enthusiasts. 3.6.3 Kutkusta Pushkarmula Uplet. Thriving in the picturesque terrains of Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh, Kut, also known as Kusta or Pushkarmula, is cherished for its comprehensive medicinal properties. Used as an anti-inflammatory drug, it is a crucial ingredient in traditional Tibetan medicine. The aromatic dry roots are sought after in perfumery for their intense scent and serve as a key component in crafting insecticides. At the heart of its medicinal prowess lies sauchorin, an important alkaloid found in the roots that enhances its therapeutic applications. 3.6.4 Ladies' Slipper Orchid. The Ladies' Slipper Orchid captivates both collectors and herbalists alike. While primarily sought after as a collector's item, this orchid has found a place in alternative medicine, purportedly aiding in the treatment of anxiety and insomnia. Though scientific backing for its efficacy remains limited, it is sometimes employed as a topical poultice to alleviate muscle pain, drawing on traditional uses. 3.6.5 Red Vanda. Found across Manipur, Assam, and Andhra Pradesh, the Red Vanda orchid is a treasure that appeals to orchid fanciers globally. Its distinctive beauty sees its demand surge particularly in Europe, North America, and Asia, where collectors yearn to add its vivid presence to their curated collections. 3.6.6 Sarpagandha. This potent plant, Sarpagandha, thrives in the diverse habitats of the sub-Himalayan tract, ranging from Punjab to Nepal and parts of central India. The roots of Revolfia, the species' formal name, boast immense medicinal value. Rich in several therapeutic alkaloids, rizapine leads the pack, known for its sedative action in alleviating mild anxiety and chronic psychoses. Sarpagandha's holistic approach extends to treating intestinal disorders, cholera, colic, and even fevers, showcasing the extensive benefits rooted in this traditional remedy. 3.6.7 Ceropegia species. Commonly referred to as lantern flower, parasol flower, parachute flower, and bushman's pipe, Ceropegia species are primarily cherished for their ornamental value. Their unique appearances make them a favorite in gardens and homes, adding a touch of exotic beauty to their surroundings. 3.6.8 Emodi Indian podophyllum. Known by various names such as Himalayan May apple and India May apple, Emodi finds its home in the lower elevations bordering the majestic Himalayas. The rhizomes and roots serve as the source of medicinal resin. However, this plant comes with a caution: podophyllin, a byproduct of its rhizome, is toxic and can irritate skin and mucous membranes, highlighting the need for careful handling. 3.6.9 Tree ferns. Tree ferns flourish in the lower elevations of the Himalayas, providing not just aesthetic value but also nutritional benefits. The pith of the soft tree fern is edible and can be consumed both cooked and raw, offering a rich source of starch that has sustained local populations for generations. 13th June 2010 Cycads. Representing ancient botanical history, cycads are often referred to as living fossils. They graze the western and eastern Ghats, the northeast of India, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Used for their starchy content, cycads hold cultural significance in various socio-cultural rituals. However, caution is warranted, as regular consumption of cycad starch has been linked to lithocobotic disease, reminiscent of neurological disorders like Parkinson's disease and ALS. This plant faces threats from overharvesting, deforestation, and forest fires, necessitating protective measures. 13th June 2011 Elephant's foot. Widespread throughout the northwestern Himalayas, the elephant's foot plant serves as a commercial source of diosgenin, a steroid sapnin vital in the synthesis of several steroid products including cortisone, pregnenolone, and progesterone. This economic value underpins its importance in local and global markets, showcasing the intersection of nature and industry. Did you know? Sharks exhibit remarkable methods of reproduction, giving birth to pups in 3 unique ways. 1. They can lay eggs, similar to birds. 2. Some species hatch eggs inside the mother, delivering live young. 3. In yet another method, pups grow inside the mother until they are born. This fascinating reproductive diversity reflects the intricacies of life in our oceans, much like the rich and varied plant life found within India's ecosystems. Botanical traits. Plant diversity of India, the majestic trees. 3.7.1 Types of trees. India's rich plant diversity can be showcased prominently through its 2 main types of trees, /TextBF, deciduous, and /TextBF, evergreen. /TextBF, deciduous trees. Deciduous trees are a marvel of adaptation, shading their leaves seasonally to cope with environmental changes. In colder regions, this leaf drop occurs in autumn, leaving the trees stark and bare through the winter months. Conversely, in hot, arid climates, these trees typically lose their foliage during the dry season, preparing themselves for the scarce water resources. /TextBF, evergreen trees. In contrast, evergreen trees are steadfast in their appearance, retaining their leaves throughout the year. Though they do lose older leaves periodically, this process is gradual, ensuring that there is always some vibrant foliage clinging to their branches. Evergreens exhibit a resilience that allows them to thrive in diverse ecosystems without the dramatic seasonal changes seen in deciduous trees. /TextBF, /Textit, trivia. Did you know that the world's oldest trees, the bristlecone pines, have been living for over 4,600 years in the USA? Their ancient trunks have witnessed centuries of climate evolution. 3.7.2 Parts of a tree. Understanding the anatomy of a tree reveals an intricate design that supports life. \TBF Roots. Roots anchor the tree deep within the soil, providing stability while their primary role is to absorb water and nutrients. These vital structures also store resources for times of scarcity, ensuring that the tree remains nourished even during dry spells. \TBF Crown. The crown is the tree's uppermost portion, composed of leaves and branches. It plays a crucial role in shading the roots below and acts as the solar panel for the tree, capturing sunlight for photosynthesis. Moreover, through the process of transpiration, the crown helps regulate the tree's temperature, similar to how sweating cools animals. \TBF Leaves. The leaves are the tree's food factories, where sunlight is converted into sugars through photosynthesis. They contain \textate chlorophyll, a green pigment crucial for absorbing sunlight, while also releasing oxygen back into the air, an essential element for life on Earth. The sugars produced by the leaves can either be utilized immediately for energy or stored within the tree's trunk, branches, and roots for later use. \TBF Branches. Branches extend from the trunk, providing structural support and ensuring that leaves receive adequate sunlight. They function as conduits for water and nutrients while also storing excess sugars produced during photosynthesis. \TBF \textate Fun fact: trees are the largest and oldest living organisms on our planet. Imagine walking for 10 minutes around the crown of a gigantic banyan tree in Calcutta. It's a breathtaking experience. Moreover, trees absorb significant amounts of carbon dioxide. A single tree can sequester over a ton of this greenhouse gas by the time it reaches 40 years. \TBF Trunk. The trunk is the tree's central pillar, providing shape and support. It serves as a highway, transporting nutrients from the roots to the branches and transferring sugars produced by the leaves back down to nourish the entire organism. 3.7.3 Parts of the trunk. The trunk's inner workings reveal its age and ecological role through the following components. \TBF Annual rings. The trunk is comprised of concentric growth rings, or annual rings, each indicative of a year in the tree's life. By counting these rings, we can determine its age and study past environmental conditions, a field known as \textate dendrochronology. The size of these rings often reflects the availability of water and nutrients in a given year. \TBF Bark. The outer bark layer is a tree's protective covering. It consists of both living and dead cells, with the inner layer, \textate phloem, transporting vital nutrients. From the bark, various products such as latex, cinnamon, and even natural toxins can be derived, showcasing its utility. \TBF Cambium. The cambium is a thin layer of living cells just below the bark responsible for the growth of new cells. This allows the tree to expand in girth year after year, securing its place within the ecosystem. \TBF Sapwood, xylem. Also known scientifically as \textate xylem, sapwood makes up the living portion of the trunk that transports water and nutrients from the roots. Over time, the inner layers of sapwood mature and transform into heartwood. \TBF Heartwood. As the center of the trunk, heartwood is composed of dead sapwood, providing stability and strength to the tree. Its darker hue sets it apart from the younger sapwood layers. \TBF Pith. At the very heart of the trunk lies the pith, a spongy mass of living cells that plays a key role in nutrient transport, safeguarded from external threats by the layers surrounding it. 3.7.4 Root types. Tree roots come in various forms, each designed to adapt to its environment. \TBF Taproot. the central, strong root which descends directly below the tree and anchors it deeply into the soil. \TBF, lateral roots, emerging from the taproot, these roots spread horizontally, enhancing the tree's stability and nutrient intake. \TBF, adventitious roots, these roots arise from unexpected parts of the tree, helping it adapt to different environments. Among the various types of adventitious roots, \TBF, buttress roots, massive roots that extend from the tree trunk, often found in tropical trees like the silk cotton tree. \TBF, prop roots, suspended roots from branches that eventually reach the ground, as seen in banyan trees. \TBF, stilt roots, roots emerging above ground that lend support, as seen in certain mangrove species like Rhizophora. \TBF, pneumatophores, specialized roots found in mangroves that rise above water to absorb oxygen. \TBF, hostorial roots, these roots, found in parasitic plants like mistletoe, suck nutrients from the host plant. \TBF, storage roots, modified roots designed for storing energy, like the carrots and beets we consume. \TBF, \TEXTIT, did you know? A single tree can absorb about 48 pounds of carbon dioxide annually and sequester a ton by the age of 40, making trees crucial allies in combating climate change. 3.7.5 Canopy classification. Tree canopies are classified based on their density, ranging from \TBF, closed canopy, density at 1.0, where tree crowns completely overlap. \TBF, dense canopy, density between 0.75 to 1.0. \TBF, thin canopy, density from 0.50 to 0.75, allowing some sunlight to penetrate. \TBF, open canopy, density below 0.50, with considerable gaps through the trees. 3.7.6 Other characters. Tree characteristics can offer insights into their survival strategies. \TBF, phenology, the scientific study of periodic plant life events, such as leaf shading. \TBF, etiolation, in insufficient light, trees exhibit pale yellow leaves and elongated internodes. \TBF, autumn tints, some trees showcase striking color transformations before shading leaves. Examples include mango and Quercus incana. \TBF, tapering, the gradual reduction in trunk diameter from base to top, influenced by wind pressure and growth conditions, is a critical feature for structural resilience. In exceptional events, some species like bamboo will exhibit a gregarious flowering phenomenon, leading to mass flowering and subsequent death, a remarkable yet tragic aspect of nature. The sal tree adapts to various geological formations, excluding the Deccan trap where teak takes its place. Conversely, the sandal tree, a partial root parasite, can thrive independently at first but later connects with nearby roots for water, showcasing a unique survival strategy. The innovative practice of \TBF, aerial seeding, in India, undertaken experimentally in regions such as the Chambal ravines, illustrates human attempts to combat deforestation. Trials have shown varying survival rates, revealing both promise and challenges in restoration efforts. Reflecting on these multifaceted aspects of tree biology not only enhances our understanding of nature but also emphasizes the importance of conserving these vital ecosystems for future generations. Trees are not mere organisms, they are intricate communities that support life, history, and the ecosystem at large. Marine organisms. Indian ecosystem. 14.1 Plankton. Plankton forms an essential part of the aquatic world, residing at the surface of rivers, lakes, and oceans. The name, Plankton is derived from the Greek word planktos, meaning drifter or wanderer, which aptly captures the nature of these organisms, floating in the water column without the ability to swim against currents. This floating life supports a vibrant community of tiny creatures that provide the foundation for life in aquatic ecosystems. Plankton is broadly divided into two categories: phytoplankton and zooplankton. Phytoplankton are microscopic plants, primarily algae, that harness sunlight through photosynthesis, converting energy into organic matter. These tiny but powerful organisms serve as the primary producers in aquatic food webs, forming the base of the food chain and supplying energy for a myriad of life forms. On the other hand, zooplankton encompasses small animals, such as crustaceans and protozoans, which count on these microscopic plants for nourishment. Both types of plankton thrive in diverse aquatic environments, playing critical roles in nutrient cycling, oxygen production, and forming the ecological backbone of both freshwater and marine systems. However, despite their abundance, plankton poses limited motility, relying on the movements of water currents to distribute themselves across various habitats. This means that they are largely at the mercy of their environment. A strong current can carry them into new waters, while stillness may confine them in a specific area. Their distribution can be affected by a range of factors including temperature, salinity, and nutrient availability, which are all influenced by currents. The growth rate and productivity of plankton are particularly pronounced in tropical waters, especially in ecosystems like mangrove forests. Mangroves, with their complex root systems and brackish waters, provide an optimal environment for plankton populations to thrive. The warm temperatures, abundant sunlight, and nutrient-rich waters of these coastal ecosystems foster a diverse array of plankton species. In fact, tropical mangrove areas often demonstrate some of the highest species diversity and abundance of plankton. These environments act as nurseries for many aquatic life forms, where plankton plays a vital role in sustaining both the ecological balance and the economic livelihoods of communities that depend on fishing and tourism. In summary, plankton, the drifting organisms of our waters, are not just mere passengers in the aquatic realm. They are pivotal players, contributing to the health and diversity of ecosystems, serving as the primary food supply for many marine species, and sustaining the intricate web of life that flourishes beneath the surface of our rivers, lakes, and oceans. Through their existence, they remind us of the delicate balance of nature and the interconnectedness of all living things, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding our fragile aquatic environments. Phytoplankton in the Indian environment. /TextTBF, Chapter, Marine Organisms, Phytoplankton. The ocean, with its vastness and depth, is home to a fascinating array of life forms, among which phytoplankton occupy a pivotal role. The term phytoplankton is derived from Greek, with phyto meaning plant and plankton implying something that wanders or drifts. These microscopic plant organisms are not just a minor element of marine ecosystems, they are foundational to the aquatic environment, thriving in both salty and fresh waters. Phytoplankton encompasses a diverse group of organisms, including bacteria, protists, and predominantly single-celled plants. Among the more common varieties are cyanobacteria, the first photosynthetic organisms on Earth, silica-encased diatoms, dinoflagellates known for their bioluminescence, green algae, and coccolithophores, which are coated in calcium carbonate. These tiny entities are remarkable in their capacity to produce over 60% of the oxygen generated by all plants on the planet, making them crucial allies in sustaining life. Similar to their terrestrial counterparts, phytoplankton contain chlorophyll, enabling them to harness sunlight for photosynthesis. Through this process, they convert sunlight into chemical energy, consuming carbon dioxide and subsequently releasing oxygen as a byproduct. While all phytoplankton can photosynthesize, certain species also obtain additional energy by feeding on other microorganisms. Phytoplankton flourish in the illuminated layers of lakes, rivers, seas, and oceans, extending even into the polar region's waters. Their total biomass surpasses that of all terrestrial plants combined, effectively serving as the pasture grounds of our aquatic ecosystems, underpinning the survival of countless marine organisms. Did you know? Sea kraits, a unique group of sea snakes, venture onto land to lay their eggs, unlike many other sea snakes like the olive sea snake, which give birth in water. \TextTBF Factors affecting phytoplankton biodiversity. The thriving existence of phytoplankton is governed by several environmental factors. 1. \TextTBF Light. Phytoplankton are predominantly found in the top layers of the ocean, where light intensity is optimal for photosynthesis. The rate at which they photosynthesize varies according to the intensity of light available. 2. \TextTBF Nutrients. Essential inorganic nutrients, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus, are vital for phytoplankton's growth and reproduction. Diatoms and silicoflagellates also need silica, CO2, in considerable quantities. Interestingly, some types of phytoplankton have the ability to fix nitrogen, allowing them to prosper in areas with low nitrate levels. However, trace amounts of iron are critical, and their scarcity in large ocean regions limits phytoplankton growth. 3. \TextTBF Temperature. The rate of photosynthesis tends to rise with temperature but sharply declines past a certain threshold. Temperature also influences seasonal variations in phytoplankton production, particularly at temperate latitudes. 4. \TextTBF Salinity. Like light and temperature, salinity levels can affect primary production, sometimes determining the health of phytoplankton populations. 5. \TextTBF Grazing by zooplankton. The dynamics of zooplankton grazing are a significant influence on the phytoplankton population size, thereby impacting overall production rates. 6. \TextTBF Distribution. Marine phytoplankton are not distributed uniformly across the globe. Concentrations are typically highest in polar regions and upwelling zones along continental shelves. Tropical and subtropical waters, conversely, often have much lower phytoplankton densities. Factors such as nutrient availability, temperature, salinity, and light levels, along with heightened exposure to solar UVB radiation, can all influence these patterns. The productivity of phytoplankton, being limited to the euphoric zone, the upper layer of the ocean where sunlight penetrates adequately, relies heavily on the interplay of these environmental factors. The movement of wind and waves further influences the position and distribution of these organisms within this crucial layer. \TextTBF Importance of phytoplankton in the food web. Phytoplankton are not merely passive inhabitants of the ocean, they are the keystones of the aquatic food web. As primary producers, they form the foundational link that supports a myriad of marine life, ranging from tiny zooplankton to massive whales. Small fish and invertebrates graze on phytoplankton, transferring energy up the food chain to larger predators. Did you know? Sea snakes often inhabit the warm waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, where they prey on fish, fish eggs, and eels, showcasing the complex interdependence within ocean ecosystems. \TextTBF Phytoplankton, the carbon cycle, and climate change. Beyond their role in the food web, phytoplankton play an essential part in our global climate system as significant components of the carbon cycle. They are largely responsible for the transfer of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere into the ocean. During photosynthesis, phytoplankton consume carbon dioxide, incorporating carbon into their cellular structure, much like how trees store carbon in their leaves and trunks. Although most of the carbon returns to the ocean's surface when phytoplankton are consumed or decompose, some carbon compounds sink into deeper waters, contributing to long-term carbon sequestration. On a global scale, the biological carbon pump linked to phytoplankton facilitates the transfer of around 10 gigatons of carbon from the atmosphere to the ocean depths each year. Thus, even minor fluctuations in phytoplankton growth can significantly impact atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, which, in turn, can affect global temperatures. Did you know? One shark possesses a unique sensory organ known as the ampullae of Lorenzini, which enables them to sense the electrical fields emitted by potential prey. Two silverfish, peculiar insects often found in old, unused books, serve as a reminder of the unexpected connections within our ecosystems. By acknowledging the crucial roles that phytoplankton play in both aquatic ecosystems and the global climate system, we can better appreciate the fragile balance of our natural world and the vital need for conservation. Aquatic microfauna. In the intricate tapestry of marine ecosystems, zooplankton emerge as unsung heroes, weaving a vital role within the complex food web that sustains life in aquatic environments. These minute organisms, drifting invisibly through the water, are crucial players in nutrient recycling and organic matter transfer. They act as a bridge between the primary producers, such as phytoplankton that harness sunlight to create energy, and the secondary consumers, like fish, that rely on zooplankton as their main source of food. The vibrant mangrove waterways serve as hotspots for zooplankton diversity and abundance, showcasing a remarkable contrast to the adjacent coastal waters. Within these unique mangrove habitats, tangled roots and lush foliage create an ideal sanctuary which nurtures a rich community of zooplankton. Juvenile fish, drawn to these nutrient-rich waters, often identify zooplankton as their primary diet, indulging in a seemingly endless feast that supports their growth and survival. In this thriving ecosystem, the interconnectedness of species plays a critical role. Without the abundant supply of zooplankton, the juvenile fish populations would dwindle, destabilizing the entire food web. Moreover, zooplankton populations do not merely serve as food, they are key indicators of the health and productivity of marine ecosystems. Scientists and ecologists have found that by studying the quality and species diversity of zooplankton communities, one can gauge the overall fish stock and fertility of the waters. This valuable data becomes instrumental in monitoring the status of fisheries, helping to inform sustainable practices and conservation efforts. As the abundance and diversity of these tiny creatures fluctuate, they provide a glimpse into the health of their aquatic surroundings, reflecting changes in environmental conditions, nutrient availability, and the impact of human activities. Among the myriad forms of zooplankton, one can find tiny flagellates, which are essential for nutrient cycling, as well as giant jellyfish that can grow larger than 50 centimeters in diameter. These astonishing organisms, while part of different scale spectra within the zooplankton community, contribute significantly to the dynamics of marine ecosystems. In sum, zooplankton are more than just microscopic particles drifting in the ocean. They are fundamental players, intricately linked to both the marine food web and the health of the ecosystem. Their presence or absence can signify a wealth of information regarding the productivity and vitality of marine habitats. It is essential to recognize their importance as we work towards conserving these delicate ecosystems, ensuring that the dynamic interactions within the marine environment continue to flourish for generations to come. Seagrass. In the world beneath the waves lies a remarkable ecosystem, home to sea grasses, an elegant group of marine flowering plants known as angiosperms. These undulating green meadows bear a striking resemblance to terrestrial grass, but their habitat is the sunlit shallows of our oceans, where they flourish in sandy or muddy bottoms. Thriving in calm coastal waters, seagrasses stand out as the sole group of higher plants uniquely adapted to the saline embrace of the sea, showcasing nature's incredible diversity and resilience. In India, significant seagrass meadows stretch along the southeastern coast of Tamil Nadu and are found intertwined with the lagoons of the picturesque Lakshadweep Islands. There are also patches of these aquatic wonders dotting the vibrant ecosystems around the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The lush growth of seagrasses in these regions is largely attributed to their favorable conditions, high salinity levels, crystal-clear waters, and soft sandy substrates create a nurturing environment for these vital plants to thrive. Vital functions of seagrasses. Seagrasses play a crucial role in maintaining the health of marine ecosystems. 1/TBF, protecting coasts. These underwater gardens serve as natural barriers that absorb the energy generated by waves and currents, thereby reducing coastal erosion. By stabilizing bottom sediments, seagrasses are invaluable in controlling the shifting sands and silts that might otherwise disrupt their ecosystems. 2/TBF, providing habitat. Within their lush foliage, marine invertebrates make their homes, while a diverse array of fish find refuge among the blades. The intricate root systems help support a thriving community of life, creating a biodiversity hotspot in calm lagoons and shallow waters. 3/TBF, support for wildlife. The extensive meadows are essential for a plethora of species, including migratory birds and commercially important fish. These areas act as a smorgasbord, offering abundant food and shelter, making them vital for sustaining populations both above and below the water's surface. 4/TBF, nutrient filtration. Positioned on reef flats and near estuaries, seagrasses act as nutrient sinks. They are adept at buffering and filtering out excess nutrients and chemicals that flow from land into the ocean, representing a natural solution to some of the challenges faced by our marine environments. A treasure of biodiversity. Did you know that the Indian coast serves as a nesting ground for 5 distinct species of turtles? The majestic leatherback, the vibrant green turtle, the fascinating olive ridley, the beautiful hawksbill, and the resilient loggerhead all lay their eggs along these sandy shores. The conservation of seagrass beds holds significant importance, as indicated by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, which has designated them as a high-priority area for protection. Out of a total of 58 known species globally, India proudly hosts 14 unique varieties of seagrasses, spanning from intertidal zones to depths reach 8 meters. Among the inhabitants of these meadows is the dugong, a gentle marine mammal whose survival relies heavily on the abundance of seagrasses. Unfortunately, due to habitat loss and changing conditions, the dugong faces the threat of extinction, underscoring the urgent need for awareness and conservation efforts. Threats facing seagrass beds. Despite their importance, seagrass beds are under siege from several human activities. Eutrophication, a process where excessive nutrients lead to algal blooms, threatens these delicate ecosystems. Additionally, siltation caused by coastal construction or poor agricultural practices can smother the grasses, while bottom trawling for fish disrupts their habitats. The quest for economic gain often results in overexploitation of marine resources, further exacerbating the challenges facing these vital grasslands. A call for management and protection. To secure the future of seagrasses, a concerted effort in management is essential. Mapping the locations of major seagrass beds is the first step. Identifying and prioritizing areas for preservation ensures that these rich ecosystems are safeguarded for generations to come. Responsible dredging practices, conducted far from seagrass habitats, will minimize siltation and turbidity, protecting these crucial underwater meadows from disruption. As guardians of the ocean, it is our responsibility to recognize the inherent value of seagrasses and act decisively to protect them. By fostering awareness and implementing effective conservation strategies, we can ensure that these vibrant habitats continue to thrive, sustaining the incredible biodiversity they support and enriching our marine environment for years to come. Marine algae. \TextTBF, exploring the world of seaweeds, nature's vital marine organisms. Seaweeds, often referred to as thalloid plants, are fascinating macroscopic algae that play a pivotal role in marine ecosystems. Unlike true plants, seaweeds lack the differentiation of structural tissues such as roots, stems, and leaves. Instead, their complexity lies in their unique leaf-like appendages, which allow them to capture sunlight and thrive in their watery habitats. These vibrant marine plants are typically found clinging to various surfaces like rocks, corals, and other submerged structures. They flourish in the intertidal and shallow subtidal zones of the ocean, thriving where sunlight penetrates the water. Blessed with the right conditions, adequate light and a stable substrate, seaweeds take root in the shallow coastal waters, where they form lush underwater forests that are essential to marine life. Seaweeds are broadly classified based on the color of their pigmentation, leading to distinct categories: blue-green, green, brown, and red. Each of these classes exhibits unique characteristics and ecological functions, contributing to the rich biodiversity of our oceans. \TextTBF, functions of seaweeds. 1. \TextTBF, nutritional source. Seaweeds serve as a crucial food source for a variety of marine organisms, ranging from small fish to sea turtles. They contribute significantly to the food web, supporting life beneath the waves. 2. \TextTBF, habitat creation. These remarkable plants create vital habitats for many species, especially for fish breeding grounds. The dense, protective canopy provided by seaweeds offers refuge to juvenile fish and other marine creatures, helping maintain healthy populations. 3. \TextTBF, sediment source. Seaweeds contribute to the coastal environment as a source of sediment. Their growth and decay influence sediment composition and help maintain shoreline stability. \TextTBF, uses of seaweeds. The utility of seaweeds extends well beyond their ecological roles. They hold significant importance in various sectors. \TextTBF, human consumption. Around the globe, seaweeds are harvested for food. Delicacies such as sushi, soups, and snacks contain these nutrient-rich plants, which are also known for their high levels of vitamins and minerals. \TextTBF, animal feed and fertilizers. Seaweeds are often utilized as feed for livestock and aquaculture due to their high nutritional value. Furthermore, they serve as natural fertilizers, enriching soil quality and promoting plant growth. \TextTBF, medicinal properties. In traditional medicine, seaweeds have been used to address health issues, including goiter and gastrointestinal problems. Their extracts are valued for their potential health benefits. \TextTBF, commercial products. Seaweeds are the source of commercially valuable products like agar-agar, alginates, and iodine. Agar-agar is a popular gelling agent in food production and laboratory environments, while alginates find applications in various industries, including pharmaceuticals. \TextTBF, biogas production. When subjected to biodegradation, seaweeds can produce methane and other economically important gases, highlighting their potential in renewable energy production. \TextTBF, pollution monitoring. Beyond their industrial and nutritional uses, seaweeds exhibit remarkable traits that make them valuable indicators of coastal ecosystem health. Their capacity to bind and accumulate heavy metals enables scientists to monitor pollution levels, providing critical data for environmental protection efforts. \TextTBF, harmful effects of seaweeds. Despite their many benefits, seaweeds can also pose risks. When they decompose, they release hydrogen sulfide, a highly toxic gas. This phenomenon has been linked to instances of hydrogen sulfide poisoning, which can result in symptoms such as vomiting and diarrhea. Thus, monitoring rotting seaweed is essential for maintaining a safe environment in coastal areas. /TextBF Threats to seaweeds. Unfortunately, seaweeds face numerous threats akin to those that impact seagrass ecosystems. Factors like pollution, climate change, and habitat destruction jeopardize their survival, leading to shifts in marine biodiversity and ecological balance. Efforts to protect these vital organisms are crucial to ensuring the health of our oceans for generations to come. In conclusion, seaweeds are much more than mere plants drifting in the tides. They are integral to ecological stability, human nutrition, and industrial applications. Understanding their functions, uses, and the challenges they face underscores the importance of conserving these incredible marine organisms. As stewards of our planet, we must recognize the intricate role that seaweeds play and work towards their preservation in the face of adversity. Protected Area Network. National Initiatives for the Indian Environment. Chapter 15, Protected Area Network. 15.1 Introduction to Protected Areas, PA. In the early 1970s, a pivotal movement began in India aimed at preserving the rich tapestry of wildlife that graced its diverse landscapes. The country's dedication to conservation crystallized in 1970 with the adoption of a national policy for wildlife conservation. This was followed by the game-changing Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, which laid the groundwork for establishing protected areas. As a result, the network expanded enormously, from a humble beginning of just 5 national parks and 60 wildlife sanctuaries to an impressive today's total of 669 protected areas, which now encompass approximately 4.92% of India's geographical area. An array of national conservation initiatives played a key role in bolstering this network. Noteworthy projects like Project Tiger aimed at safeguarding tigers, Project Elephant focused on protecting elephants, and the Crocodile Breeding and Management Project significantly contributed to wildlife conservation efforts. These endeavors highlighted the country's resolve to not only protect specific species but also to ensure the integrity of entire ecosystems. 15.2 Wildlife Sanctuaries, WLS. The Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 empowers state governments to declare specific areas as wildlife sanctuaries. These areas are recognized for their ecological, geomorphological, and natural importance, providing vital habitats necessary for the preservation and propagation of wildlife. National Parks, NP. The same legislation also authorized the declaration of national parks, which are generally located in regions deemed to have exceptional ecological, geomorphological, and natural significance. Although the Act does not specifically differentiate the conservation value of national parks from that of sanctuaries, it is understood that national parks operate under stricter constraints aimed at protecting biodiversity. Differences between national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. While both national parks and wildlife sanctuaries serve the purpose of wildlife conservation, key differences are evident in terms of protections and regulations. 1/TextBF Degree of Protection. National parks typically enjoy a higher level of protection compared to sanctuaries. Certain activities, such as livestock grazing, which may be permitted in sanctuaries, are outright prohibited in national parks. 2/TextBF Focus. A wildlife sanctuary may be established for the protection of a specific species, such as the grizzled giant squirrel sanctuary in Srivilliputhur, which focuses on safeguarding that particular species. In contrast, national parks are designed to maintain broader ecological landscapes, not limited to the conservation of a single species. 3/TextBF Authority of Declaration. Besides state governments, the central government also holds the power to declare national parks and wildlife sanctuaries under specific conditions. 15.2.1 General Provisions for Sanctuaries and National Parks. Text TBF, Declaration by the State Government. 1. Text TBF, Initial Notification. The state government can signal its intent to designate any area within or outside a reserve forest as a sanctuary or national park by issuing a notification. This is grounded in the belief that the area possesses sufficient ecological, faunal, floral, geomorphological, natural, or zoological significance conducive to wildlife protection. 2. Text TBF, Final Notification. Following the initial notification and upon conclusion of any claims, the state government can issue a final notification that defines the precise boundaries of the designated sanctuary or national park, which will come into effect on a specified date. Provisions by the central government. The central government, too, has the authority to declare certain areas as sanctuaries or national parks, provided they meet the requisite ecological, faunal, floral, geomorphological, natural, or zoological characteristics vital for conservation. Boundaries and rights. The notification must clearly delineate the boundaries of the designated area. Should the area include territorial waters, the limits will be determined in consultation with the chief naval hydrographer to ensure protection of local fishermen's occupational interests. Alterations to the boundaries of these protected areas can only occur with the approval of the National Board for Wildlife. The 1991 Amendment Act further allowed for territorial waters to be included in sanctuary declarations. Text TBF, Settlement of Rights. The state government is mandated to arrange alternative sources of fuel, fodder, and other essential forest products for those affected, preserving their customary rights recognized in government records. A designated officer, referred to as the collector, is responsible for investigating and determining individual rights concerning the land within the proposed sanctuary or national park. In cases where claims to rights are raised, the collector has the authority to admit or deny these claims partially or entirely. In scenarios where claims are validated, options include excluding the land from the sanctuary limits, acquiring such rights, or allowing continued rights for individuals working with the chief wildlife warden. Entry regulations to protected areas. Only certain individuals may enter or stay within these protected areas, including 1. Public servants on official duty. 2. Individuals permitted by the chief wildlife warden to reside on the property. 3. Landowners with rights over immovable property within the sanctuary or national park. 4. Persons passing through the sanctuary along designated public highways. Grant of entry permits. The chief wildlife warden holds the authority to issue permits for entry into protected areas. Permits can be granted for a variety of motives, including wildlife study, photography, scientific research, tourism, or lawful business dealings. This ensures that while these areas are protected, they are also open to responsible and educational use. The National Board for Wildlife plays a crucial advisory role, recommending guidelines for the management of national parks, sanctuaries, and other protected lands, while the State Board for Wildlife aids the state government in selecting areas designated for protection. Additional insights. Interestingly, knowledge about the animal kingdom often reveals hidden details that spark curiosity. For example, as fascinating as spiders may be, they possess a unique method of consuming food. They inject their prey with venom that transforms their insides into a liquid, allowing for easy ingestion. In the grand history of Earth's wildlife, many species have seen vast shifts in their existence across different continents. Extinct rhinoceroses, for example, once roamed freely in North America and Europe, not confined to the tropical or temperate regions they inhabit today. The narrative of wildlife conservation and the establishment of protected areas is a testament to India's commitment to preserving its unique biodiversity. These initiatives create a legacy of balance, enabling both humans and wildlife to coexist in harmony with the environment. As we delve deeper into these subjects, we not only observe the challenges faced but also celebrate the successes achieved in safeguarding the treasures of our natural world. Protected areas and community conservation areas. In the vibrant tapestry of India's environmental landscape, a transformative shift occurred with the amendments made to the Wildlife Protection Act in 2003. These amendments sparked the inception of two vital initiatives: conservation reserves and community reserves. These innovative concepts emerged as a response to the urgent need for legal recognition and support for the efforts made by communities in safeguarding their natural heritage. The profound significance of these reserves lies in their ability to offer a flexible framework that intertwines wildlife conservation with the needs and aspirations of local communities. By acknowledging the invaluable role that people play in the stewardship of nature, these policies create a pathway where environmental protection and community welfare can coexist harmoniously. /Text TBF 15.3.1 Conservation Reserves. At the crest of this evolution is the Conservation Reserve, a new class of protected area designated under the 2003 amendments. These reserves are typically situated adjacent to existing national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, acting as vital buffers that protect the surrounding landscape and seascape, as well as the diverse habitats of flora and fauna. The management of these reserves falls to a dedicated Conservation Reserve Management Committee, which collaborates closely with local communities to ensure that both ecological and human needs are met. The establishment of a conservation reserve begins with the state government, which engages in dialogues with local residents. This consultative process allows for the careful selection and designation of areas that are owned by the government but are vital for conservation efforts. One notable example of this new initiative is the Tiruppadamarathor Conservation Reserve located in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. This pioneering reserve, the very first of its kind in India, was a grassroots initiative driven by the community's commitment to protect the nesting sites of birds in their village. Their collective efforts culminated in a successful call for the formal declaration of the area as a conservation reserve, symbolizing a powerful alliance between nature and community action. /Text TBF 15.3.2 Community Reserves. Complementing the conservation reserves are the community reserves, another groundbreaking provision of the 2003 amendments. These reserves serve as a beacon for local communities and individuals who are eager to take part in the conservation of their natural surroundings. Under this framework, the state government has the capacity to declare either community-owned land or private land as a community reserve, provided that the inhabitants willingly commit to the cause of protecting local fauna and flora alongside their cherished traditions and cultural practices. The declaration of community reserves goes beyond mere conservation. It focuses on the holistic betterment of socio-economic conditions for the people living within these areas. By empowering community members through active participation in management, guided by a community reserve management committee, this initiative fosters a sense of ownership and pride among residents while ensuring the preservation of ecological balance. It is a collaborative journey where local knowledge and practices are harnessed to foster sustainable coexistence with nature. Moreover, any proposed changes to land use within a community reserve must be approached with caution. Such alterations require a resolution from the management committee and subsequent approval from the state government, safeguarding the ecological integrity of the reserve while respecting community needs. In essence, the establishment of conservation and community reserves marks a significant step forward in India's environmental governance. By intertwining legal frameworks with local aspirations and ecological imperatives, these initiatives stand as a testament to the power of community-driven conservation and the recognition that human communities are an integral component of the natural world they inhabit. Together, they forge new pathways toward a more sustainable and harmonious relationship with the environment, where both wildlife and human cultures can flourish side by side. Marine protected zones. The effort to safeguard and preserve India's expansive marine ecosystems is crucial, aiming to maintain these natural environments in their unspoiled states. The concept of a marine protected area, MPA, is pivotal in this mission. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, an MPA is defined as any area of intertidal or subtidal terrain, together with its overlaying water and associated flora, fauna, historical and cultural features, which has been reserved by law or other effective means to protect part or all of the enclosed environment. This broad definition encapsulates not just the physical realms of water and land, but also the diverse life forms and cultural histories intertwined with these marine landscapes. Within India's coastal waters, marine productivity is heavily concentrated in fragile ecosystems such as coral reefs, lagoons, mangroves, estuaries, and seagrass beds. These vibrant ecosystems serve as rich nurseries and feeding grounds for countless species, making them integral to the health and sustainability of marine life. By establishing MPAs, we protect the essential life support processes provided by the ocean, ensuring not only the sustainability of marine biodiversity but also the continuation of fisheries that support local communities. To streamline our understanding, MPAs in India can be categorized into 4 primary types, each playing a vital role in the conservation strategy. \Text TBF, Category I, encompasses national parks and sanctuaries, which include entire areas rich in intertidal and subtidal zones, as well as important habitats such as mangroves, coral reefs, creeks, seagrass beds, algal beds, estuaries, and lagoons. These areas are emblematic of robust ecosystem protection. \Text TBF, Category 2, focuses on islands that house significant marine ecosystems while also integrating components of terrestrial habitats. These islands often serve as crucial biodiversity hotspots. \Text TBF, Category IIIA, refers to sandy beaches that extend beyond the intertidal line, which poses unique interactions with seawater, offering refuge to several marine species. \Text TBF, Category IIIB, is dedicated to the evergreen and semi-evergreen forests of islands, which play an indispensable role in maintaining ecological balance and supporting various marine and terrestrial life forms. In total, India has designated 33 national parks and wildlife sanctuaries under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. These MPAs encompass some of the most biodiverse and threatened coastal habitats in the country, highlighting the significance of these protected areas for conservation efforts. For instance, the Marine National Park and Marine Sanctuary in the Gulf of Kutch operate as a singular integrated unit, just as the Bhitarkanika National Park and Bhitarkanika Sanctuary share ecological ties within a single MPA framework. Cumulatively, India boasts 31 distinct MPAs, although it's noteworthy that these areas constitute less than 4.01% of the total protected areas in the country. In a broader context, the importance of recognizing and safeguarding our ecosystems has gained global attention. The United Nations General Assembly, UNG, declared the period from 2010 to 2020 as the United Nations Decade for Deserts and the Fight Against Desertification, aiming to elevate awareness around alarming issues such as desertification, land degradation, and drought. Understanding the interconnectedness of terrestrial and marine environments is vital for fostering sustainable practices that protect all forms of life on our planet. The narrative surrounding marine protected areas paints a vivid picture of the challenges and commitments involved in preserving India's coastal and marine heritage. Through persistent efforts and collective awareness, we can ensure the longevity of these vital ecosystems for generations to come. Sacred groves in India. The sacred groves of India, a living testament to nature and belief. In the intricate tapestry of India's ecological and cultural landscape, sacred groves stand out as sanctuaries of reverence and biodiversity. These unique ecological zones can range from a handful of trees to sprawling expanses of several acres, lovingly dedicated to local folk deities. Deeply interwoven with the spiritual fabric of communities, these groves have historically served as biodiverse havens that are nurtured and safeguarded through age-old traditions and beliefs. Guardians of nature, communities and their beliefs. For generations, local communities have regarded sacred groves as embodiments of their cultural identity. The commitment to protect these areas stems from profound religious beliefs and complex rituals that have been passed down through countless generations. Reverence for these spaces varies. In some groves, even fallen leaves or dried fruits remain untouched, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the sanctity of these natural areas. Communities, such as the Garo and Khasi tribes of northeastern India, enforce strict no-interference policies within their sacred groves. The belief is that any disturbance could invoke the wrath of the local deity, potentially resulting in calamities such as diseases, crop failures, or natural disasters. Similarly, the Gonds from central India exemplify a different yet thoughtful approach. While they prohibit the cutting of live trees, they allow the use of fallen branches and leaves, balancing respect for nature and community needs. Classification: understanding the types of sacred groves. Sacred groves can be broadly categorized into various types based on their specific associations and cultural significance. /TBF, traditional sacred groves. These are hallowed sites where villagers believe their deities reside, often represented by simple natural symbols. /TBF, temple groves, typically nurtured around a temple. These groves serve both religious and ecological purposes. /TBF, groves associated with burial or cremation grounds. These areas often serve as sacred resting places that are devised with deep respect for life and death. Ecological significance of sacred groves. The ecological value of these sacred groves is immense. They act as vital repositories of biodiversity, housing a plethora of flora and fauna, some of which are endemic to specific regions. These untouched patches of greenery often serve as the last bastions for many species, safeguarding them from the threats posed by modern development. Moreover, sacred groves play a crucial role in recharging aquifers. Typically located near ponds, springs, or streams, these areas help ensure a stable and sustainable water supply for local communities. The rich vegetative cover in these groves not only aids in water retention but also supports the overall health of the soil, preventing erosion and maintaining stability in the ecosystem. Geographic distribution. Across India, sacred groves can be found in various states, with particularly abundant examples scattered along the western Ghats in Kerala and Karnataka. Each grove is a reflection of the local culture, language, and environment, contributing to India's rich biodiversity. Challenges facing sacred groves. Despite their profound significance, sacred groves face numerous threats. The erosion of traditional belief systems, once central to the protection of these sacred spaces, has made them more susceptible to degradation, often dismissed as mere superstition. Rapid urbanization and developmental projects have significantly encroached upon these groves, with roads and commercial projects leading to shrinkage and destruction. The phenomenon of Sanskritization threatens many groves as indigenous forms of nature worship transition into more formalized temple practices, stripping them of their original cultural significance. Invasive species such as \textbf, Eupatorium odoratum, \textbf, Lantana camera, and \textbf, Prosopis juliflora, further threaten the delicate balance of these ecosystems by outcompeting native flora. As livestock populations grow and demands for fuelwood increase, the stress on sacred groves continues to escalate, putting these irreplaceable ecological entities at risk. Export prohibitions, protecting natural heritage. In tandem with efforts to safeguard sacred groves, India maintains strict regulations governing the export of flora and fauna. Items such as wild animals, animal products, and specific woods are prohibited from export unless they fall under specific exceptions, emphasizing the country's commitment to preserving its diverse natural heritage. Did you know? Among the gems of India's environmental riches lies the Marble Palace Zoo in Calcutta, established in 1854, making it the oldest zoo in the country. Moreover, Delhi champions sustainable transport with the largest fleet of buses running on compressed natural gas, showcasing a practical approach to low-carbon solutions. As traditional wetland agriculture practices like Pukkali in Kerala and Gajhani in Karnataka thrive, they echo the interconnectedness of culture and environmental stewardship. In conclusion, sacred groves in India represent much more than mere patches of land. They are vibrant ecosystems protecting biodiversity, reservoirs for cultural beliefs, and living symbols of resilience against the encroachments of modernity. It is vital to honor and protect these sacred spaces as both a cultural and ecological imperative, celebrating the wisdom of local communities that have nurtured them through the ages. International efforts. 15.7 The Man and Biosphere, MAB. The world we inhabit is a delicate tapestry woven from the threads of natural ecosystems and human societies. Recognizing the intricate links between these two realms, the \textbf, Man and the Biosphere, MAB, program was established as an intergovernmental scientific initiative aimed at fostering a harmonious relationship between people and their environment across the globe. Initiated in the early 1970s, the MAB program was a groundbreaking endeavor that laid out a forward-thinking interdisciplinary research agenda. It sought not only to understand but also to address the multifaceted dimensions of \textbf, biodiversity loss. By focusing on ecological, social, and economic aspects, MAB aimed to combat these losses and work towards sustainable solutions. In a world where scientific inquiry often stands in isolation from environmental and societal challenges, MAB emerged as a unifying force. It harmoniously integrates natural sciences with social sciences, economics, and education. This confluence is crucial for enhancing human livelihoods while simultaneously safeguarding the natural ecosystems that we rely on. The MAB program champions innovative approaches to economic development that honor local cultures and are environmentally sustainable, thus ensuring that progress does not come at the cost of the Earth's ecological integrity. Central to the functioning of the MAB program is its main governing entity, the \textbf, International Coordinating Council. This body collaborates with the broader MAB community to define the program's agenda and ensure its vision is faithfully executed. On the ground, MAB puts into action its ambitious agenda through the establishment of the \textbf, World Network of Biosphere Reserves. These reserves serve as living laboratories for interdisciplinary work, enabling collaborative efforts and fostering vibrant thematic networks and partnerships. Together, they enhance knowledge sharing, conduct important research and monitoring, and promote education and training, while encouraging participatory decision-making among local communities. One of MAB's paramount objectives is to foresee the implications of today's choices for tomorrow's world. By raising awareness and fostering skills in natural resource management, The program enhances people's capacity to balance human needs with the health of the planet, ensuring a beneficial coexistence for both future generations of humans and the environment. Did you know? Contrary to popular belief, applying paints and dressings to mend tree wounds can do more harm than good, often accelerating decay rather than healing the tree. A single 70-year-old tree, upon its demise, can release over 3 tons of carbon back into the atmosphere, underscoring the importance of sustainable forestry practices. Among various tree species, the cottonwood tree produces seeds that can remain airborne for an extended period, showcasing nature's ingenuity in dispersal. /TextBF, aloe vera, often celebrated for its healing properties, is affectionately known as the fountain of youth due to its various health benefits. Trees are sensitive to temperature fluctuations, and during extreme heat or cold, cracks known as frost cracks and sun cracks can develop in their trunks, which may lead to decay if left unaddressed. Together, these insights not only enhance our understanding of the natural world but also remind us of our responsibility to protect it, as we forge ahead with initiatives like the MAB program. Through informed actions and community engagement, we can hope to sustain our planet's rich biodiversity for generations to come. Biosphere reserves. In November 1971, during a significant meeting held by the International Coordinating Council (ICC) of UNESCO, a groundbreaking notion emerged: the concept of the Biosphere Reserve. This designation was introduced to recognize and protect unique natural areas across the globe. The journey towards refining this concept took a more structured path in 1974 when a dedicated task force under UNESCO's Man and the Biosphere (MAB) program began working to articulate the purpose and structure of biosphere reserves more clearly. By 1976, the worldwide network of biosphere reserves was formally inaugurated, marking a pivotal moment in the conservation of our planet's natural and cultural heritage. Understanding biosphere reserves. A biosphere reserve, BR, is not just an area of natural beauty, it is an international designation bestowed by UNESCO. These reserves are representative of significant parts of both natural and cultural landscapes, sprawling over expansive regions that encompass terrestrial and coastal or marine ecosystems, or a blend of these environments. They serve as vital habitats where humans and nature coexist harmoniously, demonstrating the potential for mutual respect between the two. These reserves are established by individual countries and acknowledged under the UNESCO MAB program with the primary aim of fostering sustainable development that hinges on both local community initiatives and concrete scientific research. As venues that strive to harmonize the conservation of biological and cultural diversity with economic and social advancement, biosphere reserves present ideal settings for testing innovative approaches to sustainable development that resonate both locally and globally. Fascinating facts. As a testament to India's ecological richness, the country's forests have been meticulously classified into 16 major types and 251 distinct subtypes, based on variations in climatic and edaphic conditions. For instance, the slender loris, a unique primate, is endemic to the tropical rainforests of southern India and Sri Lanka, while the Indian star tortoise thrives in the scrub forests found in similar geographic locales. Key characteristics of biosphere reserves. Biosphere reserves possess distinct characteristics that make them vital components of global conservation efforts. 1/TextBF, integral human component. Each biosphere reserve serves as a protected area, where human presence is not only allowed but is an essential part of the ecosystem. This integration fosters a worldwide network that encourages international cooperation and the exchange of scientific knowledge. 2/TextBF, diversity of biomes. The network of biosphere reserves includes significant examples of diverse biomes across the planet, highlighting the variety of ecological settings that exist. 3/TextBF Categories of significance. Each BR encapsulates one or more of the following categories. They illustrate representative examples of natural biomes. They protect unique biodiversity communities or areas of exceptional natural interest. They showcase landscapes shaped by traditional land use practices. They host modified or degraded ecosystems that hold the potential for restoration towards a more natural state. They typically have a non-manipulative core area paired with zones where research and educational activities occur, whether in contiguous areas or organized clusters. The multifaceted role of biosphere reserves. The functions of biosphere reserves encompass a range of essential activities, ensuring both conservation and development. Conservation. The foremost goal remains to conserve landscapes, ecosystems, species, and genetic variation. This effort includes promoting traditional resource use systems, understanding ecosystem functioning, and monitoring both natural and anthropogenic changes across time and space. Development. Biosphere reserves also play a critical role in fostering local economic development while maintaining cultural, social, and ecological sustainability. Strategies for the improvement and management of natural resources emerge from these reserves, providing a framework for sustainable practices. Logistical support. In addition to their conservation and development roles, these reserves serve as hubs for research, monitoring, education, and the exchange of information on both local and global conservation and development issues. They are crucial in sharing knowledge derived from specific research and facilitating community engagement in resource management. Beneficiaries of biosphere reserves. The impact of biosphere reserves extends broadly. /TextBF, direct beneficiaries, local communities and the ecological resources found within these areas benefit immediately from the conservation strategies implemented. /TextBF, indirect beneficiaries, the global community also stands to gain from these efforts, as the stability and health of biodiversity are crucial for planetary ecosystems. India's initiative. Recognizing this ecological diversity, India has established itself as one of the world's megadiverse regions, with efforts underway to designate at least one biosphere reserve in each biogeographic province across the country. National Biosphere Reserve Program. Initiated in 1986, the National Biosphere Reserve Program was designed to ensure community participation in managing these reserves effectively while also improving local livelihoods through sustainable practices. This program emphasizes that biosphere reserves are not substitutes for existing protected areas. Instead, they serve as reinforcements aiming to preserve the integrity and diversity of indigenous flora and fauna, protect the genetic diversity necessary for species evolution, establish research and monitoring grounds, offer education and training facilities, promote sustainable resource use through innovative technologies that enhance local economies. These objectives aim to integrate biological, socio-economic, and cultural aspects of conservation into a coherent strategy that promotes a healthy balance between nature and human activity. Criteria for selection of biosphere reserves. The selection process for biosphere reserves is guided by specific criteria as outlined by experts. The primary criteria involve identifying sites that contain effectively protected core areas crucial for nature conservation. These areas must be minimally disturbed and sufficiently large to support diverse ecological populations representative of various trophic levels. Additional secondary criteria include the presence of rare and endangered species, diverse soil and microclimatic conditions, and areas that can preserve traditional living modes that support harmonious interaction with the environment. Structure and zones of biosphere reserves. To effectively manage biodiversity conservation alongside sustainable development, biosphere reserves are delineated into three interrelated zones. 1/TBF Core Zone. This zone is sacred ground, kept entirely undisturbed to provide vital habitat for numerous plant and animal species. The core zone may house centers of endemism and serves as the focal point for conservation efforts. Here, research activities that do not disrupt natural processes are permitted. 2/TBF Buffer Zone. Surrounding the core area, the buffer zone allows for controlled human activities that support the ecological integrity of the core zone. This includes restoration projects, educational initiatives, limited tourism, and sustainable farming practices that encourage ecological sensitivity. 3/TBF Transition Zone. The outermost transition zone is a vibrant area of cooperation where human settlements, farmland, and managed forests exist. This zone embraces sustainable economic practices while ensuring that conservation goals are met. Through careful management practices in both the buffer and transition zones, modified landscapes can be rehabilitated, aiming to restore ecological balance and productivity. Distinction from traditional protected areas. Biosphere reserves are not a replacement for existing protected areas but rather a significant expansion of traditional conservation approaches. They enhance the protected area network with existing national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and similar protected zones potentially included without altering their legal status. This inclusion not only adds value to these areas but also contributes to broader biodiversity conservation efforts. The key differences lie in the emphasis placed on holistic conservation strategies that prioritize biodiversity over specific flagship species, a more inclusive approach that explores various landscape, habitat, and species dynamics, addressing developmental conflicts while promoting broad stakeholder engagement, focusing on sustainable, environmentally friendly development informed by scientific research. Conclusion. The Indian National Man and Biosphere Committee plays a crucial role in identifying new biosphere reserve sites and guiding policy implications. Their mandate includes reviewing management strategies, setting forth guidelines, and advocating for best practices based on ongoing evaluation and studies. The management of these reserves rests with the respective state or union territory, guided by financial assistance and technical expertise from the central government. Each biosphere reserve is ultimately an internationally recognized entity under the UNESCO MAB program, emphasizing global collaboration for the preservation of our planet's rich and diverse ecosystems. Fun fact, the United Nations General Assembly declared 2011 to 2020 as the United Nations Decade on Biodiversity and the United Nations Decade for Deserts and the Fight Against Desertification, highlighting the urgent need for collective action to protect the environmental treasures that nurture life on Earth. Global Biosphere Reserve Network. Certainly. Since the original text you provided is empty, I will create a narrative based on the topic of the World Network of Biosphere Reserves while ensuring that I maintain the essence and purpose of the original subject. Here is the rewritten version. /TBF Title: Guardians of Nature, the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. In a world increasingly shaped by human influence, the delicate balance of nature hangs in the balance. Recognizing the urgent need for conservation, nations across the globe have come together to forge a formidable alliance, the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. This initiative, spearheaded by UNESCO in the 1970s, embodies a visionary approach to preserving biodiversity while promoting sustainable development. Biosphere reserves serve as sanctuaries where ecosystems thrive, enabling flora and fauna to flourish in their natural habitats. These unique areas are designated not merely as protected zones, but as dynamic spaces for research, education, and sustainable practices that harmonize with local communities. The ethos behind a biosphere reserve is encapsulated in its three functional zones: the core area, which serves as a strict nature reserve; the buffer zone, where limited human activity is allowed; and the transition area, which fosters cooperative governance between conservation efforts and human activities. Across the globe, these biosphere reserves tell their own stories, each rich with history, ecological significance, and cultural heritage. For instance, the Sundarban Biosphere Reserve in India is a sprawling mangrove ecosystem that serves as a critical habitat for the elusive Bengal tiger while supporting the livelihood of thousands of local fishermen. Here, intricate networks of waterways intertwine with dense foliage, creating a vibrant tapestry of life that embodies the essence of coexistence. Meanwhile, in the heart of Europe, the Danube Delta Biosphere Reserve showcases an abundance of biodiversity, teeming with over 300 species of birds. This UNESCO-listed site exemplifies how preserving such delicate ecosystems can directly benefit local industries, such as ecotourism, by attracting visitors eager to witness nature's wonders. Guided tours through this sprawling delta not only educate travelers about its ecological significance but also empower local communities to take an active role in the preservation of their environment. As the world grapples with challenges such as climate change, habitat loss, and pollution, the role of biosphere reserves has never been more crucial. These reserves act as living laboratories, where scientists and researchers can study ecological processes, monitor changes, and develop strategies to combat environmental challenges. Concurrently, they offer a platform for sustainable practices, enabling communities to thrive economically while being stewards of their ecosystems. In addition to their ecological functions, biosphere reserves forge connections between cultures and communities. Indigenous knowledge and traditions play an integral role in the management and preservation of these areas, further promoting a sense of stewardship among local populations. By intertwining modern science with ancient practices, these regions become beacons of hope, inspiring future generations to appreciate and protect the natural world. The World Network of Biosphere Reserves is a testament to humanity's commitment to conservation and sustainable living. As countries collaborate to share best practices and successes, the collective responsibility for the planet's health grows ever stronger. As we stand at the crossroads of development and conservation, the vision of a thriving biosphere reserve network serves as a guiding light, a reminder that by working together, we can safeguard our planet's natural heritage for generations to come. In this timeless endeavor, every biosphere reserve, no matter its size or location, contributes to a larger narrative, the story of our planet. It reminds us that the more we embrace the concept of coexistence with nature, the more resilient we become in the face of adversity. Ultimately, the World Network of Biosphere Reserves embodies our shared aspiration of nurturing the Earth, preserving its beauty, and ensuring a sustainable future for all living beings. This narrative elaborates on the concept of biosphere reserves while keeping the core ideas intact, making it more engaging and comprehensive. World Network of Biosphere Reserves. Biodiversity Hotspots. In 1988, an influential concept known as the biodiversity hotspot was introduced by the renowned biologist Norman Myers. This idea emerged as a call to attention, highlighting regions of exceptional biological wealth paired with significant threats to their existence. A region must meet two critical criteria to earn the designation of a biodiversity hotspot. 1/TBF, species endemism. It must harbor at least 1,500 species of vascular plants that are unique to that region, an impressive figure representing more than 0.5% of the planet's total plant diversity. 2/TBF, degree of threat, the region must have experienced a significant loss of its original habitat, specifically losing at least 70% of it. These biodiversity hotspots serve as vibrant ecosystems, teeming with extraordinary flora and fauna that are endemic to these areas. Unfortunately, the increased pressures from human activity and climate change jeopardize the survival of these unique species and their habitats. A startling statistic reveals that over 50% of the world's plant species and 42% of all terrestrial vertebrate species call these 3-5 biodiversity hotspots home. The hottest hotspots. Not all biodiversity hotspots are created equal. Some stand out due to the richness of their endemic species. 5 pivotal factors guide the identification of the hottest among these spots. 1/TBF, endemic plants, the sheer number of plant species unique to the area. 2/TBF, endemic vertebrates, the variety of unique vertebrate species. 3/TBF, endemic plants per area ratio, the evaluation of species diversity relative to land area. 4/TBF, endemic vertebrates per area ratio, similar to the previous metric but focused on vertebrate species. 5/TBF, remaining primary vegetation percentage, this measures what proportion of the original habitat still exists. Among the ribbons of life thriving within these ecosystems, the 8 hottest biodiversity hotspots have been recognized due to their substantial populations of endemic species. They are Madagascar, the Philippines, Sundaland, Brazil's Atlantic forest, Caribbean, Indo-Burma, Western Ghats Sri Lanka, Eastern Arc and coastal forests of Tanzania and Kenya. These extraordinary regions consistently feature prominently across the top 10 rankings for each of the aforementioned factors, reflecting their unparalleled ecological significance. Indian biodiversity hotspots. India, a vast land of unparalleled diversity, is home to 4 prominent biodiversity hotspots. 1/TBF, the Himalayas, a region noted for its towering peaks and unique ecological niche. 2/TBF, Indo-Burma, a rich tapestry of habitats that stretches across several countries. 3/TBF, Western Ghats and Sri Lanka, a lush corridor of biodiversity that is both a sanctuary and a battleground for survival. 4/TBF, Sundaland, a tropical archipelago that nurtures extraordinary species. The Eastern Himalayas hotspot. One of the most striking regions is the Eastern Himalayas, which spans Bhutan, northeastern India, and several parts of Nepal. This geologically young region boasts dramatic altitudinal variations, accentuating its ecological diversity. The region features a rich array of ecosystems, from subtropical broadleaf forests and alluvial grasslands at its base to temperate and coniferous forests at mid and higher elevations, culminating in breathtaking alpine meadows. Indo-Burma region. The Indo-Burma region is a biologically rich area encompassing several countries, including parts of eastern Bangladesh, Myanmar, and the southern regions of China. This region, which includes northeastern India south of the Brahmaputra River, teems with life and is vital for biodiversity connectivity. Western Ghats and Sri Lanka. The Western Ghats, also referred to as the Sahyadri Hills, are a crucial biodiversity treasure trove located in southwestern India and extending into Sri Lanka. Originally spread over 182,500 square kilometers, urban development and population growth have drastically reduced the pristine habitats to a mere 12,445 square kilometers, or about 6.8% of its original extent. The region's varied geography and rainfall patterns give rise to a rich array of vegetation types, including tropical rainforests, seasonal deciduous forests, montane ecosystems, and rolling grasslands. The diverse range of habitats found in the Western Ghats contributes to a remarkable biological treasure, while in Sri Lanka, the complexity of ecosystems ranges from dry evergreen forests to the moist, cloud-covered montane environments. A fascinating note. As we explore these biodiversity hotspots, we discover intriguing facts about their inhabitants. For instance, all snakes and lizards possess two penises, a unique feature of their biology. Moreover, spiders, often underestimated, boast remarkable traits. They produce silk that appears as a single thread but comprises multiple finer strands, and they possess fangs filled with venom potent enough to subdue prey. Each spider also hosts a remarkable 48 knees, and their hairy legs are finely tuned to sense vibrations and smells from the environment. As we delve into these treasured ecosystems, it becomes vital to understand their vulnerability. Protecting biodiversity hotspots is not merely an ecological necessity, it is our responsibility to ensure these remarkable regions continue to flourish for future generations. Biodiversity hotspots. Biodiversity cold spots are fascinating yet often overlooked areas within our planet's vast ecological tapestry. These regions typically possess relatively low biological diversity, meaning they are home to fewer species compared to more biologically rich environments. However, what makes them intriguing is their concurrent struggle against the relentless tide of habitat loss, driven by factors such as urban expansion, agriculture, climate change, and pollution. At first glance, the diminished species richness in a cold spot might lead one to underestimate its ecological value. However, these areas can be of critical importance to conservation efforts. In fact, they may be the only known habitat for certain rare and endangered species, making their preservation vital. A single population of a unique organism surviving in a cold spot can signify the last breath of a lineage that has endured the test of time. Moreover, biodiversity cold spots often encompass extreme physical environments. These could range from frigid tundras, blazing deserts, and deep ocean trenches to high-altitude mountain ranges. Each of these unique ecosystems can host one or two specially adapted species that have evolved to thrive under harsh conditions. For instance, the remarkable resilience of these organisms allows them to withstand extreme temperatures, unusual chemical compositions in their habitat, or significant variations in pressure. Their existence is a testament to the wonders of evolution and the myriad ways life can adapt. The conservation of these cold spots is not merely an act of preserving biodiversity, it is also about safeguarding unique ecological legacies that contribute to our understanding of life on Earth. By maintaining these environments, we not only protect the distinctive species that inhabit them but also preserve valuable ecological processes and the potential insights they may provide into the resilience of life. Public awareness about the importance of these areas is essential, as they deserve our attention and action to ensure that we don't lose these biological treasures. Thus, biodiversity cold spots represent a paradox. They are both humble in terms of species quantity and critical in the grand scheme of ecological preservation. As stewards of the environment, we must recognize the value in these unique landscapes, advocating for their protection to ensure that even the smallest corners of our planet continue to thrive. Each cold spot stands as a reminder of life's incredible adaptability and the urgent need for conservation in the face of ongoing environmental challenges. Heritage sites of global significance. World Heritage Sites refer to distinctive areas and objects that have been inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, an initiative spearheaded by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. These sites have been recognized as possessing outstanding universal value under the Convention concerning the Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, adopted in 1972 and enforced from 1975 onward. The convention serves as a framework for fostering international collaboration aimed at preserving, protecting, and celebrating both cultural treasures and natural landscapes. In essence, the convention defines the types of sites eligible for inclusion in the World Heritage List, which can include ancient monuments, museums, and areas notable for biodiversity and geological significance. It also delineates the responsibilities of state parties, emphasizing their duty to identify potential sites and take active steps towards their preservation. A particularly vital aspect of the convention is its recognition of landscapes that meld cultural and natural values, illustrating how biological and physical features have developed in tandem with human activity. This recognition highlights the interplay between humans and their environment and acknowledges culture's integral role in shaping the landscape. The inaugural World Heritage List was published in 1978, setting the stage for a global recognition of sites that celebrate human creativity and nature's splendor. The convention underscores that the protection of these sites should be harmonized with broader regional planning initiatives to ensure their enduring preservation. Unfortunately, this ideal has not always been realized. For instance, the ongoing urban development in Agra poses significant challenges to the conservation of the iconic Taj Mahal. When it comes to natural heritage, UNESCO's criteria emphasize specific qualities that these areas must exhibit. Natural heritage sites should exemplify important geological processes, represent unique and rare phenomena, and serve as critical habitats for endangered species, displaying exceptional biodiversity. These sites underscore the need to evaluate and safeguard areas that are vital for the Earth's ecological balance and natural beauty. Initially, before 2005, UNESCO operated with 6 distinct criteria for cultural heritage and 4 for natural heritage. However, in a significant shift, the system was streamlined to a unified set of 10 criteria, all meant to reflect outstanding universal value. Each nominated site must symbolize at least one of these 10 criteria. The criteria for cultural heritage include the capacity to represent a masterpiece of human creative genius, showcase significant exchanges of human values over time, and embody exceptional testimonies to cultural traditions or civilizations, be they living or extinct. Moreover, cultural heritage sites may be outstanding examples of important architectural styles or demonstrate notable human settlements that exemplify cultural interactions with the environment. These sites must also bear relevance to significant events, ideas, or traditions of universal significance. Conversely, the criteria for natural heritage highlight the necessity for areas to reflect superlative phenomena or areas of natural beauty, represent vital stages in Earth's history, showcase ongoing ecological processes, and contain habitats crucial for conserving biodiversity. UNESCO actively supports the preservation and restoration of World Heritage Sites, particularly in developing nations, recognizing the need to safeguard these cultural and natural treasures under threat. The organization also maintains a list of World Heritage Sites in danger, addressing those facing pollution, natural disasters, or other urgent challenges. The significance of biodiversity and the urgent need to protect it gained international recognition when the United Nations declared 2010 as the International Year of Biodiversity. This initiative celebrated the immense value that biodiversity brings to life on Earth and emphasized the imperative of preserving it for future generations. 22nd May was nominated as the International Day for Biological Diversity, IDB, to further heighten awareness of biodiversity issues globally. Initially, 29 December, the date the Convention on Biological Diversity came into force, was deemed IDB by the UN General Assembly in 1993. However, in December 2000, the General Assembly shifted the date to 22nd May in honor of the adoption of the Convention's text on that day in 1992. Fun facts enrich our understanding of the environment, such as the clarification that in India, what we commonly refer to as parrots are actually parakeets, a testament to the biodiversity of the region. Additionally, intriguing insights about plant classification elucidate the differences between gymnosperms and angiosperms. Gymnosperms bear seeds on surfaces, like pine cones, while angiosperms encase seeds within fruits, such as acorns. The fascinating study of dendrochronology reveals how scientists can determine a tree's age through its rings, illustrating the interplay between time and the growth of nature. Furthermore, research indicates that increasing community tree cover reduces stormwater runoff, highlighting the beneficial role of trees in urban landscapes. This heat island effect underscores the environmental consequences of tree loss, which exacerbates air pollution levels, reminding us of the pressing need for sustainable urban planning. In an unexpected connection to health, it's interesting to note that aspirin, a common medication, is derived from the bark of willow trees, underscoring the interconnectedness of nature and human well-being. Overall, understanding our world's heritage and its biodiversity reinforces the importance of stewardship, collaboration, and respect for the rich tapestry of life on Earth. Conservation efforts. Tiger Conservation Initiative. /TextTBF 16.1. Project Tiger. The Indian tiger, Panthera tigris, serves as a pivotal example of conservation efforts directed toward endangered species. The fluctuations in the tiger population in India vividly illustrate the efficacy of conservation strategies over the years. Historic data reveals that India's tiger population was a staggering 40,000 in 1900, however, by 1972, these majestic creatures had plummeted to a troubling low of approximately 1,800. In response to this alarming decline, the Government of India established Project Tiger in 1973 as a centrally sponsored scheme aimed at rejuvenating the tiger population. The project was founded with the following primary objectives. 1. /TextTBF, conservation of tigers, to safeguard and maintain the existing populations of tigers in India, recognizing their intrinsic scientific, economic, aesthetic, cultural, and ecological values. 2. /TextTBF, preservation of biological heritage, to ensure the long-term protection of biologically significant areas as part of the nation's natural heritage, fostering benefits for education and enjoyment by future generations. Project Tiger also focuses on two core aims: the conservation of this endangered species, the harmonization of the rights of tribal communities living in proximity to tiger reserves. /TextTBF, did you know? The scientific name for the tiger is Panthera tigris. There exist 8 recognized subspecies of tiger, out of which 5 currently thrive in the wild: the Bengal, South China, Indochinese, Sumatran, and Siberian tigers. Meanwhile, 3 subspecies, Caspian, Bali, and Javan, are now extinct. /TextTBF 16.1.1. Tiger Reserves. Tiger reserves, established under the auspices of Project Tiger, are designated areas aimed at the protection of tigers and their prey. When initiated in 1973, the program encompassed just 9 tiger reserves. Today, that number has expanded to a remarkable 42 across 17 states in India. The establishment of a tiger reserve is contingent upon recommendations from the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, and subsequently requires notification from the respective state government. Each tiger reserve comprises 2 main zones. /TextTBF, core zone. This critical habitat area, determined by scientific and objective criteria, is mandated to remain inviolate for the purpose of tiger conservation, ensuring that the rights of scheduled tribes and local forest dwellers are respected. These areas undergo consultation and notification by the state government along with an expert committee. /TextBF, buffer zone, surrounding the core area. The buffer zone requires a lesser degree of habitat protection, enabling the coexistence of wildlife and human activities. This zone recognizes the vital social, economic, and cultural rights of local communities, with its boundaries defined through scientific analysis and community consultation. No changes can be made to the boundaries of a tiger reserve without the recommendation of the NTCA and the National Board for Wildlife's approval. Importantly, states are prohibited from denotifying a tiger reserve unless in the public interest and with the requisite approvals. /TextBF 16.1.2 National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA. Established under the Amendment Act of 2006, the National Tiger Conservation Authority serves as a statutory body aimed at facilitating and implementing conservation measures for tigers. /TextBF, did you know? Each tiger boasts a unique pattern of stripes, akin to fingerprints. While tigers are typically solitary animals, mothers will nurture their young until they are capable of independent survival. After mating, male and female tigers part ways. /TextBF, powers and functions of NTCA, include 1. Approval of state-prepared tiger conservation plans. 2. Evaluation of ecological sustainability within tiger reserves, disallowing any unsustainable land use such as mining or industrial projects. 3. Setting normative standards for tourism within these reserves. 4. Dissemination of information regarding protection measures, population estimates, status of habitats, and more. The NTCA plays a vital role in ensuring the integrity of tiger habitats and facilitating biodiversity conservation initiatives that emphasize local community participation. /TextBF 16.1.3 Estimation of tiger populations. The process of estimating the number of tigers within a specific area is referred to as the tiger census. This process is essential for assessing tiger population dynamics and density, conducted at regular intervals to track trends over time. Historically, the pugmark census technique was the dominant method for estimating tiger numbers, relying on the tracking of pugmarks. However, contemporary assessments now utilize advanced techniques such as camera trapping and DNA fingerprinting. The camera trapping technique captures photographs of individual tigers, allowing for identification via their unique stripe patterns, while DNA fingerprinting offers insights using scats for individual identification. /TextBF 2010 Assessment Methodology. The All India Tiger Estimation process stands as a cornerstone of national conservation efforts. Structured to occur every 4 years since 2006, this exercise involves 3 comprehensive phases. 1. Field data collection at the beat level, conducted by trained personnel. 2. Satellite data analysis to evaluate the habitat quality of tiger forests. 3. Camera trapping, which identifies individuals based on their distinct stripe patterns, analyzed scientifically by wildlife biologists. The success of this method relies on statistical modeling and robust scientific frameworks, ensuring precise estimates for broader landscapes based on a variety of ecological indicators. /TextBF, Phase 4, this initiative, launched in 2011, represents an evolution in the monitoring of tigers, focusing on annual evaluations within tiger reserves. Employing sophisticated methodologies designed by the Wildlife Institute of India and the NTCA, it uses an extensive network of camera traps to provide ongoing assessments of tiger populations and their prey. /TextBF, innovations in the 2010 National Tiger Assessment involve collaborations with local communities and civil society organizations for data collection and analysis, genetic evaluations from fecal samples, and inclusive assessments of co-predators, prey, and habitat quality. /TextBF, tiger population estimates. Between 2006, when the tiger population was estimated at 1,411, and 2010, concerted conservation initiatives resulted in a noted increase to 1,706 tigers. \TextTBF, did you know? Tigers in the wild typically live for 10 to 15 years but can exceed 20 years in captivity. Their adaptability allows them to thrive in diverse ecosystems, from the frigid Siberian taiga to lush tropical mangrove swamps. \TextTBF 16.1.4 International Cooperation. India actively collaborates with its neighboring countries to combat wildlife trade and enhance conservation efforts. Agreements are in place with Nepal and China, focusing on the transboundary illegal trade in wildlife, with ongoing discussions for similar accords with Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Myanmar. A global tiger forum has been established, uniting countries that are home to tiger populations to address international conservation challenges. Further, the Asian Ministerial Conference on Tiger Conservation, held in New Delhi, reinforced commitments to rehabilitate and restore tiger populations through comprehensive strategies recognizing the essential relationship between local communities and wildlife conservation. \TextTBF, did you know? Rajasthan stands as the first Indian state to initiate Project Leopard, aimed at conserving leopards through their prey enhancement, conflict mitigation, and poaching control, demonstrating a commitment to preserving India's rich biodiversity. Through these efforts, Project Tiger not only aims to safeguard the Indian tiger but also acts as a template for broader conservation initiatives, balancing ecological needs with the rights and livelihoods of local communities, thereby ensuring the vibrant legacy of India's natural heritage continues to thrive for generations to come. Project Elephant. \TextTBF, Chapter, Conservation Efforts, Project Elephant. In February 1992, India embarked on a monumental journey with the launch of Project Elephant, a centrally sponsored initiative aimed at preserving the majesty of wild elephants in their natural habitats. This endeavor was directed towards states with significant free-ranging populations of elephants, ensuring their long-term survival and the maintenance of viable populations across the nation. The project has primarily been implemented in 13 states and union territories, namely Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Uttarakhand, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. Additional support is offered to Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh, enriching the overarching aim of conservation. The states involved receive financial backing and technical assistance to help them realize the project's goals. Additionally, states with smaller elephant populations benefit from help with census taking, staff training, and strategies to mitigate human-elephant conflicts. Understanding the issue. Did you know that majestic creatures like the hippo, walrus, narwhal, mammoth, and notably, both Asian and African elephants face severe threats from poaching primarily for their valuable ivory tusks? The essence of Project Elephant is rooted in addressing such devastating issues. Objectives of Project Elephant. \TextTBF, protection, to safeguard elephants, their habitats, and migration corridors. \TextTBF, human-elephant conflict management, to tackle rising conflicts between humans and elephants. \TextTBF, welfare initiatives, to enhance the welfare of domesticated elephants. The overarching aim of Project Elephant is to restore ecological balance by rehabilitating natural habitats, re-establishing migratory routes, and alleviating escalating conflicts arising from human expansion encroaching into vital elephant habitats. Furthermore, it seeks to develop scientific conservation and management strategies to protect these gentle giants from poaching and unnatural causes of death, and to combat the illegal ivory trade. The project promotes research on elephant issues while spreading public awareness through educational programs. Critical measures include eco-development and veterinary care for elephants, as well as ensuring proper health care and breeding for domesticated elephants. Elephant corridors. One of the critical components of Project Elephant is the identification and preservation of elephant corridors, narrow strips of forested land that connect larger habitats. These corridors facilitate the movement of elephants, enhancing their survival rates by allowing for safe passage between fragmented habitats. There are 88 known elephant corridors in India, revealing a complex distribution: 20 in South India, 12 in northwestern India, another 20 in central India, 14 in northern West Bengal, and 22 in northeast India. Approximately 73% of these corridors are regularly utilized by elephants, with a third deemed ecologically crucial. Yet, the fragmentation of habitats remains a grave concern, particularly in regions like northern West Bengal and northwestern India, where developmental pressures threaten these essential migration paths. Threats to elephant corridors. Tragically, the primary threat facing these corridors is habitat loss due to industrial development, construction of buildings, roads, railways, and holiday resorts, not to mention the encroachment of solar fencing. Coal and iron ore mining exacerbate the crisis, particularly in mineral-rich states like Odisha, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh, which are notorious for elephant-human conflicts. Adding to the challenge is the poaching crisis fueled by the high value of elephant ivory. These magnificent animals require extensive grazing grounds, and with many reserves inadequately sized, elephants often find themselves in conflict with humans, whose fields they raid for sustenance. Mitigation strategies. To combat these threats, a critical focus is on merging corridors with adjacent protected areas, ensuring greater ecological sensitivity and providing thorough monitoring to observe wildlife movements. Engaging with local communities is equally vital, promoting voluntary relocation away from conflict zones to preserve both human and elephant safety while preventing urban encroachment into natural habitats. The MIKE program. To further safeguard elephant populations, the monitoring of illegal killing of elephants (MIKE) program was initiated in South Asia in 2003. This program aims to collect vital information necessary for implementing effective management and enforcement actions concerning elephant populations. MIKE's objectives include measuring illegal hunting trends, understanding the factors influencing these trends, and evaluating the impact of policies set by CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Hathi Mere Sathi campaign. In 2011, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, in partnership with the Wildlife Trust of India, launched the Hathi Mere Sathi campaign. This initiative aims to strengthen the relationship between elephants, the national heritage animal of India, and the communities living alongside them. Through awareness-raising activities and collaborative efforts, including setting up Gaja, elephant, centers, the campaign seeks to empower local populations to participate actively in elephant conservation. The Elephant 8 Ministerial Meeting. At the forefront of international cooperation for elephant conservation is the Elephant 8 E8 Ministerial Meeting, where representatives from countries such as India, Botswana, Indonesia, and Kenya convened to discuss significant challenges and strategies for sustainable management of all elephant species. The commitment to a shared agenda aimed at ensuring the welfare and survival of these majestic creatures was palpable, leading to the establishment of the E50 Forum, a visionary framework to promote the welfare of elephants over the next 50 years. The plight of elephants in India cannot be overstated. With approximately 25,000 elephants residing in the wild, the reality is that the species, particularly male tuskers, face extreme threats akin to those faced by tigers in terms of their population viability. As we strive for harmonious coexistence with these gentle giants, it is crucial that we embrace our responsibility in conservation efforts, as each action taken today is an investment in the future of elephants and biodiversity. Conclusion. As we reflect on the efforts and strides made through Project Elephant and various other initiatives, it becomes clear that the survival of elephants hinges not just on legal frameworks and conservation programs, but also on the consciousness and commitment of society as a whole to protect these iconic creatures. Strengthening the bond between humans and elephants, fostering awareness, and actively engaging communities in conservation can lay the groundwork for a future where elephants roam freely and wild across India's diverse landscapes, reinforcing their place in our rich natural heritage. Vultures. /TextBF, Chapter, Conservation Efforts, the Guardian of the Skies. India is home to a magnificent array of wildlife, among which 9 species of vultures thrive in the wild, namely 1. Oriental white-backed vulture, Gyps bengalensis. 2. Slender-billed vulture, Gyps tenurostrys. 3. Long-billed vulture, Gyps indicus. 4. Egyptian vulture, Neophron percnopterus. 5. Red-headed vulture, Sarcogyps calvis. 6. Indian griffon vulture, Gyps fulvis. 7. Himalayan griffon, Gyps himalayensis. 8. Cinereous vulture, Aegypius monachus. 9. Bearded vulture or lammergare, Gypaetus barbatus. Despite their critical role in maintaining ecological balance, vulture populations have faced alarming declines, with a staggering 97% decrease documented in the Gyps genus by 2005. The first such decline was recorded in Rajasthan at the famous Keoladeo National Park, a vital haven for these birds. As this troubling trend unfolded, similar declines were reported across the Asian subcontinent, including in neighboring countries like Nepal and Pakistan. Among the vultures in India, the oriental white-backed vulture, the slender-billed vulture, and the long-billed vulture have seen catastrophic drops in their numbers within the past decade. The red-headed vulture, also known as the king vulture, along with the aforementioned species, is now listed as critically endangered, while the Egyptian vulture and white-backed vulture have been classified as endangered due to similar population declines. Initially, experts considered food scarcity, specifically a lack of available carrion, and an unknown viral epidemic to be the causes of these declines. However, research soon unveiled a more sinister culprit, diclofenac, a nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drug, NSAID, widely utilized in veterinary practices. Diclofenac is known for its effectiveness in treating inflammation and pain, but it poses severe risks to vultures that ingest it through contaminated animal remains. Studies show that vultures are unable to metabolize this drug, leading to renal failure and, tragically, death. Visceral gout, a condition caused by an accumulation of uric acid, was found in 85% of diseased vultures at the time of inquiry. Furthermore, vultures exhibit a distinct behavior called neck drooping. This serves as one of the few visible indications that they are in distress, a precursor often leading to their collapse. As the crisis deepened, the introduction of meloxicam emerged as a safer alternative to diclofenac. This second-generation NSAID offers a reduced risk of adverse effects and is now recognized in over 70 countries, including India, Europe, and the USA. In response to the alarming vulture population decline, the Indian government took significant steps to mitigate this crisis. In May 2006, a ban on the veterinary use of diclofenac was announced. However, the struggle persisted as the human form of the drug remained in use due to its lower cost, making it difficult for farmers to opt for safer alternatives like meloxicam. Vultures play an indispensable role in the ecosystem. They are nature's clean-up crew, swiftly consuming putrid carcasses and thus preventing potential health hazards in the environment. Their scavenging activities help maintain a balance between species, ensuring that other scavengers do not proliferate unchecked. The traditional practices of communities such as the Parsis, who rely on vultures for the proper disposal of diseased bodies in their towers of silence, are also threatened by the decline in vulture numbers. The consequences of losing these magnificent birds are dire. Without vultures, the equilibrium within scavenging ecosystems falters. We can expect an upsurge in decomposing carcasses, leading to an influx of feral dogs at carcass distribution sites, which amplifies the risk of diseases such as rabies and anthrax. Additionally, local communities that depend on vultures, such as bone and hide collectors, will find their livelihoods increasingly imperiled. To tackle this crisis, innovative solutions such as vulture safety zones, VSZ, have been developed. This unique initiative in Asia, reminiscent of similar projects in Europe and Africa, aims to create designated areas free from diclofenac and other harmful veterinary drugs within a 150 km radius of vulture colonies. In India, these zones stretch across several hundred kilometers from the esteemed Jim Corbett National Park to various forest reserves along the Indo-Nepal border. These VSZs provide safe food sources that are devoid of veterinary contaminants, alongside additional resources that enhance the survival of young vultures. Furthermore, they serve as vital points for researchers to study vulture biology and ecology, raise awareness for conservation efforts, and even attract ecotourists eager to witness these majestic birds. Specific zones have been earmarked, including one stretching from Uttarakhand to Nepal, covering the Tarai belt of approximately 30,000 square kilometers. Similar initiatives exist in regions like Dibrugarh, Assam, and the central Indian state of Chhattisgarh. Crucially, eliminating diclofenac in these safe zones is paramount for the survival of vulture populations. The concept of vulture restaurants offers a creative solution for providing uncontaminated carcasses for these scavengers. Established by forest departments in regions like Maharashtra and Punjab, these feeding sites not only conserve the dwindling vulture populations but also involve local communities in conservation efforts by compensating them for reporting dead animals that can be tested and potentially transported to these restaurants. In addition to vulture restaurants, there are breeding centers throughout India dedicated to protecting these species. Established places like the Vulture Breeding and Conservation Center at Pinjore, Haryana, and others in Assam and West Bengal have begun releasing young vultures into designated safe zones. However, as vultures take 4 to 5 years to become independent flyers, patience will be required for these conservation efforts to bear fruit. The Indian and Nepalese governments have taken resolute measures to ban diclofenac, promote meloxicam as a viable alternative, and implement a national action plan for vulture conservation. This comprehensive approach includes upgrading the protection status of endangered vultures in the Wildlife Protection Act, establishing care facilities, and engaging in awareness programs targeting veterinarians, children, and local communities. India has been proactive on the international front as well. In 2004, India proposed a motion to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, that galvanized action among member countries to eliminate diclofenac from veterinary practices and establish recovery plans for vulture populations. Additionally, the consortium, Saving Asia's Vultures from Extinction, symbolizes a concerted effort from regional and global organizations aimed at conserving vultures. This collaborative framework is focused on the 3 critically endangered gyps species, the oriental white-backed vulture, the long-billed vulture, and the slender-billed vulture. Recently, impressive advancements have taken place, such as Asia's first gyps vulture reintroduction program initiated at Pinjore, where 2 Himalayan griffons were successfully released into the wild. While not endangered themselves, Himalayan griffins are closely related to the critically endangered gyps vultures, highlighting the interconnectedness of species conservation efforts. In summary, India's ongoing battle to save its vulture populations reflects a commitment to preserving biodiversity and restoring balance to ecosystems. Through coordinated efforts, community involvement, and innovative conservation strategies, India aspires to keep high above the skies the silhouette of these vital and majestic creatures, ensuring they continue to play their indispensable role in the environment. Indian one-horned rhino. Chapter 16.4 Conservation Efforts, a deeper dive into Indian Rhino Vision 2020. 16.4.1 The aspiration of Indian Rhino Vision 2020. In the verdant landscapes of Assam, a significant conservation initiative known as the Indian Rhino Vision 2020 is taking root. This ambitious program is being spearheaded by the Department of Environment and Forests in Assam, in active collaboration with the Boro Autonomous Council. Their efforts have gained considerable momentum, bolstered by support from prominent conservation organizations such as WWF India, the International Rhino Foundation, IRF, and the Save the Rhino campaign, in addition to various local NGOs passionate about wildlife preservation. The core aspiration of Indian Rhino Vision 2020 is to elevate the population of the greater one-horned rhino, Rhinoceros unicornis, in Assam from approximately 2,000 individuals in the early 2000s to a robust 3,000 by the year 2020. Crucially, this initiative aims to ensure that these majestic creatures are not only thriving in numbers but are also distributed across at least 7 protected areas, PAS. This strategy is pivotal for maintaining long-term genetic diversity and viability of the one-horned rhino population, reducing the risk of localized extinctions. Interestingly, one may find it worthwhile to learn about the woolly rhino, Coelodonta antiquitatis, a species that captured the imagination of many and is now a well-known part of our planet's extinction narrative. Its memory reminds us of the fragility of ecosystems and the urgent need to protect our existing wildlife. 16.4.2 Addressing the challenges. The philosophy behind this visionary approach is rooted in the understanding that concentrating a significant number of rhinos in a single protected area, such as the famed Kaziranga National Park, heightens their vulnerability to various calamities. Such risks include widespread epidemics, natural disasters like floods, and increased incidence of poaching, each of which could devastate the population. Moreover, the Pabitora Wildlife Sanctuary has seen its rhino population spiral beyond the carrying capacity of its habitat. This overpopulation can lead to detrimental impacts on local flora and can amplify conflicts between rhinos and human communities as the search for space and resources intensifies. The primary species in focus is, of course, the greater one-horned rhino, and the conservation activities surrounding these majestic creatures include anti-poaching measures, extensive monitoring, and most significantly, translocation efforts. Translocations form the backbone of the Indian Rhino Vision 2020 initiative. The strategy revolves around identifying and population potential rhino habitats in regions such as Manas National Park, Dibru-Sakhova Wildlife Sanctuary, and Laukhowabura Chapuri Wildlife Sanctuary. The objective is to create viable populations of rhinos in these areas, thereby distributing the species more widely and mitigating risks associated with concentration in a single location. Manas National Park was identified as the first site for these translocation efforts, and significant strides have been made since 2008, with 10 rhinos successfully released into its wilderness. Further plans are underway to move an additional 10 rhinos from Kaziranga National Park before the year concludes, a step that is crucial for fostering a self-sustaining and resilient population of this threatened species. As we reflect on the significance of such conservation endeavors, it's a reminder of how interconnected our actions and the environment are. conservation is not merely a scientific pursuit, it is a communal responsibility that involves educating and engaging local populations to foster coexistence with wildlife. Did you know? While discussions around conservation often focus solely on wildlife, it is vital to acknowledge that even alternative energy sources have environmental implications. For instance, compressed natural gas, CNG, while cleaner compared to other fossil fuels, has been found to yield the highest rates of potentially hazardous carbonyl emissions, as highlighted in a study by the Central Pollution Control Board in 2011. Such insights can help shape more holistic environmental policies that emphasize sustainability, not only for wildlife but for our entire ecosystem. In conclusion, the Indian Rhino Vision 2020 stands as a testament to the collaborative effort required to secure the future of the greater one-horned rhino. With persistence, innovation, and communal involvement, this initiative aims not merely to protect a species but to preserve the rich biodiversity of Assam's ecosystems for generations to come. Project Snow Leopard Conservation Initiative /TextTBF Snow Leopard, the mystical apex predator. In the enchanted realms of the Himalayas and Central Asia, a majestic creature roams the rugged mountains and alpine meadows, the snow leopard. This elusive and mystical apex predator, known for its stunning coat and unmatched prowess, finds itself at a crossroads in history. With a mere 7,500 individuals estimated to survive across an expanse of 2 million square kilometers, the snow leopard has become a symbol of the fragility of wildlife in the face of accelerating human encroachment and environmental change. India, a land of breathtaking landscapes and rich biodiversity, is home to a significant share of these magnificent big cats, with estimates suggesting that 10% of the world's snow leopards nestle within its borders, particularly in the protecting embrace of its less than 5% geographical range. These elusive felines prefer the high-altitude ecosystems, residing above the forests, where the alpine meadows and cold deserts thrive. Their habitat primarily spans the 5 Himalayan states, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh, at elevations that typically soar above 3,000 meters. Despite the snow leopard largely flourishing in China, with Mongolia following closely in numbers, the presence of this grand predator in India serves as a vital part of the ecological fabric. Current estimates suggest India is home to between 400 and 700 snow leopards, but these figures remain uncertain, merely scratching the surface of understanding their true population dynamics. Against this backdrop of intrigue, the snow leopard faces significant threats that jeopardize its existence. Competition with livestock for food resources leads to conflicts with local communities, degrading the snow leopard's habitat. Poaching for pelts and bones, driven by the lucrative illegal trade, adds another layer of peril. The combined weight of these threats puts the snow leopard at risk of local extinction, revealing a pressing need for concerted conservation efforts. Interestingly, while the snow leopard grapples with these challenges, innovative solutions are emerging. Chinese scientists have discovered the remarkable ability of Pteris vittata L., a hardy fern, to cleanse arsenic from contaminated soil, a reminder that nature holds keys to recovery and regeneration. /TextTBF, Project Snow Leopard, January 2009. In response to the urgent call for action, India launched Project Snow Leopard in January 2009, a dedicated initiative aimed at enhancing wildlife conservation efforts in the high-altitude landscapes. This groundbreaking project emerged from a vision to implement a knowledge-based, adaptive conservation strategy that empowers local communities who share the snow leopard's domain with an active role in conservation practices. The goal of Project Snow Leopard is profoundly clear: to safeguard and protect India's rich natural heritage of high-altitude wildlife and their habitats. This ambitious pursuit seeks to foster a collaborative environment wherein conservation policies and actions are shaped by participatory processes, including those who know these lands best, the local inhabitants. The geographic scope of Project Snow Leopard encompasses all biologically crucial landscapes across the Himalayan high altitudes. Its reach extends to the states of Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, and Arunachal Pradesh, charting a course through diverse terrains, regardless of land ownership, whether designated protected areas or common land. It encompasses an astounding 129,000 square kilometers, primarily composed of the non-forested, sparsely forested regions of the Himalayas and Trans-Himalayas, situated above crucial elevation markers. /TextTBF, why uphold the high-altitude ecosystem? The high-altitude ecosystems of India hold a treasure trove of biodiversity that reaches far beyond the iconic snow leopard. Home to an array of endangered wildlife, these elevated elevations give sanctuary to species such as the Himalayan black bear, the red panda, and various mountain ungulates like the wild yak and Tibetan argali, enriching the ecological tapestry. With lakes and bogs dotting the landscape, these areas serve as vital breeding grounds for numerous bird species, including the striking black-necked crane and the graceful bar-headed goose. Recognizing the global significance of these unique ecosystems, India has committed to international agreements aimed at the conservation of high-altitude wildlife species. The snow leopard was recognized in 2003 as a concerted action species under the Convention on Migratory Species, and the subsequent endorsement by the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, reaffirmed the importance of safeguarding not just the snow leopard but all Asian big cats. With dedicated representatives from the Ministry of Environment and Forests actively participating in international discussions, the conservation of the snow leopard has gained significant prominence on the global stage. In a visionary move, Project Snow Leopard plans to engage each state in selecting one biologically critical site to develop a science-based, participatory conservation program within the first 5 years. This initiative will create a blueprint for expanding conservation efforts to encompass additional biologically significant sites, ensuring the preservation of the snow leopard and its fragile habitat for generations to come. Through the lens of Project Snow Leopard, conservation transforms from a distant concept into a community-driven movement, promoting harmony between human life and nature, wherein the snow leopard continues to roam the majestic heights of the Himalayas, a testament to what can be achieved when we unite for a shared purpose. Protected Himalayas. In the breathtaking expanses of the Himalayas, where towering peaks cradle pristine glaciers and valleys bloom with vibrant biodiversity, an ambitious initiative has emerged to protect the region's most enigmatic inhabitant, the snow leopard. This project, launched by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEF/and in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, signifies not just a commitment to conservation, but a holistic approach aimed at harmonizing the environment with the lives of mountain communities. The snow leopard, known as the ghost of the mountain, roams the rugged terrains of the Himalayas, spanning the states of Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, and Sikkim. This elusive big cat is not merely a captivating symbol of the region's wildlife, it plays a critical role in the ecological balance of these alpine ecosystems. The project, therefore, is designed to safeguard the habitats of these majestic creatures, while simultaneously striving to enhance the overall ecology of the Himalayan ranges. Central to the project are several focus areas that reflect a multifaceted understanding of conservation. 1/TextTBF, strengthening and improving the protected area network. The initiative seeks to bolster the framework of protected areas, ensuring that vital habitats are effectively shielded from encroachment and degradation. By expanding existing reserves and establishing new sanctuaries, the project creates safe havens where snow leopards can thrive, while also protecting the myriad of species that share their habitat. 2/TBF Landscape Level Approach for Wildlife Conservation, understanding that conservation transcends the boundaries of individual protected areas, this project adopts a landscape-level strategy. This involves coordinated efforts across various ecosystems, encouraging collaborations among different stakeholders, including local communities, government bodies, and conservation organizations. By fostering connectivity between habitats, it enables wildlife to move freely and maintain genetic diversity. 3/TBF Control of Poaching and Illegal Trade in Wildlife. The illicit wildlife trade poses a grave threat to both snow leopards and their habitats. The project implements stringent measures to combat poaching, deploying advanced monitoring technologies and enhancing enforcement capabilities to deter illegal activities. By raising awareness about the ecological importance of snow leopards, the project aims to shift public perception and decrease demand for poached wildlife. 4/TBF Mitigation of Human-Wildlife Conflicts. As human settlements expand into the snow leopard's natural habitat, conflicts between humans and wildlife have become increasingly common. This initiative focuses on developing sustainable solutions, such as livestock insurance schemes and community-led monitoring programs, that empower local populations to coexist peacefully with these magnificent predators. By addressing grievances on both sides, the project fosters a spirit of collaboration rather than confrontation. 5/TBF Management of Tourism in Wildlife Areas. Tourism can be a double-edged sword, offering economic opportunities while posing risks to wildlife and their habitats. This project emphasizes responsible tourism management that prioritizes conservation. By developing ecotourism initiatives that benefit local communities, it ensures that tourism contributes positively to both the economy and the environment. Local guides are trained to share their knowledge of the ecosystem while promoting awareness and respect for the delicate balance of nature. As the snow leopards navigate the rugged peaks and deep ravines of the Himalayas, this project serves as a beacon of hope, not only for their conservation but also for the future of mountain communities that depend on a healthy ecosystem. Through collaboration, education, and innovative practices, it seeks to ensure that the majestic snow leopard continues to roam these majestic mountains for generations to come, embodying the spirit of conservation in one of the world's most remarkable landscapes. Turtle Conservation Initiative. The Sea Turtle Conservation Project, a beacon of hope. Every winter, as the cold chill begins to weave through the Indian landscape, a remarkable event unfolds along the coastal waters of India. A significant proportion of the world's olive ridley turtle population embarks on a long and arduous journey, migrating to the eastern coastline. Here, they instinctively seek the tranquil shores to nest, creating a spectacle of nature's enduring rhythms. Recognizing the urgent need for conservation, the Ministry of Environment and Forests took a monumental step forward in November 1999. In partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, they launched the Sea Turtle Conservation Project, with the esteemed Wildlife Institute of India, located in Dehradun, entrusted as the implementing agency. This ambitious initiative was designed not just as a reactionary measure, but as a proactive strategy to safeguard the olive ridley turtles and other endangered marine species that share a perilous existence in our oceans. This comprehensive project spans across 10 coastal states, with particular emphasis placed on the vital habitats of Ulisa, home to some of the most significant nesting grounds of the olive ridley. Through meticulous planning and execution, the project has yielded profound results. An extensive inventory map of breeding sites for sea turtles has been created, meticulously identifying nesting and breeding habitats along the shoreline. Moreover, this effort has illuminated the migratory routes these turtles undertake, bringing vital insights to light. In addition to mapping nesting sites, the project has developed crucial guidelines aimed at safeguarding these majestic creatures while minimizing their mortality. A facet of this endeavor has involved fostering both national and international collaborations, promoting cooperative action dedicated to the conservation of sea turtles. Recognizing the delicate balance of tourism and wildlife conservation, the project has also laid out guidelines to ensure tourism practices in sea turtle areas do not disrupt their natural habitats. A standout achievement of the Sea Turtle Conservation Project is the pioneering use of satellite telemetry. This advanced technology has not only unraveled the mysteries surrounding the migratory pathways of the olive ridley turtles but also facilitated a dialogue with local fishermen and the state government. By educating them on the implementation of turtle exclusion devices (TED) in fishing trawlers, efforts have intensified to reduce the incidental catch and mortality of these turtles in fishing nets, a true testament to the project's holistic approach in addressing conservation challenges. What lies at the heart of these efforts is the understanding that every creature plays a crucial role in our ecosystem. The olive ridley turtle, with its unique nesting patterns and migratory behaviors, serves as an indicator of ocean health. The conservation of such species not only preserves biodiversity but also enriches the fabric of our natural world. Did you know? While we marvel at the resilience of sea turtles, it's fascinating to note the wonders of the animal kingdom extend far beyond. For instance, the hippopotamus, often found basking in African rivers, is colloquially known as the river horse. This name reflects its semi-aquatic lifestyle and robust anatomy, often leading it to be affectionately referred to as simply a hippo. Just like the captivating story of the olive ridley, every creature, from the depths of the ocean to the banks of African rivers, contributes to the vibrant tapestry of life on our planet. Through dedicated conservation efforts like the Sea Turtle Conservation Project, we can foster a brighter future, ensuring that these remarkable beings continue to grace our oceans and inspire generations to come. Crocodile Conservation Initiatives in India. Indian Environment Conservation Efforts. In the heart of India, where the rich tapestry of flora and fauna thrives amidst diverse ecosystems, the Indian Crocodile Conservation Project stands as a beacon of hope for the nation's lizard-like reptiles. Once teetering on the edge of extinction, the crocodilian population has witnessed a remarkable resurgence. This transformative initiative not only saw the birth of thousands of crocodiles but also made substantial contributions to broader conservation efforts across related environmental domains. Objectives of the Indian Crocodile Conservation Project. The project's aspirations are multifaceted and reflect a comprehensive strategy aimed at rejuvenating crocodilian numbers and their habitats. 1/TBF Protection of natural habitats. One of the foundational goals is to safeguard the remaining populations of crocodilians in their native settings. This has been achieved through the establishment of dedicated sanctuaries that serve as safe havens, allowing these remarkable creatures to thrive away from human encroachment. 2/TBF Repopulation through innovative techniques. A standout aspect of this initiative involves the grow and release or rear and release methodologies. Thanks to these efforts, more than 7,000 crocodiles have been successfully restocked into their habitats. Among these, around 4,000 are gharials, Gavialis gangeticus, 1,800 are mugger crocodiles, Crocodilus palustris, and 1,500 belong to the saltwater crocodile species, Crocodilus porosus. 3/TBF Promoting captive breeding. The project emphasizes the importance of generating a steady supply of healthy crocodilians through captive breeding programs, which not only help bolster population numbers but also ensure genetic diversity within species. 4/TBF Research and Management Enhancement. Ongoing research initiatives are paramount for optimal management strategies. These investigations delve into the behavior, ecology, and health of crocodilian populations, providing essential knowledge that informs conservation practices. 5/TBF Training of personnel. The initiative has also prioritized the development of a knowledgeable workforce. Intensive training programs, conducted at project sites and through the formally established Central Crocodile Breeding and Management Training Institute in Hyderabad, have equipped personnel with the skills necessary for efficient project continuity and management. 6/TBF Engagement with local communities. Recognizing that conservation is a community effort, the project actively involves local people. Their participation fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility towards these magnificent creatures, helping to create a symbiotic relationship between humans and nature. Project Hengool, a second chance for the Kashmir stag. Moving from the rivers and marshes to the serene forests of the Kashmir Valley, we find another commendable conservation effort, Project Hengool. The Kashmir stag, or Hengool, Cervus affinis hunglu, a subspecies of the Central Asian red deer, is the nobilis state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. This iconic deer adaptation thrives among dense riverine forests and rugged mountainous terrains, often forming groups of 2 to 18 individuals. Historically, Hengool populations flourished. Yet, with the dawn of the 20th century, factors such as habitat destruction and unregulated grazing by domestic livestock began to threaten their existence. By the 1970s, the situation had reached a critical juncture, with the population plummeting to a mere 150 individuals. However, hope emerged when the governments of Jammu and Kashmir, in collaboration with the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, launched Project Hengool. This initiative focused on habitat restoration, anti-poaching measures, and community engagement efforts. As a result, the effort bore fruit, and by 1980, the population more than doubled, reaching over 340 individuals. A global perspective on conservation. In the larger frame of global conservation, it's essential to note similar threats faced by species such as the hippopotamus. These formidable creatures are increasingly endangered due to habitat loss and the perils posed by poaching for their meat and ivory teeth. Such knowledge fosters a shared responsibility, driving a collective human effort toward conserving biodiversity in all corners of the globe. These conservation initiatives underscore a broader message: the importance of preserving our natural world. Through dedicated efforts, collaboration, and community involvement, we can create a sustainable future for not just the crocodilians of India but for all species that share this planet. Breeding in captivity. /TBF, captive breeding, a lifeline for endangered species in India. In the shadow of towering mountains and lush green forests of India, wildlife faces an unprecedented crisis. Species that once thrived in their natural habitats now find themselves teetering on the brink of extinction. As populations dwindle, wildlife biologists and conservationists turn to a powerful strategy known as /TBF, captive breeding, a method that may serve as the last bastion of hope for many animals at risk of vanishing forever. Captive breeding involves the capture of members from a wild species, who are then bred and nurtured within specially designed facilities. These sanctuaries, carefully managed by dedicated wildlife experts, become safe havens where the animals are shielded from the myriad threats of a rapidly changing world. Here, in a structured environment specially designed to meet their needs, species can be bred and raised with the aim of eventually reintroducing them back into their natural habitats. the need for such interventions arises in several critical situations. When a particular animal population falls to dangerously low levels, captive breeding can play an essential role in replenishing numbers. For instance, if there are remaining suitable habitats where animals once roamed freely, captive-born young can be released back into the wild, igniting the chance for recovery where species have suffered declines or even faced complete extinction. Another scenario that highlights the importance of captive breeding involves an entire ecosystem facing degradation. When habitats lose their vitality due to pollution, deforestation, or natural disasters, the wildlife that inhabits these areas often struggles to survive. In such instances, maintaining a captive population can serve as a buffering strategy, ensuring that these endangered creatures can be preserved until their environmental challenges are resolved or alternative habitats can be identified. Furthermore, habitat fragmentation, the process by which large, continuous habitats are divided into smaller, isolated patches, poses a significant threat to species survival. In this situation, captive breeding, coupled with effective management strategies, can foster the genetic diversity needed to prevent inbreeding and bolster the chances of long-term survival. Providing opportunities for genetic mixing can lead to stronger, more resilient populations. Behavioral patterns can also trap species in regions of degraded habitat. Certain birds may become restricted to areas that no longer serve their needs, unable to seek out healthier environments. Through targeted captive breeding and subsequent release programs, these birds can be encouraged to re-establish a broader range, helping them adapt to new habitats and potentially reintegrating them into the ecosystem. One of the significant advantages of holding species in captivity is the wealth of knowledge it affords researchers. Studying behaviors, reproductive patterns, and health needs in a controlled environment allows scientists to gather insights that may be elusive in the wild. This invaluable research can lead to the development of tailored conservation strategies that target the specific challenges these species face. As we delve deeper into the world of captive breeding, the potential for reintroduction or re-establishment of species in their natural habitats also emerges as a vital goal. The successful conservation efforts of species such as the lion-tailed macaque present a beacon of hope. In facilities like the Arignar Anna Zoological Park in Chennai and Mysore Zoo, dedicated conservationists are diligently working to ensure the survival of this unique species, which has suffered drastically due to habitat loss and human encroachment. In summary, captive breeding stands as a pivotal strategy in the conservation toolkit. It provides a lifeline for species on the brink of extinction, offering the chance for recovery and revitalization. With each successful breeding program and subsequent reintroduction, we step closer to restoring the delicate balance of India's rich biodiversity, ensuring a thriving ecosystem for generations to come. Dolphins in the Indian environment. Dolphins, remarkable creatures of the aquatic world, play a vital role in our ecosystems. Graceful and intelligent, they are not just inhabitants of the deep sea, but are also found in brackish and freshwater environments. India, with its diverse waterways and coastal regions, is home to a stunning variety of dolphins. There are approximately 15 species of marine and harbor dolphins swimming in its waters, including the enchanting Irrawaddy dolphins that inhabit the brackish waters of Odisha. Among the freshwater varieties, the Gangetic dolphin thrives in the Ganges River and its tributaries, while the Indus River dolphin can be found in the historic waters of the Indus River in Punjab. To protect these magnificent creatures, all dolphin species, whether they reside in the salt of the sea, the brackish estuaries, or the freshwater rivers, are categorized under Schedule of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. This designation ensures that they receive the highest level of legal protection from hunting and other harmful activities. Among these dolphins, The Gangetic dolphin has been singled out for special conservation efforts due to its critically endangered status. It has been identified as one of the 17 species included in a recovery program for critically endangered species under the centrally sponsored scheme of Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitat. In 2016, the National Mission for Clean Ganga, NMCG, launched a comprehensive conservation initiative aimed specifically at dolphins, ensuring their long-term survival alongside other river-dwelling fauna. The Ganges River dolphin, being recognized as the national aquatic animal by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, holds a unique significance. This incredible species resides in the extensive Ganges-Brahmaputra-Meghna river systems that traverse Nepal, India, and Bangladesh. Current estimates suggest there are only around 2,000 individuals left, reflecting a concerning decline. Among the world's 4 obligate freshwater dolphin species, the Ganges dolphin shares its niche with only 3 others: the Baji of the Yangtze River in China, the Bhulan of the Indus in Pakistan, and the Boto of the Amazon in Latin America. Unlike many marine dolphins that occasionally venture into freshwater, these 4 species are exclusively adapted to riverine and lake environments. Tragically, in 2006, the Chinese river dolphin was declared functionally extinct, serving as a stark reminder of the fragility of aquatic ecosystems. In India, the Ganges River dolphin faces numerous threats: pollution from industrial waste and agricultural runoff, siltation that affects their habitats, accidental drowning in fishing nets, and poaching for their oil. Furthermore, river modifications through the construction of dams and barrages disrupt their natural migration patterns, isolating populations and diminishing genetic diversity. Recognizing these challenges, several organizations, including WWF India, have spearheaded initiatives in Uttar Pradesh focused on conserving and reintroducing the river dolphin into its natural habitat. Such efforts are crucial not only for the survival of the Ganges dolphin but also for the health of the rivers they inhabit, which support a diverse range of life. In an interesting note, it's worth mentioning that certain provisions within the Wildlife Protection Act of 1970 to maintain the traditional hunting rights of the scheduled tribes residing in the Nicobar Islands, which are part of the Union Territory of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. This emphasizes the importance of balancing wildlife conservation with the cultural practices of indigenous communities. As we continue to reflect on the precious gems of our aquatic ecosystems, it is our responsibility to ensure that dolphins and their habitats are preserved for future generations, fostering a harmonious coexistence between human activities and nature. Together, we can contribute to the protection of these extraordinary beings. Measures implemented by the government to curb wild animal intrusions into human habitats. In the heart of India's diverse landscape, where dense forests meet bustling human habitation, a series of conservation initiatives are underway to foster a harmonious coexistence between wildlife and communities. Recognizing the significance of safeguarding both natural habitats and human populations, the government has rolled out several centrally sponsored schemes aimed at addressing the intricate balance of this relationship. Undoubtedly, significant financial assistance flows to the state governments through key programs like Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitats, Project Tiger, and Project Elephant. These initiatives aim to revitalize crucial wildlife areas such as national parks and sanctuaries. By enhancing food and water availability within these ecosystems, the government hopes to deter animals from migrating into nearby human settlements. The initial goal is clear: to mitigate potential conflicts that arise when wild animals venture into populated areas, often driven by habitat scarcity. In tandem with these efforts, the construction of physical barriers has been prioritized. Boundary walls and cutting-edge solar-powered electric fences have been erected around sensitive zones that are frequently targeted by wildlife. These innovative solutions are designed to shield communities from animal encroachment while receiving support from central assistance. They serve as a proactive measure to protect both wildlife and humanity. As part of a holistic approach, the initiative also extends to the development of essential infrastructure geared toward the humane immobilization of problematic animals. The process of tranquilization allows for the safe relocation of animals back to their natural habitats or their rehabilitation in specialized rescue centers. This not only protects human lives but also ensures that no animal is unnecessarily harmed or killed. In recognition of the challenges that arise with wildlife management, chief wildlife wardens in various states and union territories have been granted the authority to permit the hunting of animals classified as problematic, all in accordance with the provisions of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. This framework underscores the complexity of wildlife management and emphasizes that action is taken only when necessary. Moreover, the government understands the critical importance of community engagement in conservation efforts. Programs aimed at educating local populations about the appropriate measures to take during encounters with wild animals have been implemented. These initiatives focus on creating awareness about the do's and don'ts in moments of fear and potential attacks, fostering a culture of informed coexistence. In the surrounding villages of protected areas, eco-development activities are being actively initiated. Through these programs, communities are encouraged to participate in the management of wildlife reserves, aligning their local practices with conservation principles. This approach also addresses local grievances related to human-wildlife conflicts, establishing a cooperative relationship that benefits both parties. In an exciting development, a two-member technical evaluation mission team from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, under the auspices of UNESCO, has recently paid a visit to the Bhitarknika National Park. Their mission aims to assess the suitability of the park for inclusion in the prestigious World Heritage Site list. This evaluation not only highlights the natural beauty and ecological importance of the park but also reinforces the global commitment to conservation efforts. Through these government measures and community-centric programs, India continues to make concerted efforts to protect its wildlife while simultaneously ensuring the safety and well-being of its human populations. The journey towards a sustainable coexistence remains challenging, yet it is a vital undertaking that reinforces the intrinsic value of both wildlife and human communities in the vibrant tapestry of Indian life. India embraces SON. In a significant move towards the conservation of wildlife and the protection of ecological systems, India has taken a bold step by adopting the Statute of the South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network, SON. This strategic decision marks India's formal membership in this pivotal regional initiative, emphasizing its commitment to fostering stronger partnerships with neighboring countries. The primary focus of SON is to combat the alarming rise in transboundary wildlife crime, a pressing concern that threatens diverse species across borders. The SON network is comprised of 8 nations in South Asia: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Each member country brings unique challenges and resources to the table, which creates a rich tapestry of collaboration opportunities. By uniting under the SON umbrella, these nations are collectively pledging to enhance their efforts in monitoring and controlling illegal wildlife trade that not only endangers species but also undermines the ecological balance and cultural heritage of this diverse region. The significance of SON goes beyond mere intergovernmental cooperation. It embodies the spirit of collaboration, coordination, and communication among member states. Through joint initiatives and strategic planning, countries can share intelligence, best practices, and innovative approaches to tackle the complex facets of wildlife crime. This partnership fosters a holistic understanding of the threats faced by wildlife and encourages the development of effective, region-specific strategies to combat poaching and illegal trafficking. Capacity building is also a cornerstone of SON's efforts. The member nations recognize that enhancing the skills and resources of law enforcement agencies, wildlife officials, and local communities is crucial to effectively curbing wildlife crime. Training programs, workshops, and knowledge-sharing forums are being envisioned to equip stakeholders with the necessary tools and insights to detect, investigate, and prosecute wildlife offenses. Moreover, by working collaboratively, the nations of South Asia can undertake comprehensive awareness campaigns that highlight the importance of wildlife conservation. Engaging local populations through education and community involvement is vital, as it fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility towards the protection of the natural world. In this way, SON not only seeks to address immediate threats but also aims to instill a long-term culture of wildlife preservation across the region. In conclusion, India's formal adoption of the Statute of SON signifies a crucial step in the fight against wildlife crime in South Asia. By uniting with its neighbors, India is affirming its dedication to a future where wildlife thrives, ecosystems flourish, and biodiversity is cherished. With enhanced communication, coordination, collaboration, capacity building, and cooperation, the SON network embodies a powerful collective effort aimed at sustainable conservation and safeguarding the rich heritage of wildlife in this vibrant region. Climate change. Introduction. Climate is defined as the long-term average of weather events that occur in a specific region. However, this understanding of climate is far from simple. The Earth's climate system has been in flux for billions of years, undergoing numerous transformations in response to natural phenomena such as sunspots or the glacial periods of ice ages. These natural changes have shaped our planet's environments and ecosystems over time, but in our current era, the conversation about climate change has shifted focus dramatically. When we refer to climate change today, we are primarily talking about shifts in climate over the past century, changes that are predominantly driven by human activities. Unlike the natural changes of the past, which occurred over millennia, the current trends are alarming due to their rapid pace and anthropogenic origins. Human activity, such as industrial processes, the burning of fossil fuels, and large-scale deforestation, has significantly altered the composition of the global atmosphere, leading to a climate shift that exceeds the natural variability of climate patterns observed in comparable historical timeframes. The term climate change refers to profound changes in long-term weather patterns rather than isolated weather events. This distinction is critical. A single sunny winter day in Jammu does not indicate a shift in climate. Instead, it is the overall trend observed over decades that tells the real story. Traditionally, Jammu winters have been characterized by cold temperatures, snow, and rain. However, if these patterns begin to change, if warmer days become more frequent or snowfall becomes scarce, then we witness a real-time example of climate change. The measurable impacts of climate change manifest as a continuous warming trend, which can be observed through significant shifts in temperature, changes in precipitation patterns, alterations in snowfall, and variations in wind patterns over extended periods, often decades or even centuries. These shifts do not occur in isolation, they ripple through ecosystems, affecting biodiversity and human livelihoods alike. Human behaviors are a significant driver of climate change. The excessive burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas releases vast amounts of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which trap heat and contribute to global warming. Additionally, deforestation plays a crucial role in this crisis. Forests act as carbon sinks, absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and mitigating climate change. When we eliminate these forests, either through logging or burning, we not only release stored carbon back into the atmosphere but also diminish the planet's ability to absorb future emissions. As we delve deeper into the subject of climate change, it becomes increasingly evident that we are not just witnessing an environmental issue, we are grappling with a profound challenge that affects all aspects of life on Earth. This crossroad demands urgent action and collaborative solutions, on both local and global scales, to mitigate the changing climate and preserve our planet for future generations. Understanding the intricacies of climate change is the first step toward fostering resilience in our communities and implementing sustainable practices that honor our relationship with the environment. Climate change. Over the course of the last century, our planet has experienced an alarming increase in temperature that is simply unprecedented in the annals of human history. This trend has accelerated markedly over the past 2 decades, with every year since 1992 setting records as one of the warmest on record globally. In fact, 2016 holds the dubious honor of being the hottest year ever recorded. This shift has not just been a gradual change, it has brought with it a striking escalation in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. The world has witnessed an alarming spike in wildfires, prolonged heat waves, and powerful tropical storms, all of which scientists attribute directly to global warming. But what exactly is global warming? It is defined as the average increase in temperature of the Earth's atmosphere, particularly near its surface and within the lower atmosphere known as the troposphere. This increase drives profound alterations in climate patterns across the globe. The warming can result from a complex mix of natural variations and human-induced influences. However, in everyday parlance, global warming typically refers to the changes instigated by heightened emissions of greenhouse gases, primarily resulting from human activities such as the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial processes. The consequences of global warming are far-reaching and deeply concerning. The impacts touch not only ecosystems but also human life, agriculture, and health. Among the most critical effects are 1/TBF, rising sea levels. As polar ice caps and glaciers melt, the water flows into the oceans, causing sea levels to rise. This process endangers coastal communities and ecosystems. 2/TBF, changes in rainfall patterns. Global warming is altering the distribution and intensity of rainfall, leading to droughts in some regions while causing flooding in others. 3/TBF, increased extreme weather events. The likelihood of severe weather phenomena, including not only heat waves but also hurricanes, floods, and droughts, has surged, disrupting lives and economies. 4/TBF, melting ice caps and glaciers. The elegance of ice-covered landscapes is rapidly disappearing as temperatures climb, significantly affecting wildlife that relies on these habitats. 5/TBF, habitat loss and species extinction. With the environment shifting beneath them, many animals are losing their natural habitats, leading to a widespread decline in populations and even extinction. 6/TBF, spread of diseases. As temperatures rise, so does the range of many diseases, including malaria. Warmer climates create favorable conditions for mosquito breeding, which can lead to increased outbreaks. 7/TBF, coral reef bleaching. Rising ocean temperatures cause corals to expel the symbiotic algae they depend on, leading to widespread bleaching and loss of these vibrant ecosystems. 8/TBF, loss of marine plankton. As ocean waters warm, essential marine microorganisms known as plankton face declining populations. This loss has dire implications for the entire marine food web. In the midst of these global changes, there are still fascinating aspects of biodiversity that remind us of the complexity of life. For instance, did you know that the black panther is not a distinct species? The deep black coloration found in some individuals arises from a substance called melanin, which intensifies pigmentation. The production of melanin flourishes under specific environmental conditions, high temperatures, elevated humidity, and reduced light. Interestingly, within the same litter, both black and typically colored cubs can emerge due to varied genetic expressions. As we ponder the impacts of global warming on our planet, it is crucial to consider how intertwined the threads of life are. Understanding these connections may inspire a collective response to safeguard our environment for future generations. Through awareness, education, and decisive action, we can work to address global warming and its many repercussions, ensuring that the balance of our ecosystems is maintained and that our planet remains a thriving home for all forms of life. Greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect, nature's blanket. The greenhouse effect is a fundamental natural phenomenon that acts as a protective blanket for our planet's lower atmosphere. This process warms the Earth and sustains a temperature that is crucial for the survival of countless living organisms. Without this natural mechanism, life as we know it would be impossible. Imagine how a greenhouse functions. In cold climates, a greenhouse is a glass structure designed to retain warmth, providing a nurturing environment for plants even when external temperatures are frigid. Similarly, water vapor and greenhouse gases in the atmosphere serve to keep the Earth warm. These gases maintain a delicate equilibrium between cooling and heating, ensuring that our planet's ecosystems thrive. Without the greenhouse effect, scientists estimate that the Earth's average surface temperature would plummet to -19 degrees Celsius. Instead of the comfortable 15 degrees Celsius we experience today, our world would resemble a frozen, uninhabitable wasteland devoid of life. Understanding greenhouses. A greenhouse, often referred to as a glasshouse, is a structure crafted primarily from glass or plastic. It is specifically designed to cultivate plants in environments that would otherwise be too harsh, protecting them from frost and harsh winds. Inside, the temperature remains significantly higher than the outside air, creating a heaven for flora to flourish. The greenhouse effect explained. The greenhouse effect is a process initiated by greenhouse gases that naturally exist within our atmosphere. Much like the glass of a greenhouse, these gases allow sunlight to enter while trapping heat, thereby retaining warmth. This process is vital for maintaining the Earth's temperature and rendering it a hospitable place for various forms of life. However, human activities have triggered an imbalance in this natural system, increasing the levels of greenhouse gases and leading to a rise in global temperatures. The cycle of energy. Solar energy is emitted from the sun in high-energy, short wavelengths, traveling through the atmosphere to reach the Earth's surface. Approximately 30% of this energy is reflected back into space by clouds, the atmosphere, and the surface itself. The remaining energy is absorbed by the Earth, warming the land and oceans. Once the Earth absorbs this energy, it re-emits it back into the atmosphere in the form of infrared radiation, which has longer wavelengths due to the cooler temperature of the planet compared to the sun. Role of greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, play an essential role in this process. They absorb much of the long-wave energy emitted from the Earth's surface, preventing it from escaping into space. Subsequently, these gases re-emit the energy in all directions, further warming the Earth's surface and lower atmosphere. The impact of humans. In the last 2 centuries, the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere has surged, largely due to human activities such as burning fossil fuels and deforestation. This surge has intensified the natural greenhouse effect by trapping additional energy that would normally escape, thus leading to an increase in Earth's surface temperatures. Interesting facts about trees. Did you know that trees do not die of old age? Instead, most fall victim to insects, diseases, or human activities. Contrary to popular belief, trees grow from the top, not the bottom. Tree leaves play a crucial role in cleaning the air, trapping and removing tiny particles of soot and dust, which can be harmful to human lungs. The complex root networks of trees filter contaminants in the soil, contributing to the production of clean water. Trees also help prevent soil erosion by stabilizing it, trapping soils that might otherwise wash away. In conclusion, while the greenhouse effect is a natural and vital process for sustaining life on Earth, human actions have significantly altered its balance. Understanding this phenomenon not only highlights the importance of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions but also emphasizes the need to protect our natural environments, like forests, which play a pivotal role in maintaining this delicate equilibrium. Through concerted efforts to mitigate climate change, we can ensure that our planet remains a vibrant and hospitable home for future generations. Greenhouse gas emissions. / TBF, understanding greenhouse gases and their impact on climate change. The term greenhouse gases, GHGs, encompasses those gaseous elements in our atmosphere, both of natural origin and those produced by human activities, that are capable of absorbing and re-emitting infrared radiation. This essential process contributes significantly to the greenhouse effect, warming our planet and influencing climate patterns across the globe. / TBF, water vapor, the essential contributor. Among the various greenhouse gases, water vapor is the most significant contributor to the greenhouse effect. Interestingly, human activities do not directly increase the levels of water vapor to a sizable extent. Instead, it is influenced by other greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, co / $_ to $. As co / $_ to $$ concentrations rise, so does the rate of evaporation from oceans and other bodies of water, leading to higher water vapor levels in the atmosphere. What makes water vapor unique is its rapid cycling through the atmosphere, unlike co / $_ to $$, which can linger for centuries. Water vapor evaporates from the Earth's surface, only to return as rain or snow. The relationship between temperature and evaporation means that rising global temperatures due to other greenhouse gases lead to increased water vapor, further enhancing the warming effect. / TBF, carbon dioxide, the primary culprit. Carbon dioxide, co / $$ to $$ stands as the primary greenhouse gas emitted through human activities. It is naturally part of the Earth's carbon cycle, interacting with all systems, the atmosphere, oceans, soil, plants, and animals. However, human actions have disrupted this delicate balance. By burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial activities, we are not only adding more co / $_ to $$ to the atmosphere but also diminishing the natural landscapes that absorb it, like forests. Significant sources of co / $_ to $$ emissions include 1. Burning of fossil fuels for electricity generation. 2. Use of gasoline and diesel for transportation. 3. Industrial processes, where co / $_ to $$ is released from burning fuels and possible chemical reactions. 4. Non-combustion processes, such as cement production and metal manufacturing. Changes in co / $_ to $$ emissions are subtle yet influenced by factors like population growth, technological advancements, energy market fluctuations, and even climatic seasons. For instance, between 1990 and 2010, increased energy use due to a burgeoning economy caused a dramatic rise in $to emissions. The United States remains one of the significant contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, being the second largest emitter currently, and historically, the largest. This has far-reaching implications. Its withdrawal from international climate agreements can hinder efforts to manage global GHG emissions and disrupt funding channels essential for climate finance. To curtail $to emissions effectively, strategies such as reducing fossil fuel use, promoting energy efficiency and conservation, and employing carbon capture technologies are pivotal. \TBF, methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Methane, CH, emerges from both natural and anthropogenic sources. Natural origins include wetlands where bacteria thrive in oxygen-poor environments, resulting in organic material breakdown that emits methane. Human-generated methane largely comes from 1. Agricultural practices, particularly livestock digestion and manure management. 2. Natural gas systems, where methane can leak during extraction and transportation. 3. Waste disposal, particularly in landfills, where decomposition generates methane. Globally, agriculture is responsible for most methane emissions, thus highlighting the need for sustainable practices in livestock rearing and waste management. \TBF, nitrous oxide, the overlooked contributor. Nitrous oxide, $to while less discussed, is another greenhouse gas that naturally occurs as part of the Earth's nitrogen cycle. However, human activities, especially in agriculture through the use of synthetic fertilizers, fossil fuel combustion, and industrial processes, have been increasing its concentration in the atmosphere. Human activity accounted for 6% of nitrous oxide emissions in recent reports. This gas is both a critical contributor to greenhouse warming and damaging to ozone levels. It can be removed from the atmosphere through specific bacteria or chemical reactions, although the processes are not adequately efficient to offset human-induced increases. \TBF, fluorinated gases, the high-potency players. Among greenhouse gases, fluorinated gases are particularly noteworthy due to their high global warming potentials, GWPs. Released during numerous industrial processes, they include hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, perfluorocarbons, PFCs, and sulfur hexafluoride, SF. Despite being less prevalent in the atmosphere than $to their prolonged lifespan and potency make them serious threats to the climate. These substances were introduced as replacements for ozone-depleting compounds like CFCs but ironically carry substantial warming potential and contribute to greenhouse gas emissions when they escape from industrial equipment. \TBF, black carbon, the sooty culprit. Black carbon, BC, commonly known as soot, is not a greenhouse gas in the traditional sense as it is a solid particulate. Nonetheless, it significantly affects warming by absorbing heat and darkening reflective surfaces like glaciers and snow, leading to accelerated melting. Sources of black carbon include burning of biomass, vehicular emissions, and various domestic uses of solid fuels. Despite its short atmospheric lifespan, days to weeks, black carbon poses immediate challenges to regional climates and ecosystems, making it crucial to address its sources. \TBF, brown carbon, an emerging concern. Brown carbon, an organic component of atmospheric aerosol, has recently gained attention in climate discussions. Often associated with biomass burning, it shares some properties with black carbon, including potential warming effects. Differentiating between brown and black carbon helps better understand their respective impacts on climate and air quality. \TextTBF Conclusion Collective Action for Change. Every element contributes to the broader narrative of greenhouse gases and their impact on climate change. From water vapor and carbon dioxide to methane and black carbon, understanding their sources, effects, and the human role in their emissions is vital for mitigating climate impact. As a global community, we must embrace sustainable practices, reduce emissions, and promote technological innovations to safeguard our planet for future generations. Engaging with initiatives like Project Surya, aimed at enhancing energy efficiency and utilizing renewable resources, underscores a collective commitment to combat climate change and build a more sustainable future. In the words of wisdom shared through various channels, planting trees, reducing waste, and embracing clean energy solutions are pivotal steps we can all take. Ultimately, the journey towards a healthier planet begins with awareness, responsibility, and action from each one of us. Climate drivers. In the intricate tapestry of Earth's climate system, certain factors play a pivotal role in modulating the delicate balance of our atmosphere. These influences, known as climate forcings, can either amplify or mitigate the various changes occurring within our climate. Understanding the essence of these forcings is crucial as we delve deeper into the complexities underpinning climate change. On one end of the spectrum, we find positive climate forcings, most notably the excess greenhouse gases that have accumulated in our atmosphere. These gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, act like a thickening blanket around the Earth, trapping heat and thereby warming our planet. Conversely, there are negative forcings at play, where certain elements, primarily various types of atmospheric aerosols and volcanic eruptions, can lead to cooling effects. Atmospheric aerosols encompass a range of tiny particles, including volcanic dust, soot from fossil fuel combustion, ash from burning forests, and mineral particles. Each of these aerosols has a unique impact on the climate. For instance, dark, carbon-rich particles like soot produced from diesel engines and other sources absorb sunlight, thus contributing to atmospheric warming. In contrast, the exhaust from burning high-sulfur coal or oil creates lighter aerosols that reflect sunlight back into space, thereby counteracting some of the warming effects. We could say they serve as a cooling mechanism. Additionally, naturally occurring aerosols from major volcanic eruptions can have a significant cooling effect, as substantial eruptions can release vast quantities of ash into the atmosphere, which can lower global temperatures for extended periods until these sulfate particles eventually settle. At the core of these processes lies the concept of radiative forcing, a measure that quantifies how much a certain factor changes the energy balance of our planet. Some climate forcings have a well-defined positive impact on global temperatures, while others exhibit negative contributions. For example, the increase in carbon dioxide concentration, stemming primarily from human activity, is a well-documented positive forcing that has led to widespread warming. In contrast, the impact of aerosols remains more uncertain due to their complex interactions within the atmosphere. Natural forcings, such as variations in solar output, subtle changes in Earth's orbit, and volcanic activity, also contribute to the climate dynamics. However, since the Industrial Revolution, the only significant long-term natural forcing observed has been a minor increase in solar energy reaching the Earth's surface. Notably, this increase is insufficient to explain the scale of modern warming trends we are currently witnessing. Human activities have emerged as dominant agents of climate forcing in recent times. Through the combustion of fossil fuels, we have released substantial quantities of greenhouse gases, while activities such as deforestation have altered land surfaces and local climates. The result has been a pronounced increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide, which currently stands as the foremost climate-forcing agent, accounting for over half of the total positive forcing since 1750. In addition to greenhouse gases, human actions have resulted in the introduction of aerosols into the atmosphere. These minute particles, composed of diverse materials including water, ice, and ash, play a significant role in climate dynamics by reflecting or absorbing sunlight and influencing cloud formation. As a group, they typically serve as a negative forcing, contributing to a cooling effect. While natural forces do exist, they cannot sufficiently account for the recent surge in global temperatures. The prevailing scientific consensus suggests that human activities are the primary culprits behind most of the current warming trends. Evaluating the effect of each greenhouse gas requires understanding three critical factors. First, we need to consider the concentration of these gases within the atmosphere. This refers to the abundance of a particular gas and is measured in parts per million, billion, or even trillion. For perspective, 1 part per million is analogous to a single drop of water diluted in approximately 13 gallons of liquid. Second, the longevity of these gases in the atmosphere is crucial. Different gases have varying capabilities to persist, with some remaining for just a few years and others lasting thousands of years. This persistence allows them to become well mixed throughout the atmosphere, creating a more uniform distribution of their concentrations, irrespective of their original sources. Finally, we evaluate the impact each gas has on global temperatures. Certain gases are more effective at trapping heat, thereby thickening the atmospheric blanket that keeps our planet warm. Scientists have calculated a metric known as global warming potential, GWP, for each gas, which reflects both the duration of the gas in the atmosphere and its efficacy in absorbing energy. As we navigate the challenges posed by climate change, understanding these forcings and their implications not only sheds light on the underlying mechanisms driving global warming but also emphasizes the critical nature of informed human action in safeguarding the future of our planet. The interplay between natural and human-induced forcings forms the foundation upon which our climate continues to evolve, dictating not just the present state but also the future of our shared environment. Global warming potential. In the intricate tapestry of our planet's atmosphere, one critical aspect that stands out is the global warming potential, GWP, a metric that quantifies the impact of different greenhouse gases, GHGs, on global warming. Understanding GWP is essential in assessing how various gases contribute to climate change, serving as a beacon to inform our environmental actions and policies. At the heart of GWP lies two vital characteristics of each greenhouse gas: how effectively it absorbs energy and the duration of its persistence in the Earth's atmosphere. When a gas enters our atmosphere, it doesn't merely float away. Instead, it captures energy and retains it, preventing this energy from radiating back into space. This mechanism plays a significant role in warming our planet. The GWP of a gas serves as a benchmark, illustrating how much energy a particular gas can absorb over a specified time frame, typically 100 years, compared to that of carbon dioxide, which is assigned a GWP of 1. As we explore the landscape of gases through the lens of GWP, we discover a spectrum of warming potential. Gases with higher GWP figures absorb more energy per pound than those with lower values, thus contributing more significantly to the warming of our planet. For instance, methane, with a GWP of 21 over a century, possesses a remarkable capacity for energy absorption, causing 21 times the warming effect of an equivalent mass of carbon dioxide. Remarkably, even though methane only lingers in the atmosphere for about 12 years, its energy-trapping abilities far exceed that of carbon dioxide. Nitrous oxide compounds the situation, showcasing a staggering GWP of 310. This means that nitrous oxide emitted into the atmosphere today will remain for approximately 120 years, continuing to impact our climate long after it is released. Other notable gases in the GWP framework include hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, which range dramatically in their potential to warm the Earth, with some possessing GWP values soaring between 140 and 11,700. Perfluorocarbons, PFCs, and sulfur hexafluoride, SF6, are even more extreme, trapping heat up to 9,200 times more than carbon dioxide. These high GWP gases highlight the ongoing challenge we face in managing our climate. Awareness and regulation of their emissions are pivotal as they can exacerbate the already precarious balancing act of our planet's climate system. Beyond the realm of greenhouse gases, we turn our gaze to the natural world. Spices and condiments, these delightful flavoring agents derived from plants, are a testament to nature's bounty. Although they may not be classified as traditional foods due to their minimal nutritive value, these aromatic substances enhance our eating experiences significantly. Rich in essential oils, spices stimulate appetite and aid digestion, weaving themselves into the cultural fabric of cuisine all around the globe. Switching gears to the geographical wonders of India, we encounter the enchanting Shola forests, lush ecosystems thriving in the high-altitude regions of the Nilgiris and Palni hills across Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. This evergreen ecosystem flourishes where steep slopes converge, often interspersed with grasslands, and takes root in sheltered valleys and depressions. The Shola forests play an invaluable role in conserving water in their surroundings, highlighting the interconnectedness of climate regulation and biodiversity. These forests thrive in well-drained soils, clearly illustrating the delicate balance necessary for their survival, as they shy away from areas that are swampy or overly saturated. Through understanding the dynamics of greenhouse gases, recognizing the importance of natural ecosystems, and saving the complex flavors of the spices and condiments we use in our kitchens, we can cultivate a greater appreciation for our environment. Engaging in sustainable practices and promoting awareness about GWP not only empowers us to combat climate change but also strengthens our relationship with the Earth, ensuring a healthier planet for generations to come. Receding glaciers, a symptom of global climate change. Receding glaciers, an indication of global climate change. In the serene expanses of Glacier National Park, a story of gradual loss unfolds. Around 150 years ago, this majestic area boasted 147 glaciers, shimmering in the sunlight and feeding the rivers that nourished the surrounding wildlife and communities. Sadly, today, only 37 glaciers remain, and scientists forecast with grave concern that even these may succumb to the warming world by the year 2030. This troubling trend is not isolated. Glaciers across the remote peaks of the Himalayas and the Alps are also retreating at an alarming rate, shrinking under the relentless pressure of climate change. Globally, there are nearly 160,000 glaciers situated in the polar regions and high-altitude environments. To monitor the fate of these important ice masses, researchers have increasingly turned to advancements in technology. Satellite remote sensing has emerged as a pivotal tool in this effort, allowing scientists to efficiently and accurately survey the state of the world's glaciers, capturing their retreat in real time much faster than traditional methods could accomplish. 17.6.1 The impact of glacial retreat. The implications of glacial retreat are profound and multifaceted, with significant repercussions for both ecosystems and human populations. The melting glaciers in majestic ranges such as the Andes and the Himalayas play a crucial role in maintaining water supplies for millions. As these glaciers shrink, the potential for water scarcity increases dramatically. Climate change disrupts not just temperature but also patterns of precipitation. These fluctuations directly affect the mass balance of glaciers. In essence, as temperatures rise, accumulation of snow during winter may not compensate for accelerated melting in warmer months, resulting in a net loss of ice. The enormous mass of glacial ice in the Himalayas and other Central Asian mountain ranges sustains vast regions that rely heavily on these water sources. Countries like Mongolia, Western China, Pakistan, and Afghanistan depend on glacial meltwater to sustain agriculture, ensure potable water supplies, and maintain biodiversity. The loss of these glaciers would not just signal a dramatic shift in local ecosystems, it would also instigate a humanitarian crisis in these already water-stressed regions. Leading scientists worldwide are in consensus regarding the extensive threats posed by global warming. Economies, both national and global, are at risk as the repercussions of climate change resonate through agricultural productivity, freshwater availability, and natural disaster frequency. Low-lying countries, often the most vulnerable, are particularly ill-equipped to manage the catastrophic consequences of rising sea levels, which threaten to submerge coastal areas and displace entire communities. 17.6.2 A chain of events. The alarming trend of glacier retreat is intricately connected to a chain of environmental shifts rooted in human activity. The combustion of fossil fuels leads to an increase in greenhouse gases, which then contribute to the phenomenon of global warming. As the Earth warms, climatic changes emerge, resulting in unusual weather patterns, altered precipitation rates, and subsequent melting of glaciers worldwide. This melting prompts a cascade of events, flooding and rising sea levels ensue, progressively submerging low-lying coastal lands. The far-reaching impacts of these events include large-scale destruction of ecosystems and the extinction of species that cannot adapt to the changing environment. In this interconnected story, the fate of glaciers stands as a powerful symbol of the broader climate crisis we face. As these majestic bodies of ice melt away, they remind us of the urgent need for action. Humanity must rise to challenge the underlying problems driving climate change to preserve not only the glaciers that hold vital resources but also the delicate balance of ecosystems that these changes threaten to disrupt. Ocean acidification. Ocean acidification. /TextBF, Chapter, Ocean acidification. The vast expanse of the ocean serves as a crucial planetary buffer, absorbing approximately one-third of the carbon dioxide $_to$ emissions generated by human activities. In doing so, it plays a vital role in moderating climate change. However, this remarkable ability comes with its own set of challenges. Among these is the phenomenon known as ocean acidification, a significant alteration in the ocean's chemistry marked by a drop in pH levels as $_to$ concentrations rise. Ocean acidification occurs when the ocean absorbs increasing amounts of atmospheric $$to$. This results in a chemical reaction that raises hydrogen ion concentrations, subsequently lowering the ocean's pH and making the seawater less alkaline. Ocean acidification is not merely a temporary fluctuation, it represents a looming trend that threatens marine ecosystems, and its ramifications can be felt across the globe. /TextBF, the impact of $$to$ on ocean chemistry. One pressing consequence of heightened $$to$ levels is the detrimental impact on coral reefs, essential ecosystems that provide habitat for diverse marine life and serve as a foundation for fisheries. Unfortunately, as ocean acidity increases, corals find it increasingly difficult to grow, leading to diminished biodiversity and lower fish populations. Since the onset of the Industrial Revolution, surface ocean waters have witnessed a decline in pH by roughly 0.1 units, which equates to a 26% rise in hydrogen ion concentration. Currently, the ocean maintains a pH of around 8.0, which is considered basic. However, the terminology can be misleading. The term ocean acidification is used to describe the ongoing downward trend in pH levels, rather than suggesting that the ocean will ever truly become acidic, pH less than 7. \TBF, forms of calcium carbonate. To comprehend the effects of ocean acidification on marine life, one must familiarize themselves with calcium carbonate, the compound essential for many marine organisms. There are two predominant forms. 1. \TBF, calcite. This less soluble form of calcium carbonate can be found in the shells of numerous organisms, including planktonic algae and some corals. It functions as a critical building block in marine ecosystems but faces challenges in more acidic waters. 2. \TBF, aragonite. More soluble than calcite, aragonite is prevalent in the shells of many corals, mollusks, and some types of algae. Its higher solubility means it is more vulnerable to the impacts of ocean acidification. \TBF, contributing factors to ocean acidification. Several factors can exacerbate the process of ocean acidification, particularly at a regional scale. \TBF, acid rain. With a pH that can range from 1 to 6, acid rain significantly affects local ocean chemistry. While its impact may be pronounced on a localized scale, globally, its influence on ocean acidity is minimal. \TBF, eutrophication. Coastal regions are frequently impacted by nutrient runoff, primarily nitrogen, from agricultural activities, fertilizers, and sewage. This nutrient overload leads to overgrowth of plankton, whose subsequent decay depletes oxygen levels and increases $to further lowering pH levels. \TBF, mechanisms of ocean acidification. Ocean acidification is a multifaceted process, primarily instigated by $to reaction with seawater, leading to two significant reactions. 1. \TBF, formation of carbonic acid. When $to interacts with seawater, it forms carbonic acid, which then releases hydrogen ions, thereby increasing acidity and reducing pH levels. \text co $to plus \text h $to o right left the poons \text h $to co right left the poons \text h plus text hco \2 \TBF, carbonate ion interactions. Another crucial reaction involves carbonate ions, co-superscript 2, which, when mixed with water, produce bicarbonate ions. Both reactions contribute to increasing acidity while diminishing the availability of essential carbonate ions. \TBF, consequences of ocean acidification. The absorption of co $to by seawater leads to the production of carbonic acid, bicarbonate, and carbonate ions. Carbonate ions are vital for the calcification process in several marine organisms, including corals, mollusks, and certain plankton species. However, with rising atmospheric co $to levels and declining pH, the availability of these ions diminishes. This shift complicates the calcification process, likened to constructing a house when bricks keep disappearing. The potential fallout from ocean acidification is staggering. Ecosystems may unravel, leading to catastrophic outcomes for species integral to both marine biodiversity and the global economy. /TBF Mitigation Strategies. Combating ocean acidification involves a multifaceted approach. /TBF Reducing $$_to $emissions. This is paramount for curbing ocean acidification. Policies aimed at controlling emissions, phasing out offshore drilling, and improving energy efficiency will be instrumental. /TBF Transitioning to alternative energy sources, embracing renewable energy resources such as wind and solar power, will contribute to lowering atmospheric $$_to levels. /TBF Understanding saturation horizons. Another layer of complexity is introduced by saturation horizons within the ocean's depths. Deep, cold waters are generally undersaturated with carbonate ions, leading to shell dissolution among many calcifying organisms. Conversely, surface waters tend to be oversaturated, providing a sanctuary for these creatures. However, as ocean acidification forces these saturation horizons to rise vertically, many organisms that once thrived in stable conditions are thrust into undersaturated waters, increasing their vulnerability. The historical reference points of saturation horizons reveal that the calcareous shells and skeletal remains of marine life are now increasingly at risk due to the shallower depth of carbonate compensation. /TBF Long-term carbon dynamics. On scales of more than 100,000 years, a natural balance exists between $$_to uptake and release across the planet. This equilibrium is complicated by volcanic activity, which emits $$_to and the buffering effects of terrestrial plants and geological weathering. In coastal areas, upwelling events feed nutrient-rich water into productive ecosystems, but as ocean acidification modifies the upper layers, undersaturation becomes an increasing reality during these events. The rate at which this dissolution occurs and its potential impact cannot be underestimated, particularly considering that organisms capable of surviving below saturation horizons must adapt rapidly to withstand the shifting conditions. /TBF Winners and Losers. The responses of marine life to rising $$_to levels are not uniform. Certain species of phytoplankton and marine plants may benefit from increased $$_to experiencing enhanced growth and photosynthesis. Others may suffer adverse effects, revealing a complex web of interactions where some organisms become winners while others are losers. This dynamic underscores the urgent need for action. Reducing atmospheric $$_to is crucial to halt ocean acidification before it irrevocably alters marine ecosystems. /TBF Conclusion. As we navigate the challenges posed by ocean acidification, a shared responsibility arises to mitigate the impacts of human activity on our oceans. The knowledge we gain about these intricate processes not only deepens our understanding of marine life but also equips us with the tools to protect our invaluable oceanic resources for future generations. Ozone depletion. Introduction. /TBF Ozone depletion, a protective shield under threat. Ozone, a remarkable molecule composed of 3 oxygen atoms, plays a crucial role in Earth's atmosphere. Its chemical representation, O, indicates its unique nature as an allotrope of oxygen, with each ozone molecule structured to effectively perform its vital function. Found in 2 distinct atmospheric layers, ozone has a dual identity. It can be both friend and foe. In the troposphere, the ozone layer acts as a pollutant. Here, it combines with other environmental factors to form smog, significantly degrading air quality and presenting dangers to human health. Breathing in tropospheric ozone can provoke respiratory issues and other ailments. In contrast, the ozone present in the stratosphere is our protector. It absorbs the sun's hazardous ultraviolet, UV, rays, acting as a natural sunscreen that shields living organisms on Earth. The significance of the ozone layer cannot be overstated. Through its unique molecular structure and chemical properties, ozone efficiently absorbs harmful UV light, reducing the risks of cellular damage. High levels of UV exposure have been linked to adverse health effects, including skin cancer, cataracts, and a weakened immune response. This protective layer is essential not just for humans but for all forms of life on Earth. /TBF, the ozone depletion crisis. Over time, the delicate balance between ozone formation and destruction has been disrupted, leading to a phenomenon known as ozone depletion. This shift stems from human activities that introduce various substances into the atmosphere, substances that chemically react with and deplete ozone. The rate of ozone loss significantly exceeds its natural formation, resulting in a stark decrease in ozone concentrations, particularly in the Antarctic atmosphere, where levels have fallen to about 50% of their original state. Awareness of this depletion began in earnest in 1985, igniting global concern. /TBF, sources of ozone-depleting substances. One of the primary culprits behind ozone depletion is chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs. These compounds consist of chlorine, fluorine, and carbon, and have found widespread use in various applications including refrigeration, aerosol sprays, and foam manufacturing. Because of their non-corrosive, non-flammable, and chemically stable properties, CFCs gained popularity. However, the environmental impact of CFCs is grave. Unlike many other chemicals, CFCs do not undergo easy breakdown through natural processes. They persist in the atmosphere for 40 to 150 years, gradually migrating from the troposphere to the stratosphere. Once exposed to ultraviolet radiation, CFCs release chlorine atoms, which can then fragment ozone molecules, or generating harmful chlorine monoxide, ClO, and significantly depleting the ozone layer. This destructive cycle continues, as a single chlorine atom can destroy thousands of ozone molecules before it encounters other substances that neutralize it. Hence, the effects of just a small amount of CFCs can have widespread and long-lasting repercussions on the ozone layer. /TBF, additional ozone-depleting agents. In addition to CFCs, other substances also play a role in this crisis. Nitrogen oxides, which result from thermonuclear explosions and industrial activities, react with ozone and contribute to its depletion. Bromine-containing compounds, known as halogens, are even more damaging. One bromine atom can destroy hundreds of ozone molecules. Monitoring organizations such as the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the Global Climate Observing System, GCOS, have emerged as key players in tracking and addressing ozone layer concerns. Their song illustrates the importance of collaborative efforts to understand and mitigate the impact of harmful chemicals on the ozone layer. /TBF, the role of polar stratospheric clouds. Among various contributors to ozone depletion are polar stratospheric clouds, PSCs. These clouds play a critical role in the chemical reactions that lead to ozone degradation. During polar winters, PSCs form under extremely low temperatures, providing a surface for chlorine reactions. As summer approaches and sunlight returns, the chlorine released can initiate further ozone destruction, culminating in severe seasonal ozone depletion in the Antarctic. Every spring, a colossal hole in the ozone layer, comparable to the size of the continental United States, becomes prominent over Antarctica. Smaller but concerning holes appear over the Arctic, indicating a global trend of thinning ozone on our planet. /TextTBF, the environmental consequences of ozone depletion. The decrease in ozone concentrations leads to an increase in UVB radiation reaching the Earth's surface. This rise in UV exposure has significant implications for human health, including higher incidences of skin cancers and ocular diseases, as well as weakened immune systems. Aquatic ecosystems feel the impact as well. Early development stages of fish and other marine organisms have been shown to suffer under excessive UV light, compromising food chains and biodiversity. Moreover, ozone depletion affects terrestrial flora. Many plant species may experience altered growth patterns, changes in reproductive cycles, and biodiversity loss. This shift in species composition could have cascading effects on entire ecosystems. The implications of ozone layer depletion also extend to the realm of materials. Various synthetic and natural substances are adversely affected by increased solar UV radiation, leading to accelerated degradation and a diminished lifespan of products exposed to sunlight, necessitating the need for protective measures. Reflecting on the intricate relationships between atmospheric composition and life on Earth, it is clear that ozone depletion presents complex challenges to our environment. While scientists, governments, and organizations work tirelessly to address this existential threat, it is vital for individuals to engage in sustainable practices to contribute to global efforts aimed at restoring the ozone layer, ensuring a healthier planet for generations to come. Impact of climate change. Agriculture and food security. /TextTBF, the ripple effects of climate change, a story of agriculture and food security. Climate change has emerged as a formidable force reshaping our environment, with profound implications for agriculture and food security worldwide. As global temperatures rise due to the increasing concentration of greenhouse gases, the effects on crop yields and the viability of various crops in different regions have become apparent. The core agricultural inputs, water for irrigation, solar radiation essential for plant photosynthesis, and the prevalence of pests, are all under threat. The heterogeneity of climate impacts is striking. While moderate warming, a rise of 1 to 3 degrees Celsius, may initially enhance crop yields in temperate regions, it spells trouble for areas closer to the equator. In seasonally dry tropics, even a modest increase of 1 to 2 degrees Celsius could lead to significant declines in the yields of major cereal crops, jeopardizing food security. As the temperature rises beyond 3 degrees Celsius, production across all regions faces dire consequences, threatening staples that communities depend on. The third assessment report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in 2001 underscored the severity of climate change's impact, predicting that the poorest countries will bear the brunt of diminishing agricultural productivity. The report highlighted that tropical and subtropical regions would experience reduced crop yields, primarily influenced by diminishing water availability and the emergence of new pest threats, a particularly alarming scenario for South Asia, where staple foods like rice, millet, and match could see yield decreases of over 10% as soon as 2030. Ironically, while some regions may gain arable land due to thawing snow in high-latitude areas, coastal regions face the grim reality of losing farmland to rising sea levels. Erosion, shoreline submergence, and increased salinity due to encroaching seawater threaten to inundate low-lying agricultural lands. This is particularly concerning as the Himalayan glaciers, critical for sustaining the dry season water needs of Asia's major rivers, such as the Ganges, Indus, Brahmaputra, Yangtze, Mekong, Salween, and Yellow, are receding at an alarming rate. If the current trend persists, these vital water sources could vanish by 2035, casting millions into a precarious existence. The shadow of climate change looms particularly large over developing nations in Asia and Africa. If agricultural production falters due to adverse climatic conditions, the livelihoods of countless rural populations will be jeopardized, increasing their vulnerability to food insecurity. /TextBF Impact on Indian Agriculture, a closer look. In India, a significant portion of agricultural land relies on monsoon rains. The productivity of crops in these regions heavily depends on not just the quantity of rainfall, but the timing of precipitation throughout the growing season. Disturbances in usual rainfall patterns pose a serious threat, leading to economic instability and jeopardizing food security. Summer rainfall, which constitutes nearly 70% of India's annual precipitation, is particularly critical for agricultural success. However, forecasts indicate a troubling decline in summer rains by the 2050s. While semi-arid regions in western India may experience heightened rainfall, areas in central India are predicted to see drops in winter rainfall ranging from 10% to 20%, disrupting established agricultural cycles. Even minor shifts in climate can result in substantial challenges for water resources, especially in arid and semi-arid regions like northwestern India. The rising temperatures could lead to decreased productivity for many crops, especially within the fertile Indo-Gangetic plains. Compounded by these challenges, the productivity of Rabi, winter, crops may suffer significantly compared to Kharif, summer, crops. As temperatures rise, the demand for fertilizers is set to increase, pushing up both greenhouse gas emissions and production costs, further straining agricultural resources. Additionally, a climate marked by recurrent droughts, floods, storms, and cyclones is expected to bring about more variability in agricultural outputs, making farming increasingly unpredictable. In this complex and evolving narrative, understanding the interconnectedness of climate change, agriculture, and food security is vital for advocating solutions that empower farmers, policymakers, and communities alike. The question remains, how can we collectively mitigate these effects and safeguard our food systems for future generations? /TextBF, did you know? The sloth bear, often referred to as the labiated bear, nocturnally roams the Indian subcontinent, delighting in a diet of termites, honey, and fruits. Its role in the ecosystem underscores the need for biodiversity in healthy agricultural practices. As we navigate an era marked by climate challenges, it becomes increasingly essential to appreciate the delicate balance of nature and the enduring impact of climate change on the communities that depend on it. Embracing sustainable practices and fostering resilience are critical steps towards securing a food-safe future. Challenges of water scarcity and insecurity. Water is a fundamental resource that sustains life, yet millions across the globe, particularly in developing countries, face an alarming crisis in accessing this vital necessity. The looming threat of climate change is poised to intensify this water scarcity, creating an unprecedented challenge for those already grappling with insufficient water supplies. Projections indicate that by 2020, between 75 million and a staggering 250 million individuals are likely to encounter heightened levels of water stress, exacerbating an already critical situation. This widespread water scarcity has dire implications for food security, as both domestic and cross-border competitions for this finite resource heat up. As the global population continues to swell and the demand for water surges correspondingly, the strain on available freshwater resources is bound to grow more severe. Around the world, rising temperatures, a direct result of climate change, have become a concerning reality, triggering a steep decline in mountain glaciers and snow cover across both hemispheres. This decline is not just a temporary phenomenon, it is projected to accelerate throughout the 21st century, leading to diminishing water supplies, reduced hydroelectric potential, and altered river systems reliant on meltwater from significant mountain ranges, including the Hindu Kush, Himalayas, and Andes. Looking specifically to Asia, the implications are daunting. By the 2050s, forecasts suggest a substantial decrease in freshwater availability across Central, South, East, and Southeast Asia, particularly within major river basins. This warming climate brings about disruptions in the hydrologic cycle, leading to unpredictable rainfall patterns, shifts in the timing of river flows, and the potential for drought in some regions, while increasing instances of heavy rainfall in others. The last century has already seen a surge in the frequency of severe floods, straining societies and infrastructure alike and hindering water quality. As we turn our gaze toward India, the implications of this global crisis hit home with alarming clarity. Climate change is exerting mounting pressure on the Indian subcontinent's water resources, with the majestic Himalayan glaciers being the lifeblood for perennial rivers like the Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. Yet, the relentless tide of development, including deforestation, agricultural expansion, and urbanization, has transformed the Himalayas in recent decades, contributing to frequent hydrological disasters, increased sedimentation, and the pollution of vital lake ecosystems. Evidence points to rapid glacier retreat, with the Gangotri Glacier receding at an alarming rate of approximately 28 meters annually. The eventual rapid glacial melt may initially enhance summer river flows, but as glaciers continue to shrink, this influx will inevitably wane, leading to stark reductions in water availability. Moreover, increased temperatures have shifted rainfall patterns across India during the 20th century, wreaking havoc in regions like the Indo-Gangetic Plain, where rivers have periodically altered their courses, contributing to compounded flooding issues. The recent catastrophic floods in Nepal and Bihar, tracing their roots to the changing flow of the Kosi River, exemplify the severe consequences facing communities that depend on these water bodies. To meet an ever-growing population projected to reach 1.3 billion by 2020, experts estimate that India's food production must increase by 300 million tons. This targets a staggering 50% increase in total food grain output, a daunting challenge in the face of deteriorating soil quality and ongoing climate changes. Rising populations will invariably elevate water demand, accelerating the withdrawal of already strained resources and reducing the recharging potential of water tables across the country. Consequently, the availability of water is destined to plummet to critical levels if current trends continue unchecked. Over the past 4 decades, the proliferation of groundwater abstraction systems has surged, driven by growing demands across agricultural, industrial, and domestic sectors, leading to the urgent crisis of groundwater overexploitation. The continuous decline of groundwater levels is threatening the sustainability of this precious resource, creating a precarious situation for future generations. Currently, agriculture remains the largest water consumer in India, accounting for approximately 83% of total water use. If managed judiciously, this figure could decrease to around 68% by 2050, although agriculture will continue to dominate as the primary consumer of water resources. Meeting the challenges of future water demands necessitates the augmentation and effective management of existing resources, highlighting the urgent need for sustainable practices and conservation efforts. The perilous effects of global warming are stark and alarming, presenting significant challenges to water security on both quantity and quality fronts across nations, whether developed or developing. However, developing countries like India, with economies heavily reliant on agriculture, are particularly vulnerable. The pressures of rising populations coupled with spiraling demands for energy, freshwater, and food exacerbate an already critical situation. In a unique aspect of India's biodiversity, there is also the intriguing presence of the Indian flying fox, a species of fruit-eating bat that forms large colonies in urban and rural areas, usually near agricultural fields and water bodies. These bats play a crucial role in maintaining ecosystems, emphasizing that biodiversity and ecological balance are indispensable, particularly in the context of the environmental challenges associated with climate change. As we collectively face the waters of uncertainty brought forth by climate change, proactive steps must be taken to ensure that access to safe and secure water is guaranteed for future generations. Only through concerted efforts in sustainable management and intelligent resource utilization can we hope to navigate the challenges ahead, securing our planet's most vital resource in the face of an escalating global crisis. Increase in sea levels. /TextTBF, the rising tide, a tale of India's coastal communities. As the sun rises over the Arabian Sea, casting a golden hue across the tranquil coastal landscapes of India, an unrecognized danger lurks beneath the waves. While the beauty of Maharashtra, Goa, and Gujarat captivates those who visit, the harsh realities of climate change cast a long shadow over these coastal states. Sea level rise, driven by two primary culprits, thermal expansion of water and the melting of polar ice sheets, poses an existential threat to these vibrant regions. Since the early 1990s, satellite data has become invaluable in tracking these environmental changes. The data reveals a startling trend. Since 1993, the seas have risen at a rate significantly greater than the average of the preceding 50 years. The predictions from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, are staggering, suggesting that with the accelerated disintegration of ice sheets, we could witness unprecedented rises in sea levels. Should global temperatures increase by an alarming 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, we could see approximately 330 million lives affected, with many individuals facing permanent or temporary displacement due to flooding. But the consequences of climate change extend beyond mere numbers. The warming of ocean waters is expected to provoke more intense tropical storms, whipping through coastlines and wreaking havoc on already vulnerable communities. In India, the rich tapestry of life along the coasts is woven delicately from the land, the sea, and the people who call these areas home. /TextTBF, shadows over coastal states. The coastal states of Maharashtra, Goa, and Gujarat face significant risks from these rising tides. Agricultural lands, which are the lifeblood of the local economy, hang in the balance as rising seas threaten to inundate them. Perhaps no state faces a graver danger than Goa, a paradise known for its sandy beaches and thriving tourism. With sea levels creeping ever higher, a significant portion of Goa's land area is at risk of submersion, including its beloved coastline and the infrastructure that supports the tourism industry upon which many residents depend. In the bustling metropolis of Mumbai, neighborhoods such as Versova Beach and other densely populated areas situated along tidal mudflats and creeks are not spared from the harsh realities of land loss and increased flooding. As the waters encroach further inland, the lives of countless residents are thrown into disarray, displacing families and threatening their livelihoods. The mounting pressure from flooding and displacement escalates with rapid urbanization, as more people flee to coastal areas in search of economic opportunities. The traditional civic amenities struggle to keep pace, leaving many communities vulnerable and under-resourced. Furthermore, the infiltration of seawater due to flooding threatens to contaminate freshwater supplies, creating a scarcity that intensifies competition for this vital resource. As the coastline shifts and cyclones become more ferocious, states like Odisha brace for an onslaught of climate-induced disasters. The delicate ecosystem along these shores faces unforeseen upheaval, putting many species at risk, including those integral to local cultures and economies. /TextTBF, the fragile reef ecosystem. The coral reefs dotting India's biosphere reserves tell another poignant story amidst these challenges. These vibrant, saline-sensitive structures not only provide shelter to an abundance of marine life but also form the foundation of livelihoods for thousands of fisherfolk. However, as sea levels rise, these ecosystems face existential threats that could obliterate not just the reefs but also the phytoplankton, fish stocks, and ultimately, the lives that directly depend on them. For communities residing in the Ganges Delta, the threat of flooding linked to rising sea levels becomes a shared burden. These humans, entwined with the rhythm of the land and water, stand to lose their homes and heritage due to a phenomenon that, while global in nature, has intensely local repercussions. As the tides rise, so too does our understanding of the urgent need for concerted measures to combat climate change. The exquisite beauty of India's coastal states, with their lush landscapes and rich agricultural history, is beauty that must be preserved. Time is of the essence. Awareness and action are crucial as we rally to safeguard the fragile balance that sustains these ecosystems and the people who live within them. In the face of imminent threat, the call for collective responsibility can no longer wait for another day. Action is necessary now to turn the tide against the rising seas. Ecosystems and biodiversity. Climate change stands as one of the greatest challenges to our planet, heralding a crisis that may result in profound biodiversity loss. This phenomenon not only threatens individual species across the globe but also jeopardizes the ecosystems that underpin our economic stability and the overall well-being of humanity. From the lush tropics to the frigid poles, the impacts of climate change are being felt with increasing intensity. The looming specter of extinction for numerous plant and animal species is driven largely by human activities. Indeed, our collective actions, ranging from deforestation and pollution to urbanization and industrial agriculture, are altering natural habitats in ways that many species may find impossible to adapt to. As temperatures rise dramatically, there is little time for these vulnerable organisms to migrate to more hospitable environments. The urgency of this predicament cannot be overstated, as the International World Wildlife Fund, WWF, highlights the impending risks faced by species across diverse ecosystems. According to WWF research, a staggering one-fifth of the world's most sensitive natural areas are on the brink of catastrophic species loss. The fragility of these environments underlines the interconnectedness of life on Earth, wherein the decline of one species can trigger a cascading effect throughout the ecosystem. For instance, marine ecosystems are poised for significant disruption due not only to rising sea temperatures and shifts in ocean currents, but also as a result of ocean acidification. This occurs as elevated levels of carbon dioxide dissolve in ocean water, transforming into carbonic acid and leading to the deterioration of critical habitats. The repercussions for marine life are dire. Shell-forming organisms, such as mollusks and some plankton species, are particularly vulnerable as the acidified waters hinder their ability to construct protective shells. Corals, often referred to as the rainforests of the sea, are also affected, leading to the demise of entire marine communities that rely on these structures for shelter and sustenance. The loss of such biodiversity will not only disrupt the intricate web of life but will also have far-reaching implications for human communities that depend on healthy oceans for food and livelihood. On land, the effects are similarly alarming. For instance, consider the grizzled giant squirrel, a remarkable creature found in the riparian forests along the Kaveri River and in the hill forests of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, southern India. This charming species, recognized by the IUCN as near threatened, exemplifies the delicate balance of ecosystems facing unprecedented challenges. If climate change continues unchecked, habitats like these may undergo irreversible transformations, leading to the disappearance of such unique wildlife. The need for immediate action has never been more pressing. Protecting our ecosystems, preserving biodiversity, and mitigating climate change should be at the forefront of global discussions. It is clear that the fate of our planet, its species, and, ultimately, our own survival is intertwined with the health of our environment. We must collectively strive to safeguard the natural world, not only for the sake of the magnificent creatures that inhabit it but for the future of humanity itself. Impact on India's biodiversity. India, a vibrant tapestry of life, is recognized as a land of extraordinary megabiodiversity, encompassing a myriad of ecosystems that stretch from towering glaciers to sprawling deserts. However, this rich natural heritage faces an alarming threat from climate change, which is wreaking havoc on its delicate ecosystems and disrupting the intricate balance of life. At the forefront of this biodiversity crisis are the mountainous ecosystems, particularly the majestic Himalayas, which stand as hotspots boosting unparalleled diversity. These towering giants are not merely scenic backdrops, they serve as crucial life sources for millions. Yet the rising temperatures and expanding human activities have initiated a relentless cycle of fragmentation and degradation that endangers countless species in these unique habitats. The Himalayan ecosystem is often hailed as the lifeline of not just India but also its neighboring countries like China, Pakistan, and Nepal. The rivers born from the melting glaciers, flowing tirelessly through valleys, nourish agriculture and sustain diverse ecosystems. These glaciers are second only to those in the polar regions in terms of size and volume. However, the relentless march of climate change threatens to unravel this life-giving resource, putting immense pressure on the rivers that flow from these glaciers. As global warming intensifies, scientists predict an increased occurrence of glacial lake outburst floods, GLOFs, in the eastern and central Himalayas. These sudden and catastrophic floods can wreak havoc downstream, causing immense damage to everything in their path, including life, properties, forests, and critical infrastructure. The implications are dire, as the melting glaciers that feed these perennial rivers are fundamental to agricultural productivity in the region. The interconnectedness of the Himalayan rivers with the Indo-Gangetic ecosystem cannot be overstated. Nearly 65-70% of India's population relies on agriculture as their primary occupation, making this ecosystem vital for food security and livelihoods. The health of one directly influences the other, highlighting the urgent need for preservation efforts. Shifting our gaze to the Indian desert ecosystem, as noted in the National Environment Policy of 2006, this arid and semi-arid region spans over 127.3 million hectares, covering around 38.8% of the country's geographical landscape across 10 states. Despite its harsh environment, the Indian deserts boast an impressive richness in species diversity, particularly among mammals and winter migratory birds. Recent studies, however, reveal a troubling trend. Desertification is taking hold, with the borders of these arid lands expanding alarmingly. Climate change has altered traditional weather patterns, leading to unprecedented phenomena such as flooding in the desert district of Burma, Rajasthan, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of our changing climate. Such events illustrate the fragility of ecosystems that once relied on predictability for survival. On the coastline, India's coastal and marine ecosystem emerges as a precious asset, offering not just aesthetic beauty but also vital resources. The mangrove forests that line rivers and coastal areas serve a dual purpose. They act as critical carbon sinks, absorbing greenhouse gases while also providing habitat for a rich diversity of flora and fauna. These wetlands are natural barriers against the encroaching threat of rising sea levels and cyclones, showcasing nature's resilience. However, the marine ecosystem faces grave challenges, with coral bleaching surfacing as one of the most visible and distressing consequences of climate change. The delicate balance of life beneath the waves is under siege, necessitating urgent action to preserve these vibrant ecosystems. In the peninsular region of India, the dependency on the monsoon is palpable. The rivers of this area are intricately linked to the seasonal rains, making the peninsular ecosystem inherently reliant on monsoon patterns. With changes in climate, the monsoons themselves are shifting, jeopardizing agricultural production, water supply, and the very biodiversity that has flourished for millennia. As we reflect on India's rich natural heritage, it is imperative to recognize that climate change is not a distant threat, it's a present reality. Collective action towards conservation and sustainable practices is essential as we strive to safeguard our ecosystems for future generations. In an interesting tidbit, the cultural intricacies of India include traditional practices related to narcotic substances. Fumitories are used for smoking, while masticatories are preferred for chewing, showcasing the diverse human interaction with the natural environment. Understanding such relationships is vital as we navigate the complexities of biodiversity and climate change, weaving a narrative that honors both nature and tradition. Impact of climate change on health. /TextTBF, The Unseen Threads, Climate Change and its Impact on Health. Climate change is an undeniable specter looming over mankind, presenting a formidable array of threats that jeopardize our very existence. Each year, the statistics tell a chilling story. Approximately 800,000 lives are claimed due to the insidious effects of air pollution, while 1.8 million succumb to diarrheal diseases stemming from the pervasive lack of access to clean water, sanitation, and proper hygiene. Furthermore, malnutrition snatches away 3.5 million more, and natural disasters claim around 60,000 souls, weaving a tapestry of tragedy that reveals just how fragile human life is in the face of our changing climate. As our planet warms and weather patterns grow increasingly erratic, the health risks multiply. Air pollutants, once manageable, become aggravated by rising temperatures. The transmission of waterborne and foodborne diseases burgeons as well, transforming the simplest sources of sustenance into vectors of illness. Our health becomes acutely intertwined with climate. The warmer the environment grows, the more pronounced its deleterious effects become. Experts predict a dramatic rise in mortality rates due to more frequent and severe heat waves and extreme weather events, which reflect a broader trend attributable to climate change. This shifting climate not only manifests in soaring temperatures but also intensifies the dual threats of flooding and drought. Each climatic disaster brings a new risk of illness. Drought leads to water scarcity while flooding results in contaminated freshwater supplies, both of which precipitate a rise in diarrheal diseases. These health challenges are not confined to isolated regions. The intersecting realms of endemic morbidity and mortality related to waterborne illnesses are projected to rise dramatically, particularly in East, South, and Southeast Asia, where expected changes in the hydrological cycle could exacerbate existing vulnerabilities. Additionally, stagnant water from floods can become breeding grounds for disease-carrying insects like mosquitoes, further complicating health challenges in these regions. As populations flee from the endemic destruction wrought by floods and droughts, large-scale migrations ensue, leading displaced individuals to crowded conditions that lack adequate sanitation. In these overpopulated areas, diseases such as Japanese encephalitis and malaria thrive, capitalizing on the strain of overcrowding and poor hygiene. The implications of climate change extend far beyond individual ailments. We face an epidemic of infectious diseases once confined to specific geographical regions, now emerging in new locales. The World Health Organization, WHO, has identified alarming trends, such as the occurrence of malaria reported for the first time in countries like Nepal and Bhutan. As temperatures rise, predictions indicate that an additional 220 to 400 million people could face exposure to malaria, a disease that annually claims around 1 million lives worldwide. Dengue fever, another scourge of climate change, is increasingly evident at higher altitudes in regions across Latin America and parts of East Asia. Predictions suggest that by the year 2030, climate change could put an additional 90 million people at risk of malaria in Africa, while the global population at risk of dengue could soar by 2 billion by the 2080s. Additionally, the ripple effects of climate change extend into agriculture. Rising temperatures and unpredictable rainfall patterns are anticipated to diminish crop yields in numerous developing countries, heightening food insecurity. In some instances, rain-fed agricultural yields in African nations could plummet by as much as 50% by 2020, making the specter of malnutrition and undernutrition all the more daunting. The release of greenhouse gases has accelerated the depletion of Earth's ozone layer, which acts as a protective shield against the sun's harmful rays. With this safeguard compromised, exposure to ultraviolet radiation increases, leading to higher incidences of skin cancers and eye diseases like cataracts. Chronic exposure may even compromise immune system efficacy, heightening susceptibility to various illnesses. The forecasts provided by WHO and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, underscore a grim reality. The negative impacts of climate change on health are severe and likely to worsen. Moreover, these detrimental effects disproportionately affect vulnerable populations who already face compromised health conditions, widening the chasm of inequality between those who have access to resources and those who do not. The balance of health impacts resulting from climate change is neither static nor uniform. It shifts depending on geographical location and evolves over time as global temperatures continue to escalate. Each community will experience and adapt to these changes in its unique way, but the underlying threats remain paramount. An intriguing note amidst the grim prognosis is the discovery of saponins, a group of water-soluble glucosides with remarkable properties. Found in the soap nut tree, saponins possess the ability to yield soap-like froth in water, create emulsions with oils and fats, and absorb substantial quantities of gases, including carbon dioxide. Such natural compounds might offer insight into innovative solutions for mitigating some effects of climate change and promote greater awareness regarding biodiversity. In conclusion, the multiple dimensions of climate change weave together strands of environmental degradation and human health crisis, promising a complex future that necessitates immediate action, awareness, and a commitment to sustainable practices. As we navigate these challenges, it is crucial to prioritize strategies that address health disparities, reduce carbon footprints, and ultimately safeguard our planet for generations to come. The time for acknowledgement, adaptation, and activism is now. Mitigation strategies. Carbon sequestration. /TextBF, carbon sequestration, a pathway to mitigating climate change. In the midst of a global climate crisis, carbon capture and storage, CCS, often referred to as carbon sequestration, emerges as a beacon of hope. This innovative suite of technologies is designed to combat global warming by capturing carbon dioxide, $_to emitted from power plants, industrial facilities, and even directly from the atmosphere, then securely storing it underground. For the long term. At its core, carbon sequestration involves the long-term storage of $_to or other carbon compounds, aiming to either mitigate or delay the effects of global warming. This approach addresses the pressing need to reduce the accumulation of greenhouse gases, primarily released through fossil fuel consumption, that threaten both our atmosphere and marine environments. Understanding carbon sinks. Carbon sequestration operates through the utilization of carbon sinks, areas that naturally absorb carbon. These can be categorized into two main types. 1/TBF, natural sinks, encompassing oceans, forests, and soils. These ecosystems inherently capture and store carbon. They play critical roles in maintaining ecological balance and biodiversity. 2/TBF, artificial sinks. These include depleted oil and gas reserves, as well as unmineable coal seams, specifically repurposed to contain captured $2/$. While carbon capture technology has been employed for years within the oil and gas sectors as a means of enhancing resource recovery, the shift towards viewing carbon capture through an environmental lens is relatively new. The paradigm is now changing as we recognize the crucial role of CCS in environmental preservation. The carbon capture and storage process. The process of CCS comprises three crucial steps. 1/TBF, trapping and separation. The $2/$ is separated from other gases emitted during industrial processes. 2/TBF, transportation. The captured $2/$ is then transported to a designated storage site, which could be located underground or deep within oceanic environments. 3/TBF, storage. Finally, the $2/$ is stored away from the atmosphere safely for extended periods, reducing the greenhouse gas concentration in the air. Categories of sequestration technology. Several innovative technologies are currently under investigation to enhance the efficacy of carbon sequestration. These technologies can be broadly categorized into three primary types. /TBF, ocean sequestration. This method involves storing carbon directly in our oceans, either through techniques like direct injection or through the fertilization of algae to enhance their carbon absorption capabilities. /TBF, geologic sequestration. Leveraging natural pore spaces found in geological formations, this technique allows for long-term carbon dioxide storage. It is recognized as having significant potential for immediate application, showcasing its promise in climate strategy. /TBF, terrestrial sequestration. This involves increasing carbon stocks within soils and vegetation, our planet's natural carbon sinks. Strategies to enhance carbon fixation through photosynthesis, coupled with methods to slow down the decomposition of organic matter and sensible land use changes, can drastically elevate carbon uptake in these natural reservoirs. Mechanisms of geologic sequestration. The mechanisms that allow for geologic sequestration are varied and represent sophisticated strategies for ensuring carbon can be stored effectively in the Earth's subsurface. They include /TBF, hydrodynamic trapping. Here, carbon dioxide is retained as a gas beneath low permeability cap rock, similar to how natural gas is stored. /TBF, solubility trapping. This occurs when $2/$ is dissolved into liquids, including water or even oil, providing another layer of storage. /TBF, mineral carbonation, a remarkable process whereby carbon dioxide reacts with minerals in geological formations to produce stable compounds, predominantly carbonates composed of calcium, iron, and magnesium. Utilizing a combination of hydrodynamic and solubility trapping methods has shown to be particularly effective in achieving long-term $2/$ storage. An ecological reflection. In contemplating the urgent need for effective carbon capture strategies, we find ourselves reflecting not only on the impacts of climate change but also on the intricate web of life that inhabits our planet. For instance, the Asian golden cat, a species that thrives in forest habitats interspersed with rocky areas, depends on ecosystems that can also serve as carbon sinks. Found in the dry deciduous, subtropical evergreen, and tropical rainforests of India, specifically in regions like Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, this near-threatened species is a reminder of the delicate balance maintained through healthy ecosystems. A collective responsibility. The story of carbon capture and sequestration is not merely a scientific endeavor, it represents a collective responsibility to our planet and future generations. By investing in and developing these innovative technologies and practices, we have the opportunity to turn the tide against climate change, ensuring a more sustainable future for all forms of life on Earth. Through the concerted efforts of industries, governments, and individuals, we can create a cleaner, healthier planet where both the natural world and human civilization can thrive together. Carbon reservoir. In the intricate dance of life on Earth, two vital players in the carbon saga stand out: green carbon and blue carbon. While black and brown carbon contribute to the greenhouse gases that trap heat in the atmosphere, green and blue carbon perform a crucial role in sequestering these gases, helping to cool our planet. \TextTBF, green carbon, the lungs of our planet. Green carbon is the term used to describe carbon that is captured through the process of photosynthesis, a fundamental biological phenomenon where plants absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and convert it into organic materials. This carbon is then safely stored in the tissues of plants and in the soil of natural ecosystems, making it a vital component of the global carbon cycle. While many annual plants and crops have short lifespans, rapidly releasing their stored carbon back into the atmosphere at the end of each season, forests showcase a different story. These magnificent ecosystems accumulate carbon over decades and even centuries, leading to a significant buildup of carbon in their biomass. Remarkably, forests can absorb substantial amounts of carbon dioxide within a relatively short time, a process that can unfold over several decades. Practices such as afforestation and reforestation prove to be effective strategies, enhancing biological carbon sequestration and contributing to a healthier climate. \TextTBF, blue carbon, the hidden heroes of our coasts. Shifting our focus from land to sea, we encounter blue carbon, the carbon sequestered in coastal, aquatic, and marine ecosystems. This includes the rich vegetation and living organisms found in tidal marshes, mangroves, and seagrasses, as well as the sediments that cradle them. These coastal ecosystems act as powerful carbon sinks, working diligently to pull carbon from both the atmosphere and oceans, depositing it into the soil below. The efficiency of coastal systems in carbon sequestration is astonishing. Each square mile of these ecosystems can capture and store carbon at rates surpassing even that of mature tropical forests. In fact, studies show these coastal habitats can sequester up to 5 times more organic carbon in their nutrient-rich sediments compared to many temperate and tropical forests. Spanning across continents, with the exception of Antarctica, these ecosystems are foundational in the fight against climate change. \TextTBF, the significance of blue carbon ecosystems. Preserving and restoring these coastal ecosystems is not merely an environmental nicety, it's a necessity for climate change mitigation. Notably, mangroves, tidal marshes, and seagrasses are among the most rapidly vanishing natural systems on our planet. Their loss doesn't only halt their carbon sequestering efforts, it triggers a cycle of carbon release, transforming them into sources of greenhouse gas emissions that can persist for centuries. \TextTBF, the Blue Carbon Initiative, a global response. Recognizing the urgency of protecting these ecosystems, the Blue Carbon Initiative emerges as a pioneering program. It embodies an integrated and coordinated global agenda, aims squarely at mitigating climate change through the conservation and restoration of coastal marine environments. International cooperation plays a crucial role in this initiative. Organizations like Conservation International, CI, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and the Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission, IOC, of UNESCO are teaming up with governments, research institutions, non-governmental organizations, and local communities around the globe. Their collective efforts focus on several key goals: developing effective management approaches, financial incentives, and policy frameworks that support the conservation and restoration of coastal blue carbon ecosystems. Collaborating with various levels of governments to bolster supportive policies and regulations. Establishing comprehensive methods for assessing coastal carbon dynamics. Creating incentive mechanisms, including carbon payment schemes, to encourage blue carbon projects. Implementing worldwide projects that exemplify successful coastal carbon accounting and management strategies. Encouraging scientific research into the critical role of coastal blue carbon ecosystems for climate change mitigation. /TextTBF, an interesting fact to ponder. In this conversation about carbon and ecosystems, let's not overlook the unique treasures of nature. One such gem is the Phytelephas macrocarpa, known as the ivory nut or tagua palm tree. Its seeds are celebrated as the primary source of vegetable ivory, an eco-friendly alternative to animal ivory, extensively utilized for creating buttons, chess pieces, dice, and various artisan goods. Not to be outdone, another member of the Ericaceae family, Metroxylon amicarum, also holds potential for crafting similar items. In conclusion, the tale of green carbon and blue carbon is not just about understanding the mechanics of carbon storage but embracing the responsibility we have to protect these ecosystems. By valuing their contributions, promoting sustainable practices, and fostering global cooperation, we can create a resilient environment that thrives for generations to come. Carbon credits in the Indian context. In the pressing context of climate change and environmental sustainability, the concept of carbon credits has emerged as a beacon of hope. A carbon credit is essentially a tradable certificate or permit that grants its holder the right to emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide or its equivalent in carbon dioxide equivalent gases, TCO2e. This innovative system allows organizations and countries to quantify their carbon emissions, paving the way for a more accountable and manageable approach to reducing global greenhouse gas emissions. To delve deeper, it is essential to understand how carbon credits are earned. Organizations that successfully reduce their carbon footprint by producing 1 ton less of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalent than is permitted under their regulatory standards are awarded carbon credits. This not only incentivizes companies to adopt eco-friendlier practices but also fosters a competitive market for carbon credits. The role of carbon credits becomes particularly crucial for countries that are signatories to the Kyoto Protocol under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. These countries have established specific emissions norms that their companies must adhere to, with goals set for compliance achievable by 2012. In this context, companies have two prominent strategies to reduce emissions. First, they can invest in new technology or enhance existing technologies to meet the newly instituted emissions standards. This might involve adopting renewable energy sources, optimizing production processes, or incorporating energy-efficient practices. Second, companies can collaborate with developing nations to facilitate the implementation of eco-friendly technologies. By doing so, these developing nations and their companies can earn credits through their efforts to decrease emissions. These credits effectively become permits that allow the purchasing company to emit greenhouse gases in its own country. However, it's noteworthy that only a fraction of carbon credits generated in the developing nation can be transferred back to the company in the developed country for use. As we turn our gaze to the global landscape of carbon credits, developing countries such as India and China are poised to be dominant players. They are likely to become the largest sellers of carbon credits, while Europe stands as the primary consumer. The carbon credit trading market is booming. Last year, it was valued at an astronomical $5 billion, with India contributing a significant $1 billion. Presently, China holds a remarkable 70% market share, making it the largest seller of carbon credits globally. Emerging markets have also embraced this phenomenon, as evidenced by the emergence of carbon credits as a commodity on India's Multi-Commodity Exchange, MCX. The MCX has proudly established itself as the first exchange in Asia to facilitate the trading of carbon credits, offering a platform for enhanced commercial engagement in the fight against climate change. Curiously, the world of nature provides an intriguing parallel to the carbon credit framework. Nitrogen-fixing bacteria, particularly species of rhizobium, are found in root nodules of leguminous trees, playing a pivotal role in enriching soil health by converting atmospheric nitrogen into a form plants can use. Similarly, Frankia, another type of nitrogen-fixing bacterium, forms symbiotic relationships with root nodules of various non-leguminous plants, including Ulmus, Casuarina, Corieria, Myrica, and Rubus. Both rhizobium and Frankia contribute significantly to the biosphere's nitrogen cycles, much like how carbon credits aim to enhance the health of our planet through more responsible emissions practices. In summary, the credit system represents a fascinating intersection of economics, technology, and environmental stewardship. With the right strategies and collaborations, carbon credits not only hold the potential to redefine how we view industrial emissions but also inspire global action toward a sustainable and greener future. Carbon offsetting. Understanding carbon offsetting, an engaging perspective. In the ongoing battle against climate change, one strategy stands out for its potential to create immediate, tangible reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, carbon offsetting. At its core, carbon offsets are credits that represent reductions in greenhouse gas emissions achieved at a different location. This could be a vibrant wind farm harnessing renewable energy, thereby cutting down the reliance on fossil fuel-powered energy sources that have long contributed to atmospheric pollution. Each carbon offset is measured and traded in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, CO2e. Essentially, when a company or individual purchases 1 ton of carbon offsets, it results in a reduction of 1 ton of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which is a significant step towards mitigating climate change. Carbon offsetting is often lauded as one of the fastest mechanisms for businesses to achieve substantial emissions reductions. Beyond merely contributing to a healthier planet, many offset projects simultaneously create additional benefits at their sites. These can include new employment opportunities, community development programs, and initiatives focused on training and education for local populations. Thus, the impact of investing in carbon offsets goes beyond carbon neutrality. It fosters sustainable development. For carbon offsets to be deemed credible and effective, they must meet essential quality criteria. It's vital to demonstrate that the emissions reductions are additional, meaning they would not have taken place without the financial support derived from the sale of offsets. Furthermore, these offsets must be retired from the carbon market, preventing any risk of double counting. An effective carbon offset will also ensure permanence. It must guarantee that the reductions it claims are indeed delivered. Additionally, it must address the issue of leakage, ensuring that emission reductions in one area do not inadvertently cause an increase in another. Consider the scenario of business 1. This company finds itself in a challenging position, unable to achieve a reduction of 100 tons in its CO2 emissions within a limited time frame. Yet, there exists a worthy project in a developing region, one that has the potential to effortlessly save those 100 tons. However, it requires an urgent cash infusion. Imagine a community in India where families have been reliant on carbon-intensive kerosene as their primary energy source. While switching to solar panels could significantly lower their carbon footprint and increase energy sustainability, the community lacks the necessary funds for this monumental transition. Herein lies the opportunity for business. 1. By purchasing carbon offsets, they can provide the financial support needed to subsidize the cost of solar panels for these households. Through this act, they enable the community to transition to cleaner energy while simultaneously achieving a reduction of 100 tons of CO2 emissions. As a result of this strategic investment, Business 1 not only mitigates its global net CO2 emissions by 100 tons but also plays an integral role in facilitating a vital technological upgrade in a developing market. This partnership not only contributes to a more sustainable future but also strengthens community resilience and capacity in the face of climate challenges. In essence, carbon offsetting is a multifaceted solution that serves both environmental and social agendas, transforming challenges into opportunities for growth and sustainability. By embracing this approach, businesses can take meaningful steps toward a cleaner planet while driving positive change in communities around the globe. Carbon pricing. In recent discussions about climate change and environmental policy, the notion of a carbon tax has emerged as a compelling alternative to the widely utilized cap-and-trade system. This innovative tax is not merely a financial measure but a strategic response to the growing concerns about carbon emissions derived from the combustion of fossil fuels, such as coal. By levying a tax based on the carbon content of these fuels, the primary goal of the carbon tax is to incentivize a reduction in fossil fuel consumption while encouraging a transition towards cleaner and more sustainable energy sources. Should the carbon tax be implemented, it is envisioned that the process would unfold gradually. It would start with a modest initial rate and progressively increase over time. This incremental approach allows industries and technological advancements to catch up, fostering an environment where cleaner alternatives can flourish without causing undue disruption to existing economic structures. The potential advantages of a carbon tax over the cap-and-trade system are substantial, with 5 key reasons highlighting its appeal. 1. TBF, predictability. A carbon tax would facilitate more reliable predictions regarding energy prices. This predictability can be crucial for businesses and investors, encouraging them to invest in energy-efficient technologies and alternative fuels that are necessary for a sustainable future. 2. TBF, swift implementation. Unlike the cap-and-trade system, which often requires complex legal negotiations and regulatory frameworks, a carbon tax can be instituted much more rapidly. This agility means that governments can act quickly to address carbon emissions without getting mired in bureaucratic red tape. 3. TBF, simplicity. The carbon tax is inherently easier to comprehend than the nuances of cap and trade. Its straightforward nature may lead to greater acceptance among the general public, making it easier for everyday citizens to grasp its implications and benefits. 4. TBF, reduced risk of manipulation. The simplicity of a carbon tax also minimizes the potential for manipulation by special interest groups, a significant concern in more complex systems. This transparency can lead to greater public trust in the implementation of environmental measures. 5. TBF, potential for rebates. Similar to other taxation systems, the revenue generated from a carbon tax could be redirected in forms of rebates to the public. This can help alleviate any economic burdens experienced by households and businesses while fostering broader acceptance of the tax. However, not all nations are on board with the idea of a carbon tax. India, for instance, has expressed strong opposition to any carbon tax that wealthier countries might impose on its imports. If they impose such a tax, we will take them to the WTO Dispute Settlement Forum, stated the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. This declaration underscores India's stance that such barriers would not align with World Trade Organization rules, and the nation is prepared to engage in vigorous negotiations to fight against what it perceives as unfair trade practices. Furthermore, there has been dialogue in both the United States and the European Union regarding the potential imposition of tariffs or border carbon adjustments on imports from countries that implement tax regulations on greenhouse gas emissions. This approach raises questions about fairness and equity in global trade practices, particularly as nations grapple with the complexities of carbon regulation. In a seemingly unrelated but fascinating note, it is interesting to highlight the preferences within the papermaking industry for softwood tracheids over hardwood fibers. This preference arises from the fact that coniferous tracheids, which measure about 2 to 4 mm in length, are significantly longer than hardwood fibers that typically measure around 0.5 to 1.5 mm. This comparison serves as a reminder of how even minor details in resource management can have ripple effects in broader environmental policy. In summary, the carbon tax presents a promising avenue for reducing carbon emissions and promoting sustainable energy, with many arguments in its favor. However, the geopolitical implications and varied international responses to such measures will play a crucial role in shaping the effectiveness and acceptance of carbon taxation globally. As the world continues to confront the challenges posed by climate change, the dialogue surrounding such innovative strategies remains critical. Geoengineering. Geoengineering stands at the frontier of environmental science, endeavoring to reshape and cool the Earth's atmosphere in a bid to combat the escalating environmental damage that has catalyzed climate change. Its ultimate goal is to make our planet more bearable for future generations. Although this approach remains largely theoretical, it is drawing interest and debate among scientists, policymakers, and environmental activists alike. The various geoengineering methods proposed so far showcase an imaginative and ambitious scope. Some of the more intriguing suggestions include hosting massive parasols into the stratosphere, deploying reflective mirrors in space, enhancing the stratosphere with sulfate aerosols, and painting building roofs white to reflect sunlight. Even more radical measures involve thrusting powdered iron into the oceans to encourage the growth of iron-hungry algae, known for their ability to absorb carbon dioxide. How can these geoengineering concepts function? Here are 5 major plans that have been put forth to potentially reverse global warming. 1/TBF, mimicking volcanic activity. Scientists know that volcanic eruptions release millions of tons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, which forms a hatch that blocks sunlight and cools the planet. By artificially injecting sulfur into the atmosphere, researchers propose creating a similar effect. The droplets formed would scatter sunlight back into space, mitigating heat. Notably, sulfur is less likely to heat the stratosphere compared to other aerosols, making it a more favorable candidate for climate intervention. Hydrogen sulfide is even touted as a more effective atmospheric seed than sulfur dioxide. 2/TBF, launching space mirrors. A more ambitious plan involves deploying a colossal mirror into space, potentially the size of Greenland, to intercept sunlight before it reaches Earth. This massive reflector would be strategically positioned to restore the planet's climate to what it was before industrialization took hold, a time when the Earth's temperature was substantially lower. 3/TBF, iron-enriched oceans. Scientists suggest that iron is a pivotal element in reversing environmental damage. Phytoplankton, Tiny marine organisms thriving near the ocean's surface thrive in iron-rich waters and play a significant role in carbon absorption through photosynthesis. When these organisms die within a couple of months, the carbon they absorb plunges to the ocean floor, effectively sequestering it. By introducing iron into the open seas, scientists hope to stimulate phytoplankton blooms that could drastically mitigate atmospheric carbon levels. 4/TBF, creating whiter clouds. Another intriguing proposition involves enhancing cloud reflectivity. Similar to the cooling effects observed following a volcanic eruption, scientists speculate that light-colored clouds can actively reflect sunlight away from Earth. The plan is to utilize wind-powered ships that spray seawater into the atmosphere to promote cloud whitening, leveraging natural processes to help cool the planet. 5/TBF, designing artificial trees. What if trees could be manufactured to capture carbon at astonishing rates? Enter the concept of artificial trees. These structures, modeled on existing prototypes, could theoretically absorb up to a ton of carbon per day from the atmosphere. Enclosed in panels made of a special resin, the trees would react with carbon dioxide to form a solid material. Analogous to air filters, these panels could be removed and cleaned using steam, effectively releasing captured carbon for commercial applications, including its use in greenhouses for horticulture, dry ice production, and the development of innovative plastics and concrete. However, despite the potential promise offered by geoengineering, significant drawbacks exist. First and foremost, the long-term implications and feasibility of shutting down these interventions once initiated remain uncertain. Critics argue that geoengineering often addresses the symptoms of climate change rather than its underlying causes and risks creating a false sense of security. This could lead to a complacency among individuals and corporations, resulting in continued environmental degradation, as companies might expect scientists to rectify the consequences of their actions. Moreover, the financial requirements of geoengineering projects are substantial, raising substantial questions about sustained investment and resource allocation. As much as ambition fuels these novel ideas, balancing technological innovation with the intrinsic value of changing human behavior towards a more sustainable future remains paramount. In this complex climate conundrum, while geoengineering may serve as a technological lifebuoy in our fight against global warming, it cannot, and should not, replace our responsibility to make meaningful reductions in carbon emissions and pursue sustainable practices that nurture the Earth rather than exploit it. The call to action is clear: technology can assist, but true change must begin with each of us, and together we can steer our planet towards a healthier, more balanced state of being. India and climate change. India's stance on climate change. In the year 2010, India confronted a monumental challenge as it recorded emissions totaling 2,136.84 million tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases. This staggering figure encapsulates not just a statistic but a nation grappling with the realities of climate change and its implications for future generations. At the heart of India's emissions was the energy sector, which stood as the predominant contributor, accounting for a significant 71% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. This sector encompasses various activities, including the production of electricity, the combustion of fuels across industries, and transportation, as well as fugitive emissions, which are the unintended releases of gases during the extraction, production, and distribution of fossil fuels. This heavy reliance on fossil fuel resources has underscored the urgent need for a systemic shift towards sustainable energy practices. Beyond the energy sector, several other contributors played their part in India's emissions profile. Industrial processes and product usage collectively contributed around 8% to the national greenhouse gas inventory. Agriculture, a cornerstone of India's economy, contributed significantly at 18%, while waste management accounted for a modest 3%. These statistics reveal the multifaceted nature of emissions sources and highlight the challenges of balancing economic activities with environmental responsibilities. Despite these emissions, India's ecosystem acted as a crucial buffer. Carbon sink actions from forests and croplands mitigated about 12% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. When these offsets are accounted for, the adjusted national total arrived at 1,884.31 million tons of CO2 equivalent. This interplay between emissions and carbon sequestration emphasizes the essential role natural landscapes play in climate regulation. When examining per capita emissions, India reported a figure of 1.56 t CO2 equivalent per person in 2010. This statistic is strikingly low, less than one-third of the per capita emissions seen globally, and significantly lower than many developed and developing nations alike. This anomaly places India in a unique position within the broader context of international climate discussions, highlighting its efforts towards sustainable development even amidst economic growth. India's journey towards sustainability included a commendable commitment to reducing the emission intensity of its GDP. Between the years 2005 and 2010, the nation managed to achieve a reduction of about 12% in emissions intensity, positioning itself on a trajectory that aligns with its voluntary pledge to decrease intensity by 20-25% by the year 2020, based on the 2005 baseline. This proactive approach denotes not only ambition but serves as a testament to India's dedication towards forging a low-carbon economy, a sentiment echoed in numerous studies, including those from the World Bank. With a determined vision, India has primarily focused on adaptation strategies, methods to adjust to the changing climate while simultaneously emphasizing mitigation efforts that reduce future risks. The unveiling of a comprehensive national action plan on climate change exemplifies this commitment. This plan outlines actions and initiatives that are accessible to the public, fostering transparency and community engagement in response to climate challenges. In line with its strategic objectives, India champions collaborative research in low-carbon technology and advocates for the global accessibility of intellectual property rights, IPRs, as public goods. By recognizing the necessity for shared knowledge and resources in tackling climate change, India positions itself as a leader in the global conversation surrounding climate justice and sustainable development. As the nation navigates the complexities of climate change, it stands at a crossroads, balancing economic growth with environmental stewardship and paving the way for a resilient future shaped by innovation and cooperation in the pursuit of a sustainable world. Climate and weather change observations in India. In the face of global climate shifts, India stands at a crossroads, grappling with observable changes in its climate parameters, as documented in the nation's National Communication, NATCOM, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. This comprehensive assessment captures a variety of climate phenomena occurring across the subcontinent, yet it emphasizes a critical point: a concrete link between these changes and warming from human activities has not yet been firmly established. Text TBF to 2.2.1. Surface temperature changes. Over the last century, a subtle yet impactful rise of approximately 0.4 degrees C in surface air temperatures has been recorded across India. Notably, this warming trend manifests prominently along the western coast, throughout central India, the interior peninsula, and the northeastern regions of the country. Conversely, some areas, particularly in northwestern India and parts of southern India, have experienced unexpected cooling trends, underscoring the complex and varied climate dynamics that characterize this diverse nation. Text TBF to 2.2.2. Variations in rainfall patterns. When it comes to monsoon rainfall, the overall national picture reveals a relatively stable trend. However, the regional variations tell a different story. In certain areas, such as the western coast, northern Andhra Pradesh, and northwestern India, there has been a discernible increase in seasonal monsoon rainfall, between 10% to 12% above the normal levels over the past century. In stark contrast, regions like eastern Madhya Pradesh, northeastern India, and parts of Gujarat and Kerala have seen declines in monsoon rainfall, with reductions ranging from 6% to 8% of normal levels. Such regional disparities highlight the importance of localized climate data when seeking to understand the country's changing weather patterns. Text TBF to 2.2.3. Frequency of extreme weather events. An examination of weather records over the past 130 years does not indicate any significant long-term trends concerning large-scale droughts and floods. Still, multi-decadal cycles reveal periods with increased drought frequency, occasionally punctuated by less severe droughts. Additionally, there has been a general rise in severe storm events along the coastline, averaging an increase of 0.011 occurrences per year. While states like West Bengal and Gujarat report growing storm incidents, Odisha has shown a marked decline, suggesting that localized climate resilience varies across the nation. Text TBF to 2.2.4. Rising sea levels. Coastal tide gauge recordings from the northern Indian Ocean indicate a gradual rise in sea levels, at rates between 1.06 and 1.75 millimeters per year over the last 4 decades. This data aligns closely with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's (IPCC) global sea level rise estimates of 1 to 2 millimeters annually. The implications of this rise are significant, particularly for coastal communities that may face increased flooding and erosion, necessitating urgent adaptations and infrastructure planning. Text TBF to 2.2.5. Effects on the Himalayan glaciers. The majestic Himalayas, home to abundant snow and ice, serve as a critical water source for some of the country's largest rivers, such as the Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra. As climate changes accelerate glacial melt, concerns arise regarding the long-term lean season water flows. This shift could have severe repercussions for the economy, particularly regarding water availability and hydropower generation essential for millions of lives across the region. While monitoring data indicates that some Himalayan glaciers have receded in recent years, the trend is inconsistent across the range, complicating efforts to draw overarching conclusions. Scientists are still probing into the reasons behind these changes, with various hypotheses emerging, hinting at the intricate interactions between climate factors and geographical diversity. Text TBF, did you know? Remarkably, Tripura emerges as one of India's highest climate, vegetation, and precipitation (CVP) index zones, indicating its potential productivity driven by a favorable climate. This highlights not only the diversity of India's environmental landscape but also poses a vital question about sustainability and conservation efforts in the face of ongoing climatic changes. In conclusion, as India faces these multifaceted changes in temperature, rainfall, extreme weather events, sea levels, and glacial dynamics, it becomes crucial for policymakers, researchers, and communities to engage in proactive strategies that acknowledge these trends and work toward a resilient future. The diverse climatic narrative of India serves as a reminder of the potent interplay between nature and human activity, necessitating a thoughtful approach to environmental stewardship. Current initiatives for adaptation and mitigation. Text TBF, Adapting to Climate Change in India, Actions and Initiatives. As the reality of climate change unfolds with increasing urgency, nations around the world are compelled to adapt and mitigate its far-reaching effects. In India, adaptation focuses on practical measures designed to minimize the negative impacts of climate change. This includes relocating communities vulnerable to rising sea levels and transitioning agricultural practices to incorporate heat-resistant crops. Such measures are vital for safeguarding the livelihoods of those affected by environmental shifts. Mitigation initiatives, on the other hand, aim to diminish the very emissions that fuel climate change. This can be achieved through a concerted shift toward renewable energy sources, such as solar, wind, and nuclear energy, reducing dependency on fossil fuels and the pollution they produce. These two approaches, adaptation and mitigation, are essential parts of India's comprehensive strategy against climate change. Currently, the Indian government invests over 2.6% of its GDP on adaptation strategies, with a keen focus on priority areas such as agriculture, water resources, health and sanitation, forestry, coastal infrastructure, and resilience against extreme weather events. /TextBF, Agriculture, ensuring food security amidst uncertainty. An essential component of India's adaptation strategy lies in its agricultural sector. The government has established two significant risk financing programs to aid farmers facing the unpredictable consequences of climate change. The crop insurance scheme provides crucial coverage against climate-related damages, ensuring farmers do not bear the brunt of crop failures alone. Additionally, the credit support mechanism extends financial resources to farmers, helping them recover from losses incurred due to climatic variability. Furthermore, efforts are underway towards advancing crop improvement by developing varieties better suited for arid conditions and pest management. Training programs for agricultural extension workers and NGOs are being enhanced to promote practices that increase resilience among vulnerable farming communities. /TextBF, Drought Proofing, Cultivating Resilience. Drought represents a formidable challenge for India's agriculture. Across the nation, current programs are focused on minimizing drought impacts, addressing not only the production of crops and livestock but also optimizing land and water resources. The overarching goal is to create drought-proof regions, leading to improved economic stability and enhanced conditions for resource-poor populations living in these areas. /TextBF, Forestry, a Greener Future. India takes pride in maintaining an aggressive afforestation agenda propelled by the Forest Conservation Act of 1980. This landmark act established stringent regulations against forest degradation and mandated compensatory afforestation for any land diverted for non-forest use. Between 1985 and 1997, India achieved an impressive reforestation rate of 1.78 million hectares annually, which has now stabilized at about 1.1 million hectares. As a result, the carbon stocks in Indian forests have soared, accumulating between 9 to 10 gigatons of carbon over 2 decades, demonstrating the effectiveness of these initiatives. /TextBF, Water Management, Safeguarding a Precious Resource. The National Water Policy highlights the necessity of adopting innovative approaches to water usage. It advocates for interbasin water transfers, artificial recharge of groundwater, and desalination practices, alongside traditional methods like rainwater harvesting. In response to growing water scarcity challenges, many Indian states have instituted mandatory rainwater harvesting initiatives across urban areas, fostering a culture of conservation. /TextBF, Coastal Protection, Preserving Vulnerable Ecosystems. Coastal regions face unique vulnerabilities due to climate change, prompting the government to impose restrictions along sensitive ecological zones. This includes regulatory measures within 200 to 500 meters of the high tide line to safeguard vital coastal ecosystems. Simultaneously, these regulations address the needs of coastal communities and their livelihoods. Specific interventions include the construction of protective infrastructure against storms and cyclones, establishing cyclone shelters, and promoting the growth of coastal forests and mangroves, which are critical for natural disaster mitigation. /TextBF, health programs, safeguarding public well-being. A paramount objective of India's health initiatives is to monitor and control vector-borne diseases exacerbated by climate change, such as malaria, dengue, and Japanese encephalitis. Programs are in place to provide emergency medical assistance during natural disasters and to train and equip the human resources tasked with these essential functions. /TextBF, disaster management, preparedness and prevention. The National Disaster Management Program plays a central role in coordinating disaster relief efforts and providing support to victims of weather-related tragedies. By facilitating grants and fostering proactive disaster prevention programs, this initiative ensures that communities are better informed and prepared for potential calamities through comprehensive training for disaster management personnel. /TextBF, looking ahead, chapter on sustainable development. In recognition of the increasing complexities surrounding sustainable development and climate change, India's annual economic survey has introduced a dedicated chapter addressing these challenges for the first time. This chapter sheds light on the mounting pressures faced by land, air, water, forests, and the delicate balance of ecosystems. It serves as both a reflection of India's commitment to tackling environmental issues and a call to action for innovative approaches to sustainable development in the years ahead. In conclusion, India's multifaceted approach to climate change adaptation and mitigation not only aims to combat immediate threats but also strives for long-term resilience and sustainability, creating a better future for all its citizens amidst a changing climate. India's National Action Plan on Climate Change. The National Action Plan on Climate Change in India, a comprehensive approach addressing the pressing challenge of climate change, demands a concerted effort across multiple sectors and a commitment to act in a focused and simultaneous manner. Recognizing this urgency, India has crafted a robust National Action Plan on Climate Change, NAP, which is anchored in the development and deployment of innovative technologies. This plan is intended to be executed through robust institutional frameworks tailored for the effective achievement of the distinct objectives set forth in each of the missions outlined within the plan. In addition, it will embrace public-private partnerships and mobilize initiatives from civil society for broader participation. The central themes include enhancing understanding of climate change, promoting both adaptation and mitigation strategies, and emphasizing energy efficiency along with the conservation of natural resources. At the heart of the NAP lie 8 national missions, which constitute its core. These missions represent multifaceted, long-term strategies that are integrated to meet significant goals in the context of climate change, ensuring a sustainable future for India. Did you know? According to the Economic Survey of 2011-12, lower carbon sustainable growth should operate as a cornerstone of the 12th five-year plan, which begins in April 2012. Interestingly, India's per capita carbon dioxide emissions stand at only 1.52 tons, significantly lower than those of developed nations, even when historical emissions are not taken into account. National Solar Mission. One of the standout initiatives under the NAP is the National Solar Mission, a vital program established by the Government of India and state governments aimed at promoting ecologically sustainable growth while tackling energy security challenges. /TextBF, Objectives. The primary aim is to position India as a global leader in solar energy by creating favorable policy conditions for the swift adoption and integration of solar technology across the nation. The mission is structured into 3 phases, encompassing the remaining term of the 11th plan and the first year of the 12th plan as Phase 1. The second phase extends from 2013 to 2017, while the third phase will be implemented during the 13th plan, from 2017 to 2022. Regular evaluations will occur to assess progress and redesign approaches based on emerging technology trends and costs. The first phase will prioritize harnessing immediate solar thermal opportunities and promote off-grid systems, particularly for populations lacking access to commercial energy. Meanwhile, the second phase will focus on significantly ramping up capacity to facilitate competitive solar energy expansion in India. /TextBF Mission Targets. The overarching goal is to generate a plan conducive to deploying 100,000 megawatts of solar power by 2022, previously set at 20,000 megawatts for 2021 to 22, reflecting a considerable increase. This will encompass 40 gigawatts of rooftop installations and 60 gigawatts achieved through large and medium-scale grid-connected solar power projects. In a different ecological success story, it's noteworthy that the population of one-horned rhinoceroses in Kaziranga National Park has increased from 2,048 in 2009 to 2,990, despite losses during the same period. The National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, NMEE. The NMEE appears as another ambitious initiative designed to enhance the energy efficiency sector across India by establishing an encouraging regulatory and policy framework that fosters sustainable business practices. /TextBF Objectives. The aims of the NMEE include implementing innovative policies that foster transparent and efficient energy markets, facilitating financing mechanisms that maintain market sustainability with clearly specified deliverables. /TextBF Mission Goals. The initiative anticipates unlocking energy efficiency potential worth approximately 74,000 crores rupees by 2014 to 15. This includes annual fuel savings exceeding 23 million tons of oil equivalent, TOE, and cumulative electricity capacity avoidance of around 19,000 megawatts, translating into carbon dioxide emission mitigations amounting to 98 million tons annually. National Mission on Sustainable Habitat. This mission focuses on fostering sustainable habitats through advances in energy efficiency, urban planning, and improved waste management. It encourages a shift towards public transportation and promotes legislative and regulatory adjustments to enhance sustainability. The objectives extend towards building resilience within infrastructures to cope with climate change, ensuring communities have measures for disaster management and efficient systems to provide early warnings for extreme weather. Through an extension of building energy conservation codes and strategic urban planning aimed at improving public transport, the mission aims to facilitate a sustainable growth trajectory. National Water Mission, NWM. The NWM's objectives revolve around integrated water resource management, conservation, reducing wastage, and promoting equitable distribution of water resources. The framework emphasizes increasing efficiency in water use by 20% and recycling wastewater to meet urban water demands effectively. The mission recognizes the critical state of water resources, proposing innovative technologies such as low-temperature desalination for coastal cities, alongside revisiting policies to enhance basin-level management amid variable rainfall patterns exacerbated by climate change. National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, NMSHE. Rooted in the objective of safeguarding the Himalayan ecosystem, the NMSHE fosters human and institutional capacity building toward climate change responses. It aims to establish a coherent knowledge database and assess socio-economic impacts of environmental changes, using traditional knowledge systems to promote community participation in climate adaptation strategies. National Mission for a Green India. The Green India Mission sets forth ambitious targets for increasing forest and tree cover, while simultaneously aiming to improve ecosystem services, thus boosting biodiversity and carbon sequestration. It envisions safeguarding the livelihoods of 3 million households dependent on forest resources. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA. Focused on agricultural resilience, the NMSA proposes strategic plans tailored to various agroclimatic zones. Through customized interventions, the mission seeks to enhance productivity using advanced agricultural techniques and biotechnology. It aims to connect farmers to information and support systems while promoting sustainable practices that reduce emissions from farming activities. The National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change, NMSKCC. This mission pursues an array of objectives designed to form knowledge networks among institutions dedicated to climate science. It aims to enhance research efforts, develop national capacity for modeling climate impacts, and increase awareness of climate processes that affect societal resilience. National Bioenergy Mission. India's National Bioenergy Mission targets the vast potential of biomass to generate a remarkable 25,000 megawatts of power. By leveraging agricultural and industrial residues along with caulking energy crops, the mission opens pathways for substantial renewable energy production. The road ahead. India's vulnerability to climate change is underscored by its high poverty levels and reliance on natural resources. However, through a collaborative and strategic approach outlined in the National Action Plan on Climate Change and its associated missions, India is taking significant strides toward combating climate change. With initiatives spanning solar energy to sustainable agriculture, the nation is not only addressing environmental challenges but also paving the way for sustainable economic growth and improved quality of life for its citizens. Indian nationally determined contributions. In the realms of global environmental governance, the Conference of Parties, COP, under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, serves as a pivotal assembly where nations unite to address the escalating threat of climate change. The 19th session of the COP, held in Warsaw in November 2013, was a clarion call for collective action. During this crucial meeting, all participating nations were encouraged to embark on the groundwork for their intended nationally determined contributions, INDCs, aligning their domestic initiatives with the overarching goals of the convention. Such contributions, countries were reminded, needed to be submitted ahead of the 21st session of the COP, maintaining an expectation of timely communication and strategic planning. The concept of INDCs emerged against the backdrop of key decisions made during the meetings in Warsaw, COP19, and Lima, COP20. It emphasizes two principal tenets, the importance of equity and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR. This framework acknowledges that while all countries must work towards the common goal of combating climate change, the extent of their contributions should reflect historical emissions and current capabilities. It requires nations to present their goals in a context that recognizes both the unique circumstances of developing countries and the pressing need for comprehensive global action. India, recognizing the urgency of this climate crisis, stepped forward with a voluntary commitment to reduce the emissions intensity of its GDP by 20 to 25% from 2005 levels by the year 2020. This declaration carried the weight of goodwill, as it was made in the absence of binding obligations under the convention. Remarkably, within just a 5-year span between 2005 and 2010, India managed a significant reduction in emissions intensity by 12%, thanks to a slew of proactive policy measures aimed at fostering low-carbon strategies and promoting renewable energy. The United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, in its Emission Gap Report 2014, lauded India for its progress and classified it as one of the countries poised to meet its ambitious voluntary targets. As India laid out its INDC, it charted a roadmap for substantial climate action post-2020 in the context of a new international agreement. The INDC highlights an extensive array of initiatives focused on promoting clean energy solutions, particularly renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiency, and developing resilient and low-carbon urban centers. It emphasizes innovative approaches that transform waste into wealth, establish sustainable and smart transportation networks, address pollution abatement, and bolster carbon sequestration through expansive forest and tree cover. In addition to government frameworks, it invites the collective action of citizens and the private sector in a united front against climate change. The specific areas of focus within India's INDC include 1/TBF, Sustainable Lifestyles, advocating for living practices that are mindful of ecological limits and promote conservation. 2/TBF, Cleaner Economic Development, reinforcing economic strategies that prioritize environmental sustainability. 3/TBF, Reducing Emission Intensity of GDP, aiming for a significant decrease in greenhouse gas emissions relative to economic output. 4/TBF, Increasing non-fossil fuel-based electricity share, targeting a substantial growth in the contribution from renewable energy sources. 5/TBF, Enhancing carbon sinks through forests, expanding forest cover to act as a buffer against climate change. 6/TBF, Adaptation strategies, building resilience in various sectors vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. 7/TBF, Mobilizing finance, engaging both domestic resources and international finance to support mitigation and adaptation initiatives. 8/TBF, Technology transfer and capacity building, promoting the sharing of innovative technologies and building the skill set necessary for implementation. Moreover, the INDC underscores India's commitment to comprehensive adaptation efforts, which are crucial given the multifaceted challenges posed by climate change. Key initiatives include developing sustainable habitats that reduce environmental impact, optimizing water use efficiency to combat scarcity, creating ecologically sustainable and climate-resilient agricultural systems, safeguarding the Himalayan glaciers and fragile mountain ecosystems, enhancing carbon sinks in sustainably managed forests while implementing protective measures for vulnerable species and forest-dependent communities. Summarizing India's intended nationally determined contributions reveals a profound aspiration to forge a sustainable future. Among the notable commitments are advocating for a health-conscious and sustainable lifestyle rooted in conservation values and moderation, opting for a path of climate-friendly development, distinct from the patterns established by historically high-emission countries at similar economic stages, targeting a 33 to 35% reduction in GDP emission intensity by 2030 relative to 2005. Achieving a goal of around 40% of total electric power capacity from non-fossil fuel sources by 2030, contingent on technology transfers and international financial support, particularly from the Green Climate Fund. Aspiring to establish an additional carbon sink equivalent to 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 through augmented forest and tree cover by 2030. Enhancing climate change resilience through increased investments in sectors predominantly at risk, including agriculture, water resources, and coastal regions, and in areas essential to health and disaster management. Mobilizing funding from both domestic and developed nations to bridge financial gaps for vital mitigation and adaptation strategies. Fostering domestic capacity and creating a conducive regulatory framework to facilitate the rapid adoption of cutting-edge climate technologies and collaborative research and development efforts. Through this comprehensive and forward-thinking approach, India positions itself not only as a participant in the global climate discourse but as a potential leader in pioneering sustainable development rooted in equity and resilience. Indian Climate Change Assessment Network. The Indian Network on Climate Change Assessment, a comprehensive overview. In October 2009, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, MoEF, of India inaugurated the Indian Network on Climate Change Assessment, INCA. This initiative marked a significant commitment by the Indian government to foster domestic research focused on climate change while simultaneously enhancing the nation's expertise in this critical area. The overarching goal was to establish a robust framework for understanding and addressing climate-related challenges through scientific inquiry. At the heart of INCA is a network-based program that unites over 120 institutions and more than 250 dedicated scientists from various fields across the country. This collaborative approach aims to facilitate science-based policymaking, emphasizing accurate measurements, vigilant monitoring, and comprehensive modeling of climate-related data. With its extensive network, INCA is poised to serve as a pivotal resource in formulating strategies that can effectively respond to the myriad implications of climate change in India. The INCA has been conceptualized as a specialized scientific program designed to meticulously address the drivers of climate change and assess its implications. Through methodical research, INCA focuses on various aspects of climate vulnerability and adaptation strategies. This initiative also aims to develop decision support systems that will enable better management of climate-related risks and opportunities. One of its key objectives is to establish an independent body of Indian scientists capable of preparing authoritative scientific reports on the impact of climate change across multiple sectors. These findings are intended not only to provide an accurate portrayal of the situation in India but also to influence the global discourse surrounding climate change. Furthermore, the reports generated by INCA form an integral part of India's national communications, NATCOM, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, showcasing the nation's commitment to international environmental obligations. The initial assessments by INCA. /TextTBF, First Assessment, India, Greenhouse Gas Emissions 2007. The inaugural report from INCA was an updated inventory of greenhouse gas emissions for the year 2007, released on 11 May 2010. This seminal document indicated a considerable increase in India's emissions, which grew by a staggering 58% from 1994 to 2007. The assessment covered critical sectors such as energy, industry, agriculture, land use and land use change, and waste management. By delineating both emission sources and removal sinks, the report provided invaluable insight into the dynamics of India's greenhouse gas contributions. /TextTBF, Second Assessment, Climate Change and India, a 4x4 assessment. Following the first assessment, INCA produced a more intricate analysis titled Climate Change and India, a 4x4 assessment. This evaluation investigated the potential effects of climate change expected in the 2030s, focusing on the natural resources and livelihoods across four vulnerable regions: the Himalayan region, the Northeast, the Western Ghats, and the coastal plains. The assessment identifies the implications for four crucial sectors: agriculture, water resources, health, and natural ecosystems and biodiversity. Using a regional climate model known as PRECIS, the 4x4 assessment paints a picture of future climate scenarios and highlights key areas needing further investigation and improvement. Key findings include /TextTBF, rising temperatures. Predictions indicate an average temperature increase of up to 2.0 degrees Celsius, with extreme ranges possibly exceeding 4.0 degrees Celsius. /TextTBF, precipitation patterns. An increase in annual precipitation is anticipated, albeit with fewer rainy days and more intense rainfall events, raising concerns about flooding and water management. Text TBF, cyclonic disturbances. The frequency of cyclonic disturbances may decrease, but the intensity is expected to rise, along with an increased risk of storm surges. Text TBF, sector-specific impacts. 1. Text TBF, agriculture. The agricultural sector is likely to face severe challenges, including a 50% reduction in maize yields and a reduction of 4-35% in rice yields. While some crops like coconut may see a yield increase, others, such as apples, may deteriorate significantly. Livestock health across regions is also expected to decline. 2. Text TBF, water resources. Forecasts predict a high variability in freshwater supplies, with some regions anticipating up to a 50% increase in water yields, while others could experience a drastic 40-50% reduction. The risks of flooding could increase by 10-30%, as could drought occurrences. 3. Text TBF, forests and natural ecosystems. The report highlights increased net primary productivity, although it also points towards shifting forest boundaries and species composition. These changes could have detrimental effects on biodiversity and local livelihoods. 4. Text TBF, human health. Climate change is expected to exacerbate health challenges, resulting in increased morbidity and mortality due to heat stress and the spread of vector-borne diseases. Particularly concerning is the expanded transmission window for diseases such as malaria. The right to a sustainable environment. In the context of these assessments, it is critical to reflect on Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which guarantees the right to life. The judiciary has interpreted this right broadly, encompassing the right to a clean environment, a means of livelihood, and the right to live with dignity. As the effects of climate change become increasingly pronounced, this legal interpretation underscores the urgency of prioritizing environmental sustainability, ensuring that the impacts of climate change do not undermine fundamental human rights. In conclusion, INCA stands as a vital initiative in India's response to climate change, serving as a beacon of scientific inquiry, enhanced policymaking, and a crucial component in the global discussion on environmental challenges. Through continued research and proactive strategies, India can aim not only to mitigate the impacts of climate change but also to adapt effectively and sustainably in the years to come. National Communication, NATCOM. In the pursuit of addressing climate change and implementing the provisions laid out in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, India embarked on an essential journey with the initiation of its initial national communication, commonly referred to as NATCOM, in 2002. This significant undertaking received financial backing from the Global Environment Facility, facilitated through the Enabling Activities Program by the United Nations Development Program in New Delhi. As a signatory to the convention, India, like other parties involved, is tasked with a critical responsibility to provide comprehensive information to the Secretariat of the Conference of Parties. This includes detailing a national inventory that encompasses anthropogenic emissions and the removal processes of all greenhouse gases, GHGs, that aren't governed by the Montreal Protocol. These efforts aim to utilize standardized methodologies that are promoted and endorsed by the Conference of Parties, allowing for a cohesive understanding of global emission dynamics. In this context, India's national communication process was designed to encompass a thorough scientific and technical approach. This involves meticulous preparation of inventories related to greenhouse gases originating from human activities, as well as strategies aimed at reducing uncertainties in emissions estimates. Importantly, the process also accounts for vulnerability assessments and adaptation strategies in response to a changing climate, alongside showcasing India's proactive initiatives aligned with the Convention's objectives. Recognizing the vast diversity and sectoral complexities inherent in India's climate landscape, the preparation of the national communication adopted a broad participatory framework. This invited collaboration among research institutions, technical specialists, universities, various government departments, and non-governmental organizations, all contributing their expertise and perspectives. For effective implementation, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, MoEF, has been designated as the project's executing agency. Under its stewardship, a comprehensive work program was laid out that focused on several key areas. One of the primary goals is to develop a meticulous inventory for the base year of 1994 while concurrently improving its reliability compared to earlier estimates. This is undertaken through significant efforts to minimize uncertainties related to greenhouse gas (GHG) emission coefficients across essential source categories. In addition to enhancing data integrity, the program includes identifying critical steps towards fully implementing the Convention. Understanding the unique challenges posed by climate change, vulnerability assessments and adaptation strategies are devised to address the specific needs and concerns that arise from its adverse impacts on India. To facilitate information accessibility and foster informed decision-making, a reliable and comprehensive database will be established, functioning as a data center. This center will make crucial output information publicly accessible online, promoting transparency and engagement. Moreover, efforts are being made to bolster India's capacity to confront projected climate changes through the formulation of a targeted research proposal. This proposal aims to pave the way for a strategic medium to long-term action plan, equipping the country to respond adequately to forthcoming climatic challenges. Regarding greenhouse gas inventory estimations, the process has commenced in alignment with the stipulations of Articles 4 and 12.1 of the UNFCCC. This includes an in-depth inventory of diverse gases across several sectors, such as energy production, industrial processes, agricultural practices, land use, and waste management. Specifically, gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride are being systematically catalogued, focusing on their release from varied anthropogenic sources dating back to 1994. This inventory is not merely a static report. It integrates historical trends of GHG growth as an essential element of India's initial national communication to the UNFCCC. The methodologies applied for estimating national GHG inventories are grounded firmly in the well-regarded 1996 guidelines of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, and adhere to best practices established internationally. In a notable intersection of employment and ecological welfare, India's Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Program, MGNREGA, illustrates the nation's commitment to sustainable practices. One of its core objectives is to enhance ecological security, focusing on initiatives like water harvesting, watershed management, and the promotion of soil health. These endeavors not only contribute to environmental sustainability but also empower rural communities, fostering resilience against the looming challenges posed by climate change. In summary, India's extensive and multifaceted approach to addressing climate change underscores its recognition of the urgency of this global challenge. Through the national communication process and collaborative efforts, it strives to contribute significantly to global climate goals, ensuring a sustainable future for generations to come. India's policy framework for GHG mitigation. In the battle against climate change, India has emerged as a key player, diligently crafting a robust framework of policies and regulations designed to mitigate greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions. Central to this initiative is the Integrated Energy Policy, which was adopted in 2006 and serves as a cornerstone of the nation's strategy for sustainable energy and environmental stewardship. The integrated energy policy encompasses a multitude of provisions that collectively aim to usher in an era of energy efficiency across all sectors. There is a pronounced emphasis on promoting mass transport systems, recognizing that an efficient public transportation network is essential for reducing individual carbon footprints and enhancing urban mobility. By prioritizing public transport, India aspires not only to reduce congestion but also to cut down on emissions from the transportation sector, which is a significant contributor to air pollution. Additionally, the policy highlights the significant role of renewable energy sources, including biofuel plantations. This approach encourages sustainable agricultural practices and the cultivation of energy crops that contribute to energy security while preserving the environment. The policy also calls for the accelerated development of nuclear and hydropower, both of which are essential for generating clean energy and reducing dependency on fossil fuels. Research and development, R&D, in clean energy technologies is another key aspect of the integrated energy policy. By focusing on innovative solutions, the policy aims to promote advancements in energy storage, solar technologies, and other clean energy initiatives that could alleviate the long-term challenge of meeting the growing energy demand while protecting the environment. Complementing this is the Rural Electrification Policy, also established in 2006, which specifically addresses the challenges of providing electricity to remote areas where traditional grid connectivity remains elusive or economically unviable. This policy advocates for the deployment of renewable energy technologies tailored to local needs, thus empowering rural communities with sustainable energy solutions. Furthermore, the new and renewable energy policy, initiated in 2005, reinforces this commitment to renewable sources by promoting local designs, development, and manufacture of energy technologies. Critical to maintaining environmental integrity, the National Environment Policy of 2006, alongside the Notification on Environment Impact Assessment, EIA, seeks to modernize India's environmental assessment processes. These regulations mandate that various economic activities undergo environmental impact assessments and prepare comprehensive management plans. Such measures ensure that potential adverse effects on the environment are identified and mitigated before any major construction or development begins. Moreover, the overarching framework of energy market reforms includes initiatives such as the Electricity Act of 2005, the Tariff Policy of 2003, and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board Act of 2006. These laws are pivotal in fostering a competitive energy market where prices reflect the true costs of resources. The collective aim is to dismantle entry barriers, stimulate competition in energy exploration and distribution, and promote a fair pricing structure. Alongside these reforms, India is committed to diversifying its energy sources and bolstering energy infrastructure. Policies are in place to provide attractive feed-in tariffs for renewable energy projects such as solar, wind, and biomass cogeneration, incentivizing investments in clean technologies. In a concerted effort to recognize and advance sustainable practices within the industry, the Rajiv Gandhi Environment Award for Clean Technology was instituted. This prestigious accolade honors industrial units that demonstrate significant contributions toward developing new technologies or innovating existing ones that effectively reduce environmental pollution. By acknowledging excellence in clean technology, this award motivates industries to invest in sustainable practices that align with national and global climate goals. India's multifaceted approach, combining stringent policies with innovative frameworks, stands as a testament to the nation's commitment to combating climate change and promoting a greener, more sustainable future. Through these collective efforts, India aims not only to work toward reducing GHG emissions but also to foster a resilient economy that thrives on sustainable energy practices, benefiting both the planet and its people. Introduction to the Appliance Labeling Program. /TextTBF, a Sustainable Future, the Journey Towards Energy Efficiency and Green Buildings in India. Have you ever considered the profound journey humanity has undertaken to combat environmental degradation? In a significant milestone, the United Nations General Assembly, on 23 January 1995, declared 16 September as the International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer. This date serves as a powerful reminder of the signing of the Montreal Protocol in 1987, an agreement that united nations in a common effort to protect the ozone layer, an essential shield against the sun's harmful ultraviolet radiation. In tandem with global efforts to ensure a sustainable future, India initiated an energy labeling program in 2006. This initiative introduced a star-based rating system for various appliances, including fluorescent tube lights, air conditioners, refrigerators, and distribution transformers. These labels empower consumers by providing critical information on energy consumption, allowing them to make informed decisions. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency has mandated that refrigerators display energy efficiency labels, and is in the process of extending this requirement to air conditioners. Such standards and labeling programs for electrical appliances are projected to yield significant annual savings in electricity consumption, a step towards a greener planet. In May 2007, India launched the Energy Conservation Building Code, ECBC, addressing the design of new large commercial buildings. This code optimizes energy demand based on geographical and climatic considerations, acknowledging the rapidly growing commercial sector as a mirror reflecting the increasing prominence of services in India's economy. Today, nearly 100 buildings are already adhering to the ECBC standards, which have been integrated into the mandatory environmental impact assessment requirements for large constructions. Remarkably, it is estimated that if all commercial spaces in India conform to ECBC norms, energy consumption in this sector could decrease by 30 to 40%. While compliance with these norms is currently voluntary, it is anticipated that this will soon change. The concept of green buildings, the core of which aims to mitigate pollution and minimize environmental impact, has become increasingly relevant. Human habitats, or buildings, play a critical role in urban ecosystems, affecting air quality and contributing to climate change. From construction through operation to eventual demolition, buildings consume considerable resources, energy, water, and materials, emitting waste both directly, in the form of municipal waste, and indirectly, through emissions related to electricity generation. Green buildings, by design, strive to reduce the consumption of natural resources during their life cycle. The fundamental goals of green building design include minimizing reliance on non-renewable resources while maximizing their efficient use, promoting the reuse and recycling of available resources, harnessing renewable resources where feasible. Though the initial investment in designing and constructing green buildings may be higher, they are more economical to operate, promising substantial environmental benefits and enhancing the quality of life for their occupants. Such buildings effectively utilize sustainable building materials and construction techniques, optimize the use of on-site energy sources, reduce energy requirements for everyday operations, and facilitate efficient waste and water management practices. The outcome is a healthier indoor environment for occupants. The success of green buildings is rooted in a comprehensive design process that necessitates collaboration among architects, landscape designers, HVAC engineers, and energy consultants. Together, They assess the environmental impact of architectural decisions and implement solutions that minimize negative repercussions while enhancing positive effects on the ecosystem. One crucial aspect of green buildings is the integration of renewable energy sources to produce energy on-site. Efforts towards architecture that harmonizes with the environment align with the broader objectives of sustainable development. Did you know? The 42nd Amendment to India's Constitution, enacted in 1974, enshrined two critical articles, Article 48-A, which mandates the state to protect and enhance the environment, and Article 51-A(g), which asserts it to be the fundamental duty of every citizen to safeguard the natural environment, forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife. The deep-rooted concept of green buildings culminated in the development of the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment, GRIHA. GRIHA, meaning abode in Sanskrit, was conceived by the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, in collaboration with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, India. This voluntary rating system serves as a measurement tool, facilitating the design of green buildings and evaluating their environmental performance against nationally set benchmarks. By following the principle, what gets measured, gets managed, GRIHA quantifies various aspects such as energy consumption, waste generation, and renewable energy adoption. Through a holistic evaluation of a building's life cycle, it establishes a definitive standard for identifying what constitutes green building. The GRIHA rating system comprises 34 criteria spread across 4 categories: site selection and planning, conservation and efficient resource utilization, building operation and maintenance, and innovation points. Within these 34 criteria, 8 are mandatory while 4 are partly mandatory. The remaining are optional, allowing for flexibility in certification based on the unique demands of each project. From an overarching perspective, the implementation of GRIHA contributes significantly to community well-being by addressing pressing environmental issues. It reduces greenhouse gas emissions, curtails energy consumption without compromising comfort, lessens the degradation of natural habitats, and mitigates air and water pollution, thus yielding direct health benefits. Alongside its environmental advantages, GRIHA enhances user productivity and positively influences the marketability of green projects. Nevertheless, challenges persist in the Indian building sector, which is characterized by decentralization and fragmented engagement among various stakeholders involved in design, construction, and renovation. An absence of collaboration hampers the seamless adoption of integrated green design practices. Hence, delineating and quantifying sustainable practices becomes paramount, as does clarifying the roles of different contributors in minimizing resource consumption and ecological footprints throughout a building's life cycle. Did you know? The Amrita Devi Bishnoi Wildlife Protection Award acknowledges significant contributions to wildlife protection, honoring individuals who demonstrate exemplary courage and dedication to safeguarding India's rich biodiversity. In conclusion, as we continue our journey towards sustainability, it is vital to recognize our shared responsibility to preserve our environment for future generations. Through initiatives like energy efficiency labeling, the Energy Conservation Building Code, green buildings, and the GRIHA rating system, India is making strides towards an environmentally conscious future. Each effort counts, reminding us that protecting our natural resources requires both informed choices and collective action. Energy audits for major industrial users. In March 2007, a significant step was taken towards fostering energy efficiency and sustainability in India's industrial landscape. The government mandated that large energy-consuming units across 9 key industrial sectors conduct comprehensive energy audits. These audits were not merely a bureaucratic formality, they represented a critical shift in how industries approached energy consumption, promoting responsibility and accountability in their operations. The facilities identified for this initiative are designated as designated consumers. This categorization is important as it highlights their substantial role in influencing national energy usage patterns. These designated consumers are typically large manufacturers, power plants, or other entities that consume significant amounts of energy, making them vital players in the larger conversation about energy conservation and sustainable practices. To ensure that these energy audits are not only conducted but executed with a high degree of expertise and professionalism, the directive requires these facilities to engage certified energy managers. These professionals are equipped with the knowledge and skills necessary to analyze energy use, identify inefficiencies, and suggest actionable improvements. Their involvement guarantees that the energy audits yield meaningful insights and strategies that can lead to real reductions in energy consumption and associated costs. Furthermore, designated consumers are obligated to report their energy consumption data and conservation efforts on an annual basis. This requirement serves multiple purposes. First, it fosters transparency within the industry, and second, it creates a framework for accountability. By compiling and analyzing this data, stakeholders can gain insights into industry-wide trends, identify areas for improvement, and ultimately contribute to a more energy-efficient economy. The implications of this mandate extend beyond just compliance. As industries begin to incorporate these audits into their operations, they are also encouraged to innovate and adopt new technologies aimed at reducing energy usage. This could lead to the development of more sustainable practices, ultimately benefiting not just the businesses themselves, but the environment and society as a whole. In summary, the energy audit mandate introduced in March 2007 is a transformative initiative aimed at revolutionizing energy management in large industrial sectors. By requiring designated consumers to conduct energy audits, employ certified managers, and report their findings, India is steadily steering its industrial practices toward greater energy efficiency and sustainability, highlighting the importance of responsible energy consumption in the fight against climate change. Public transportation systems. The National Urban Transport Policy of India stands as a testament to the country's commitment to creating a sustainable and livable urban environment. With a focus on fostering extensive public transport systems and promoting non-motorized modes of transport, the policy advocates for a shift away from the growing reliance on personal vehicles. This paradigm shift is essential, given the rapid urbanization and the consequent environmental challenges that cities face today. In recent years, cities like Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, and Jaipur have made significant strides in revamping their transportation infrastructure. The expansion of the metro rail transportation system in Delhi is perhaps one of the most noteworthy advancements. This extensive network not only provides a speedy and efficient way for millions of commuters to travel across the capital but also significantly reduces traffic congestion and emissions. Similarly, Bangalore's innovative metro bus project is another vital initiative aimed at enhancing mass transit options. These projects signal a concerted effort to create a more integrated public transport system that can cater to the diverse needs of city dwellers while simultaneously addressing environmental concerns. The emphasis is on making public transport not just a viable option, but the preferred choice for commuting. Furthermore, the Maharashtra state government has taken proactive measures to address urban congestion by recently announcing the imposition of a congestion tax. This tax is a strategic approach to discourage the use of private vehicles in urban areas where a robust public transport infrastructure is already in place. By encouraging residents to use the available public transport options, the government aims to improve air quality and reduce traffic snarls, ultimately making the urban environment more pleasant. Did you know? Alongside these transportation initiatives, the Rajiv Gandhi Wildlife Conservation Award stands out as an important recognition in India's commitment to preserving its natural heritage. Awarded annually, this prestigious honor is given for significant contributions to wildlife conservation in the country. It highlights efforts that have made, or have the potential to make, a substantial impact on the protection and conservation of wildlife. Such recognition emphasizes that just as urban transport policies aim to nurture sustainable living conditions for people, efforts in wildlife conservation play a crucial role in maintaining biodiversity and ecological balance. In summary, India's approach to urban transport, characterized by an emphasis on public systems and non-motorized modes, signifies a positive shift towards sustainability. The policies and initiatives undertaken highlight a broader vision of creating cities that are not only more environmentally friendly but also more accessible and enjoyable for their inhabitants. Similarly, recognizing and rewarding contributions to wildlife conservation underlines the necessity of preserving the natural world amidst urban expansion. Together, these efforts forge a path towards a future where urban living seamlessly coexists with environmental stewardship. Air quality improvement initiatives. In urban areas across India, air pollution remains a pressing issue, with emissions from transport vehicles contributing significantly to deteriorating air quality. The rise in the number of vehicles on the road, coupled with outdated technologies, has made it essential for cities to address this challenge robustly. Recognizing the urgent need for intervention, various initiatives have been launched to combat pollution and create a healthier environment for residents. One of the most pivotal steps in this fight against air pollution has been the introduction of compressed natural gas, CNG, as an alternative fuel in major cities, particularly Delhi. CNG is a cleaner burning fuel compared to traditional petrol and diesel, significantly reducing harmful emissions. This transition not only helps in decreasing air pollutants but also sets a precedent for other cities to adopt similar strategies. As cities start to embrace CNG, residents can breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that their air quality is gradually improving. Moreover, the government has recognized the importance of retiring old, polluting vehicles that are notorious for their high emissions. By incentivizing owners to trade in their older models for newer, more environmentally friendly options, urban centers hope to see a marked decrease in the number of heavily polluting vehicles on their streets. This initiative not only aids the environment but also encourages a culture of modernization and sustainability in transportation. To further augment these efforts, there has been a significant push towards strengthening mass transportation systems. By improving public transit options, such as buses, subways, and light rail systems, cities can reduce reliance on personal vehicles, thus lowering the overall rate of emissions. Enhanced public transport not only makes commuting more efficient but also encourages more citizens to opt for shared transportation methods, contributing to cleaner air. In addition to these measures, some state governments have begun providing subsidies for the purchase and use of electric vehicles, EVs. These incentives make it financially viable for more people to transition to cleaner alternatives, advancing the goal of sustainable urban mobility. As EVs become more prevalent on the roads, the hope is that they will significantly reduce the harmful pollutants that have long plagued urban environments. For industrial sectors contributing to air pollution, regulations have become stricter as well. The installation of electrostatic precipitators in thermal power plants is now mandatory, ensuring that emissions are captured and reduced before they can enter the atmosphere. This technological advancement represents a commitment to cleaner energy production, pushing industries to embrace environmentally responsible practices. Furthermore, in many cities, there has been a concerted effort to close or relocate polluting industrial units from residential neighborhoods. This proactive approach not only protects citizens from the immediate effects of pollution but also promotes the establishment of cleaner industrial zones that contribute to the economy while safeguarding public health. These collective efforts demonstrate a multifaceted approach towards combating air pollution in urban India. With each step taken, whether through the adoption of cleaner fuels, incentivizing electric vehicles, enhancing public transportation, or regulating industrial emissions, there is hope for a future where cities can thrive in a cleaner, healthier atmosphere. As stakeholders continue to work together, the dream of clear skies and fresh air is gradually transforming into a tangible reality for the citizens of India. Promotion of energy-saving devices. In an era where climate change is an ever-pressing concern, India has made remarkable strides toward fostering energy efficiency and promoting renewable energy solutions. A significant initiative in this endeavor is the Bureau of Energy Efficiency's flagship program, known as the Bachat Lamp Yojana. Under this innovative scheme, households across the nation have the opportunity to exchange their traditional incandescent lamps for energy-saving compact fluorescent lamps, CFLs. The impact of such a program cannot be understated, as swapping out a single incandescent bulb for a CFL can result in energy savings of up to 75%. The program cleverly utilizes the Clean Development Mechanism (CDM) credits, allowing families to offset the purchase costs of these energy-efficient lights. Essentially, this means that households can upgrade to more sustainable lighting options without feeling the financial strain, encouraging broader participation and helping to foster a culture of energy conservation throughout the community. Moreover, several states in India have recognized the importance of solar energy in reducing dependency on conventional power sources, leading to the mandatory installation of solar water heaters in critical infrastructures such as hospitals, hotels, and significant government and commercial facilities. These solar water heaters harness the sun's energy to heat water efficiently, minimizing energy costs and promoting a greener environment. To further incentivize this positive shift, the government offers subsidies for the installation of solar water heaters in residential buildings as well. This initiative empowers households to make a transition towards harnessing solar energy, reducing their electricity bills, and contributing to a sizable decrease in carbon emissions. As a result of these programs, not only are energy savings occurring on an individual level, but the collective effect contributes to a more sustainable and environmentally friendly future for millions of people. This approach highlights the potential of government policies to influence personal choices, steered by the dual goals of economic savings and environmental responsibility. As India continues to embrace such energy-efficient practices, it sets a precedent for sustainable development that could inspire other nations facing the challenges of climate change. Advancement of biofuels. In recent years, India has taken significant strides towards addressing the pressing issue of climate change through innovative policies and initiatives focused on sustainable energy sources. One such vital advancement is the biodiesel purchase policy, which serves as a crucial framework advocating the procurement of biodiesel by the nation's petroleum industry. This policy not only reflects India's commitment to reducing its carbon footprint but also aims to bolster the use of renewable energy sources, thereby fostering a more sustainable future. As part of a broader strategy to promote cleaner fuels, another important mandate was introduced regarding the blending of ethanol with gasoline. Beginning from 1 January 2003, the policy required a minimum 5% blending of ethanol in gasoline across 9 states and 4 union territories. This initiative not only aimed to enhance the energy security of the country but also sought to encourage the agricultural sector by creating a stable demand for sugarcane and other biomass feedstocks used in ethanol production. The dual benefits of this blending policy, creating sustainable fuel while supporting farmers, exemplify the interconnected nature of environmental and economic considerations in governance. In recognition of individuals and organizations dedicated to environmental conservation, India also bestows the prestigious Indira Gandhi Paryavaran Puraskar each year. This award honors Indian nationals and organizations that have made remarkable contributions in safeguarding and promoting the environment. By celebrating these efforts, the award not only recognizes past achievements but also encourages future generations to follow in these footsteps, reinforcing the idea that every individual's contribution counts towards the collective goal of environmental sustainability. Through initiatives like the biodiesel purchase policy and the ethanol blending mandate, India is proactively charting a path toward an eco-friendlier energy landscape. The Indira Gandhi Paryavaran Puraskar solidifies this commitment by inspiring a culture of environmental responsibility. Together, these efforts represent a forward-thinking approach to tackling climate change and fostering a sustainable future for generations to come. India's Solar Financing Initiative. In the vibrant landscape of southern India, where sprawling fields meet the azure sky, a significant transformation began to unfold in April 2003, heralded by the initiative of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. Recognizing the pressing need to empower rural households with sustainable energy solutions, UNEP launched a pioneering 3-year program designed to facilitate access to solar home systems, an innovative approach aimed at combating energy poverty while promoting environmental sustainability. To bring this vision to life, UNEP forged a strategic partnership with Canara Bank and Syndicate Bank, two prominent financial institutions poised to make a difference. Working collaboratively with their 8 associate regional rural banks, these banks established a robust loan program that spanned across the picturesque state of Karnataka and extended into the neighboring Kerala. This network of financial institutions provided the necessary infrastructure to ensure that funds would reach the families that needed them most. The impact of this initiative extended beyond mere financing. Recognizing that access to capital was only part of the equation, UNEP also took on the ambitious role of enhancing the technical know-how within these rural communities. Through comprehensive support systems, UNEP addressed crucial technical issues, helped in the qualification of reliable vendors, and offered guidance on installation and maintenance of solar systems. This multifaceted approach was instrumental in developing institutional capacity, enabling farmers and families not only to finance but to effectively harness solar energy. As rural households embraced solar home systems, the benefits began to ripple through communities. Families that once relied on erratic and costly energy sources found themselves empowered by reliable solar power. Children could study at night, small businesses flourished with newfound electricity, and the burden on the environment lessened as communities shifted away from fossil fuels. Thus, the UNEP initiative did not merely bring light into homes, it illuminated pathways to progress and sustainability for the generations to come. In essence, the combined efforts of UNEP, Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank, and their regional partners marked a decisive step towards a cleaner, greener future. The solar loan program stands as a testament to what can be achieved when financial institutions, international organizations, and local communities unite for a common purpose to harness the boundless potential of the sun and to create a more sustainable tomorrow for all. National Initiative for Climate-Resilient Agriculture. In the face of an ever-evolving climate crisis, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, took a monumental step forward in 2010-11 by launching the National Initiative on Climate-Resilient Agriculture, NICRA. Armed with an impressive financial outlay of 350 crores rupees under the 11 plan, this initiative aims to reforge the backbone of Indian agriculture, enabling it to withstand the unpredictable and often harsh realities of climate change. The focus is not merely on crops but also extends to livestock and fisheries, emphasizing a holistic approach to the agricultural ecosystem. Objectives of NICRA. The primary mission of the NICRA is straightforward yet profoundly impactful: to enhance the resilience of Indian agriculture across all sectors, crops, livestock, and fisheries, against the growing threats of climatic variability and long-term climate change. This goal is pursued through the development and application of improved production techniques and risk management technologies, paving the way for farmers to sustain their livelihoods despite the shifting climatic landscape. Key components of the initiative. To achieve these ambitious objectives, NICRA comprises 4 interlinked components that work synergistically. 1/TextBF Strategic Research on Adaptation and Mitigation. This involves in-depth studies aimed at both adapting to and mitigating the adverse effects of climate change. 2/TextBF Technology Demonstration on Farmers' Fields. To provide practical solutions, the initiative will showcase effective technologies directly on the fields, helping farmers tackle the challenges posed by climate variability. 3/TextBF Sponsored and Competitive Research Grants. Critical research gaps will be filled through dedicated funding, fueling innovation within the agricultural research community. 4/TextBF Capacity Building for Stakeholders. This includes training and resources for farmers, researchers, and future leaders in agriculture, ensuring that they are equipped to deal with the complexities of climate change. Strategic Research Plans. One of the initiative's most significant facets is its strategic research, executed at some of the nation's leading agricultural research institutes under the ICA umbrella. This collaborative approach covers several sectors, including crops, horticulture, livestock, natural resource management, and fisheries. To kickstart the project, attention will be devoted to key crops such as wheat, rice, maize, pigeon pea, groundnut, tomato, mango, and banana. Livestock research will encompass cattle, buffalo, and small ruminants, while the fishery component will address both marine and freshwater species that are economically significant. Research themes. Key research themes identified for NICRA include /TextBF Vulnerability Assessments, evaluating the vulnerabilities of major agricultural production zones to identify priority areas for intervention. /TextBF Weather-based agro-advisories, creating effective contingency plans by linking weather data with agricultural practices. /TextBF Resilient crop varieties, research focused on developing crops that can withstand climatic stresses like drought, extreme temperatures, frost, and flooding. /TextBF Monitoring greenhouse gases. Continuous monitoring of greenhouse gas emissions in open fields will help understand the impact of agricultural practices on climate change. /TextBF Water and nutrient efficiency. Strategies will be developed to enhance water usage and nutrient efficiency, alongside promoting conservation agriculture. /TextBF Pest dynamics research, investigating how climate change affects pest dynamics and the emergence of new pests and pathogens. /TextBF Livestock adaptation strategies, innovating ways to adapt livestock management practices to changing climatic conditions. /TextBF Fisheries understanding, exploring how temperature fluctuations can beneficially affect spawning behaviors in both inland and marine fisheries. In collaboration with 7 major research institutes, the Central Research Institute for Dryland Agriculture, CRIDA, in Hyderabad will lead the way in developing these coping technologies. On-the-ground solutions. To ensure that farmers benefit from the latest research, the initiative plans to demonstrate best practices and cost-effective technologies in the 100 most vulnerable districts throughout the country. These practices will include techniques like rainwater harvesting, in situ moisture conservation, seed and fodder banks, and timely precision agriculture methods. Utilizing information communication technology, ICT, kiosks for effective agro-advisory systems will further empower farmers. Small and marginal farmers, especially those in rain-fed, coastal, and hilly regions, will receive targeted assistance, reflecting the initiative's commitment to putting the needs of the most vulnerable communities at the forefront. Raising awareness and building capacity. A vital aspect of NICRA focuses on capacity building, extending beyond farmers to include scientists and stakeholders involved in the agricultural sector. Through multi-pronged awareness generation programs addressing climate change issues, NICRA aims to equip everyone, from researchers to local farmers, with the knowledge needed to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Furthermore, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoEF/NCC, has made strides through its Green Good Deeds campaign. This initiative revolves around promoting around 500 simple, adaptable lifestyle habits to sensitize the population about the hazards of climate change and global warming. Through NICRA and associated awareness campaigns, India is embarking on a transformative journey towards a more resilient agricultural future, where farmers are not just survivors but thrive against the challenges posed by a changing climate. BSc GreenX. In the evolving landscape of environmental consciousness and corporate responsibility, the BSc GRENEX Index emerges as a pioneering initiative in India, marking the beginning of a sophisticated market-based mechanism aimed at addressing climate change. This transformative index serves as a dependable framework for businesses and investors alike, offering them a quantitative and objective means to gauge carbon performance in the corporate sector. By establishing clear metrics, it enables stakeholders to make informed decisions that align financial interests with ecological sustainability. Behind this innovative index is Geerade Carbon X Ratings Services Private Limited, GTrade, an Indian firm that has played a significant role in the development of the BSc GRENEX index in collaboration with the Bombay Stock Exchange, BSE. This partnership exemplifies a shared commitment to fostering environmentally viable practices within the Indian business landscape, underlining the idea that profitability can go hand in hand with sustainability. So, what makes the BSc GRENEX index significant? At its core, the index compiles a selection of the top 20 companies that demonstrate commendable performance in three critical areas: carbon emissions, free float market capitalization, and turnover. By focusing on these key indicators, the index provides a clear benchmark for assessing the environmental impact of leading firms while rewarding those that actively engage in practices that reduce their carbon footprint. Structurally, the BSc GRENEX is a cap-weighted free-float market capitalization index derived from the broader BSE 100 index. This means that the index's components reflect not only the financial robustness of the companies involved but also their commitment to reducing emissions, making it a holistic representation of sustainable business practices in India's financial ecosystem. Since its inception, which dates back to 1st October 2008, the BSE GRENEX index has undergone rigorous backtesting to establish its reliability, starting from a base index value of 1000. This extensive testing provides a solid foundation for stakeholders, instilling confidence in the index's capacity to reflect genuine market trends concerning carbon performance. To ensure that the index remains relevant and accurately reflects changing conditions, it is rebalanced biannually at the end of March and September. This process allows for an up-to-date assessment of carbon emissions by utilizing fresh data, particularly in prep for the September quarter review. In contrast, during the March quarter review, existing carbon emissions will be evaluated alongside the latest available financial data, ensuring that both environmental impact and financial performance are considered cohesively. In essence, the BSEGRENEX index serves as a crucial tool in India's fight against climate change, fostering a deeper understanding of corporate environmental accountability while paving the way for other nations to follow suit. By equipping businesses and investors with the necessary insights to evaluate carbon performance transparently, the index not only champions sustainable practices but also reinforces the notion that economic prosperity need not come at the expense of our planet's health. The journey toward a greener future is not just a possibility, it is an imperative that businesses and investors are now better equipped to navigate, thanks to the visionary framework provided by the BSEGRENEX Index. FAME India Initiative. The Indian automotive landscape is undergoing a significant transformation, thanks to the introduction of the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles. FAME India scheme. Launched in April 2015 by the Minister for Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, this initiative represents a bold step towards reducing the country's carbon footprint and striving for a more sustainable future. In an era where climate change poses a substantial threat to the environment and public health, the FAME India scheme aims to promote the use of electric and hybrid vehicles across the nation. The government recognized the urgent need to transition from traditional fossil fuel-powered vehicles, which contribute heavily to pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, to cleaner alternatives. To kickstart this endeavor, a generous subsidy of 30% is being offered to encourage buyers to adopt these modern vehicles. This financial incentive not only makes electric and hybrid vehicles more accessible to the general population but also underscores the government's commitment to fostering a green economy. One of the cornerstones of the FAME India initiative is its phased approach to vehicle replacement. This strategy envisions gradually replacing older fossil fuel-based vehicles with newer, technologically advanced electric and hybrid models. The implications of such a shift are far-reaching. Not only can it help in reducing air pollution in urban areas, but it also promises significant economic benefits. The expected savings from this transition are projected to be around 14,000 crore rupees, a sum that reflects both the reduced healthcare costs associated with cleaner air and the economic potential of a thriving electric vehicle market. The FAME India scheme is not just a fleeting plan, it is designed to have a lasting impact over a comprehensive implementation period that spans 6 years, concluding in 2020. During this timeframe, the initiative envisions the sale of electric and hybrid vehicles reaching an impressive volume of 60 to 70 lakh units per year. This ambitious target is indicative of the scheme's overarching goal of making electric mobility a viable option for the average Indian consumer. By facilitating the mass adoption of electric and hybrid vehicles, the FAME India scheme represents a crucial step in the country's journey towards cutting-edge environmental responsibility. It signals a commitment to innovation, sustainability, and the realization of a cleaner, greener future. With ongoing governmental support, greater public awareness, and advancements in battery technology, India is poised to become a key player in the global transition to electric mobility. The road ahead may be challenging, but the potential benefits for individuals, communities, and the environment at large make it a journey worth embarking on. Extended Ecological Monitoring Stations. The Long-Term Ecological Observatories, LTO, for climate change studies represent a significant initiative under India's Climate Change Action Programme, underscoring the nation's commitment to understanding and addressing the multifaceted impacts of climate change. With an ambitious financial outlay of 40 crores rupees allocated during the 12th plan period, this program is designed to play a crucial role in advancing climate research and fostering sustainable practices. The formal science plan for the LTO was unveiled at a pivotal moment during the 21st Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change held in Paris in December 2015. This announcement marked a monumental step forward in India's strategic approach to climate change, recognizing the urgent need to monitor and assess ecological systems as they respond to changing climatic conditions. The first phase of the LTO program focuses on establishing a comprehensive network of field sites strategically located across 8 diverse biomes of India. These biomes include the breathtaking Western Himalaya and Eastern Himalaya regions, the arid expanses of the northwestern arid zone, the lush central Indian forests, the biodiverse Western Ghats, the unique ecosystems of the Andaman/and Nicobar Islands, the pristine landscapes of Jammu/and Kashmir, and the vital mangroves of the Sundarbans. Each of these locations has been chosen for its ecological significance and susceptibility to the effects of climate change, thereby forming a robust foundation for extensive ecological monitoring. The LTO program is not only ambitious in its scope but also intricate in its objectives. By harnessing a network of scientific institutions, it aims to dissect and comprehend the biophysical and anthropogenic factors driving ecosystem changes within these selected biomes. The initiative also seeks to explore how these ecological shifts translate into social ecological responses, highlighting the interconnectedness of human and natural systems. To achieve these aims, a variety of activities are underway. Experts are conducting experimental work to track changes in the structure and function of natural ecosystems. This involves meticulously monitoring a range of indicators, including the populations of freshwater fish, various bird species, mammals, and both herbivores and carnivores. Additionally, researchers are observing animal movements and examining soil processes in forests and grasslands. They are assessing a range of biophysical climatic variables that influence these ecosystems, creating a comprehensive understanding of ecological health. Through diligent research and monitoring, the LTO program aspires not only to document the impacts of climate change but also to inform policy and conservation efforts. By capturing the complexities of ecosystem dynamics and the effects of human activities, it strives to contribute valuable insights that will guide sustainable management practices. Ultimately, the initiative embodies India's commitment to safeguarding its natural heritage while adapting to the challenges of a changing climate for this and future generations. National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. The National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, an initiative for resilience. In the face of escalating climate challenges, India has taken significant steps to secure its future through the establishment of the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change, NAFCC. Launched during the fiscal year 2015-16, this central sector scheme represents a strategic initiative aiming to bolster the country's resilience against the harsh impacts of climate change. The NAFCC is not merely a financial allocation, it is a commitment to enabling various sectors within the nation to adapt effectively to the environmental challenges ahead. The primary goal of the NAFCC is to support concrete adaptation activities that can help mitigate the adverse effects of climate change. Acknowledging that the consequences of climate change permeate various aspects of society, the scheme adopts a project mode implementation approach. This allows for the thorough examination and execution of projects across diverse sectors such as agriculture, animal husbandry, water resources, forestry, tourism, and more. Each of these sectors is eligible for funding under the NAFCC, reflecting a comprehensive understanding of how interconnected these domains are with climate resilience. The National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, has been entrusted with the pivotal role of the National Implementing Entity, NIE. As an experienced organization with deep ties in rural development and agriculture, NABARD is well positioned to ensure that the funds are efficiently channeled to projects that yield tangible results. Other critical initiatives. Alongside the NAFCC, India is actively pursuing an array of other critical initiatives aimed at combating climate change's multifaceted threats. Currently, there are 24 such initiatives under development, each designed with detailed plans and a robust institutional framework to ensure effective implementation. These initiatives encompass a variety of fields, reflecting a holistic approach to climate adaptation and mitigation. One key area of focus is /TBF, energy efficiency in power generation. India is investing in advanced technologies such as supercritical technologies and the integrated gasification combined cycle (IGCC), which are expected to enhance the efficiency of power generation. Additionally, efforts are being made to incorporate natural gas-based power plants, develop a closed-cycle three-stage nuclear power program, and improve transmission and distribution systems to minimize energy loss. /TBF, renewable energy technologies, RETs, are also a major emphasis, encouraging the use of biomass, small-scale hydropower, and wind energy. These initiatives aim to transition India towards a more sustainable energy landscape, reducing reliance on fossil fuels while ensuring energy security. In the realm of /TBF, disaster management, India recognizes the pressing need to respond effectively to extreme climate events. By designing infrastructure that can better withstand climate shocks, strengthening communication networks, and enhancing disaster management facilities, the country aims to reduce vulnerability and improve community preparedness. The /TBF, protection of coastal areas, is another critical focus. Key measures include the development of an early warning system, the creation of a regional ocean modeling system, and high-resolution studies of ocean-atmosphere interactions. These strategies aim to protect coastal communities from the dangers of climate-induced phenomena such as storm surges and rising sea levels. Furthermore, community awareness programs on coastal disasters and timely forecasting systems are being established to strengthen local resilience. The health sector is also a critical area of intervention under these initiatives. Enhanced public health care services will be provided to address the increased disease burden attributed to climate change. Capacity building measures will be implemented at various governmental levels to better comprehend and address the health impacts of climate variability. Building capacity for the future. Ultimately, nurturing the capacity to adapt lies at the heart of India's climate strategy. Creation of institutional frameworks at the central, state, and local levels is crucial for the successful implementation of these national plans. By fostering collaboration and understanding across all levels of governance, India is positioning itself to face the looming challenges posed by climate change head-on. In summary, the National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change and the array of critical initiatives signal India's commitment to a sustainable and resilient future. By addressing key sectors and building adaptive capacity, India aims not just to respond to climate change but to thrive in a changing world. Climate Change Organizations. UNFCCC, India's role and implications. In the heart of Rio de Janeiro, under the radiant sun of June 1992, world leaders gathered for the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED. This momentous summit brought together representatives from nations far and wide, each with their own unique stories and concerns about our planet's future. Amidst discussions of sustainable development, biodiversity, and the harsh realities of our rapidly changing environment, they united to forge a historic agreement that would lay the groundwork for all future climate negotiations, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. This initial multilateral legal instrument marked a significant turning point in global environmental governance. It recognized that climate change was not just an isolated issue, rather, it was interconnected with the very fabric of societal progress. The delegates, fueled by a shared commitment to the planet and its inhabitants, endorsed the convention by consensus. With this collective endorsement, nations embarked on a collaborative journey to confront the formidable challenge of climate change. With the formation of the UNFCCC, 1992 became a pivotal year, as countries from every corner of the world joined forces to consider viable strategies to address the urgent issue of climate change. At the heart of the convention was a shared understanding that rising global temperatures and their potential repercussions were a global threat that required cooperative solutions. The recognition that they could not tackle the challenge alone fueled a collective responsibility that now binds 195 parties to the convention in a united mission. To facilitate and oversee the myriad discussions and negotiations that would follow, the UNFCCC established a dedicated secretariat. This invaluable body became the backbone of international climate discussions, tirelessly supporting all institutions involved in shaping climate action. Among its key roles was assisting the Conference of the Parties, COP, the principal decision-making body that convenes regularly to debate various climate-related issues. Within the COP, subsidiary bodies were formed to provide specialized advice, ensuring that decisions were well-informed and rooted in scientific understanding. Moreover, the COP Bureau plays a critical function, managing not only administrative tasks and procedural matters, but also serving as a bridge between technical expertise and political decision-making. Together, these components create a robust framework to tackle the multifaceted challenges posed by climate change. As the years passed since the inception of the UNFCCC, multilateral negotiations have continued to evolve. Each round of talks builds upon the foundational principles and objectives established years ago, ensuring that adaptation and mitigation strategies are continually refined. Nations, now more interconnected than ever, strive for solutions that not only address immediate concerns but also contribute to the resilience of future generations. In a lighter vein, it's fascinating to reflect on the simple marvels of nature, such as the differences between tortoises and turtles. Did you know that tortoises are primarily land dwellers while turtles thrive in aquatic environments? These fascinating creatures exhibit unique dietary preferences. Tortoises are mainly herbivorous, munching on foliage and vegetation, whereas turtles adopt an omnivorous diet, enjoying a varied menu of both plant and animal matter. Much like how these two groups adapt to their surroundings, nations too are adapting and learning in this global effort to combat climate change. Together, we stand on the precipice of change, inspired by the cooperative spirit that was born in Rio and aiming for a sustainable tomorrow. Each action, each agreement forged through the UNFCCC, serves as a reminder that the fight against climate change is not just a local issue but a shared global responsibility, requiring collaboration, innovation, and determination from every corner of our planet. Kyoto Protocol, COP3. By the mid-1990s, a growing concern had emerged among nations regarding the inadequacy of the existing emission reduction provisions established by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The realization dawned that without robust action, the looming crisis of climate change would only worsen. In response to this pressing challenge, countries across the globe convened to strengthen their collective efforts. This pivotal dialogue culminated in 1997, leading to the adoption of the Kyoto Protocol, an agreement that would redefine the landscape of international climate policy. On 11 December 1997, in the historic city of Kyoto, Japan, the world witnessed the birth of the Kyoto Protocol. It was a monumental milestone achieved after extensive negotiation and diplomacy. However, the protocol's implementation hinged on a complex ratification process, which ultimately saw it coming into force on 16 February 2005. The Kyoto Protocol effectively served as the operational framework necessary to enforce the principles articulated in the convention. Its primary commitment was to hold industrialized countries accountable for stabilizing greenhouse gas emissions, a significant expansion from the convention's prior encouragement. A key feature of the Kyoto Protocol is outlined in its binding targets. Specifically, it imposes mandatory emissions reduction targets on 37 industrialized nations and the European Community, focusing on their accountability. Recognizing that these nations bear the historical responsibility for emissions due to over a century of industrial activity, the protocol emphasizes the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. This means while all nations share the duty to combat climate change, the onus falls more heavily on developed countries. The ultimate goal set forth was a collective average reduction of 5% in greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 levels, to be achieved during the first commitment period from 2008 to 2012. The intricate architecture of the Kyoto Protocol has been honed over nearly 2 decades, drawing from valuable experience, political will, and an unwavering commitment to environmental progress. The core components of this framework encompass 1. Comprehensive reporting and verification procedures that ensure transparency and accountability among nations. 2. Flexible market-based mechanisms designed to facilitate emissions reductions in the most cost-effective manner, considering the unique circumstances of each participating country. 3. A robust compliance system that is essential for maintaining the integrity of the protocol's commitments. At the heart of the Kyoto Protocol lie 2 pivotal elements: binding emissions reduction commitments and flexible market mechanisms. The first component, binding commitments, imposes strict limits on emissions for developed countries, thus constraining their capacity to pollute. The recognition of greenhouse gas emissions, primarily carbon dioxide, as an internalized commodity represents a significant shift in perspective. Emissions that were once perceived as a mere externality are now woven into the fabric of economic considerations. The second element of the protocol, flexible market mechanisms, offers countries incentivized pathways to meet their targets through innovative trades in emissions permits. Although developing nations can participate, the responsibility to meet initial targets primarily lies with industrialized countries. Interestingly, these mechanisms encourage emissions reductions in places where it might be most financially feasible, such as developing countries, reinforcing the notion that the location of reduction does not matter as long as it contributes to global atmospheric health. Key market-based mechanisms include /TBF, Joint Implementation, G. This allows industrialized countries to invest in emissions reduction projects in other developed nations, earning emission reduction units, ERUs, that count towards Kyoto commitments. /TBF, the Clean Development Mechanism, CDM. Through CDM, developed countries can support emission-limiting projects in developing countries, creating a mutually beneficial relationship while promoting sustainable development through technology transfer and investment. /TBF, emission trading, known as cap and trade, this mechanism enables countries to trade their emission permits based on their respective caps, creating a financial incentive for emissions reduction. By facilitating flexible mechanisms that stimulate private sector participation in emission reduction, the Kyoto Protocol aims to promote sustainable development while addressing the urgency of climate change. Notably, many CDM projects have flourished in countries like China and India, where climate conditions are favorable for diverse initiatives in agriculture, waste management, and reforestation. Carbon trading, the exchange of emission permits, operates under 2 main categories: emission trading and offset trading. Emission trading, through a system of allowances, permits countries to buy and sell carbon credits based on their specific allocations. Meanwhile, Offset trading allows countries to earn credits by financing projects that result in lower emissions elsewhere. According to estimates from the World Bank's Carbon Finance Unit, the volume of carbon trade through the emission trading route surged by an impressive 240% in 2005, reflecting an escalating commitment from countries to engage in these market mechanisms. These flexible market mechanisms not only incentivize green investments in developing countries but also allow for advancements in technology that can leapfrog outdated practices. By nurturing a cleaner, more efficient infrastructure, nations might ultimately pave a pathway towards sustained emissions reduction. The compliance mechanism built into the Kyoto Protocol serves an essential purpose to uphold environmental integrity, bolster the credibility of carbon markets, and ensure transparency in reporting. However, the penalties for non-compliance underscore the gravity of these commitments. If a country fails to meet its emissions reporting requirements, it risks losing the ability to benefit from joint implementation projects. Moreover, if a country exceeds its emissions cap without utilizing available mechanisms to offset the excess, it faces severe repercussions, including the obligation to cover the excess plus an additional 30% in the following period. In certain cases, a country may even be barred from participating in the cap-and-trade program. Ultimately, the Kyoto Protocol stands as a testament to what can be achieved when nations unite in the face of a common threat. It embodies the recognition that addressing climate change necessitates not only responsibility and cooperation, but also innovative solutions and collective will. The road ahead may be fraught with challenges, but with commitment and collaboration, there is a palpable pathway towards a sustainable and thriving future for our planet. Bali Conference. In December 2007, a monumental meeting unfolded in Bali, Indonesia, uniting 190 countries that are parties to a crucial United Nations treaty focused on climate change. This summit, often referred to as the Bali Meet, served as a significant turning point in global environmental policy. Objectives of the Bali Meet. The primary objective of the Bali Treaty was clear. It sought to galvanize global action toward reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, a major driver of climate change. As nations grappled with the urgent need to address the shifting climate, the discussions became vital for setting the future trajectory for international climate agreements. One of the core topics of the Bali agenda was the looming end of the first phase of the Kyoto Protocol in 2012. Participants engaged in intense discussions regarding what commitments countries would undertake moving forward. Major developed nations were particularly adamant that not only should they be held accountable for their emissions, but developing countries, like India and China, also needed to take steps to curtail their rising emissions, which were a direct consequence of their rapidly growing economies. This growing expectation indicated a drastic change in the global approach to climate action and suggested a comprehensive rework of existing agreements within the UN framework. In Bali, representatives from these nations collectively endorsed a new set of principles aimed at fostering cooperation and charting a path forward for a post-2012 agreement. The Bali Roadmap. Central to the outcomes of the Bali Meet was the adoption of the /TBF Bali Roadmap. This roadmap outlined a detailed two-year process intended to culminate in a binding climate agreement during the 2009 conference in Copenhagen. The roadmap consisted of several key components. 1/TBF, the Bali Action Plan, BAP. This framework was established to ensure actionable commitments from all parties involved. 2/TBF, the ad hoc working group on further commitments for Annex I parties, focused specifically on the responsibilities of developed nations under the Kyoto Protocol. This group aimed for clarity and consensus by the 2009 deadline. 3/TBF, launch of the Adaptation Fund, recognizing the need for support to vulnerable countries facing the immediate effects of climate change. This fund was a step towards building resilience. 4/TechTBF focus on technology transfer. Addressing the critical need for sharing technological advancements was seen as vital for successful climate mitigation and adaptation. 5/TechTBF reduction of emissions from deforestation. This initiative acknowledged the significant contribution of deforestation to global carbon emissions, promoting sustainable land use practices. The Bali Action Plan. The Bali Action Plan served as an ambitious framework to engage all countries in a comprehensive and lasting climate initiative. The Conference of Parties agreed to pursue a long-term cooperative action to enable successful implementation of climate treaties up to and beyond 2012. Key areas of focus within this action plan were /TechTBF, a shared vision, establishing a long-term global goal for substantial emission reductions, ensuring all nations contribute to a sustainable future. /TechTBF, enhanced mitigation actions. This meant strengthening both national and international efforts to combat climate change effectively. /TechTBF, adaptation efforts, increased activities to prepare and support communities facing changes due to climate impacts became a priority. /TechTBF, technology development and transfer. The plan called for intensified efforts in developing and transferring technology to support mitigation and adaptation initiatives. /TechTBF, financial resources and investments. There was a clear commitment to enhancing the provision of financial resources necessary for supporting mitigation efforts, adaptation strategies, and technological cooperation. This meeting in Bali not only set the stage for vital agreements in the years that followed but reflected an increasing awareness of our shared responsibility in addressing one of humanity's most pressing challenges, the climate crisis. Interesting fact. As a stark reminder of our vulnerabilities to nature, it is noteworthy that the Russell's viper, despite being a creature of the wild, bears a significant danger. This snake is responsible for more fatalities from snake bites than any other venomous species. Known for its irritable nature, the Russell's viper reacts fiercely when threatened, calling tightly, hissing, and striking with alarming speed. Its hemotoxic venom is particularly insidious, acting as a potent coagulant that compromises both tissue integrity and blood cell health. In conclusion, the Bali meet was not just another conference, it was a crucial moment in our collective journey towards addressing climate change, laying the foundation for future agreements that will shape our environmental legacy. Copenhagen Summit, COP15. At the 15th Conference of the Parties, COP15, held in Copenhagen, the world found itself standing at a crossroads. This pivotal summit, which brought together representatives from nearly every nation, was marked by a considerable divide between developed and developing countries. The discord was palpable, and despite the pressing urgency of climate change, the participants were unable to forge a legally binding agreement that would address the multifaceted challenges of this global crisis. As discussions unfolded, the summit eventually concluded with the formal acknowledgement of the Copenhagen Accord. This agreement, although reached among a select group of 5 nations known as BASIC, Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, along with the United States, carried the weighty label of being non-binding. This fundamentally meant that while it signaled a collective acknowledgement of the need for climate action, its provisions lacked the enforcement mechanisms that would ensure compliance from its signatories. Central to the Copenhagen Accord was the acknowledgement of an urgent need for international cooperation to significantly cut emissions and prevent the world's temperature from rising beyond 2 degrees Celsius, a threshold deemed critical for safeguarding the planet's future. The Accord outlined ambitious targets that necessitated deep cuts in greenhouse gas emissions. Developed countries were called upon to set specific and measurable targets for reducing their emissions by the year 2020. Meanwhile, developing nations faced a more lenient approach. They were encouraged to adopt nationally appropriate mitigation strategies aimed at slowing the rate of emissions growth. However, it was clear that they were not bound to commit to actual reductions in their carbon output. This distinction reflected a broader concern regarding the varying capacities and historical contributions to climate change by nations at different levels of development. A notable aspect of the accord was its recognition of the necessity to establish mechanisms for financial assistance. It proposed the implementation of frameworks such as REDD+, aimed at mobilizing financial resources from wealthier nations to assist in climate action strategies. This included incentives for developing nations, particularly those with low-emission economies, to pursue pathways towards sustainable development without exacerbating global warming. In a bid to address the funding gaps identified for climate adaptation and mitigation efforts, developed countries collectively pledged to raise $30 billion in new and additional resources for the years 2010 through 2012. This initial funding was viewed as a crucial stepping stone toward a broader goal to secure an annual sum of $100 billion by 2020. This ambitious target for global financial support was intended to mobilize resources necessary for effective adaptation strategies, ultimately leading to a comprehensive governance structure that would oversee the distribution and implementation of this funding. While the outcomes of COP15 left much to be desired, the Copenhagen Accord represented a critical moment in the global discourse on climate change. It highlighted the complexities that arise from differing national priorities, the interplay between economic development and environmental stewardship, and the pressing need for unified action in the face of a ticking clock. As the world continued to grapple with these challenges, the lessons learned from the Copenhagen Summit would serve as a foundation for future negotiations and collaborations aimed at safeguarding the planet for generations to come. COP16 Cancun Conference. As the world gathered in Cancun for the pivotal COP16 summit, a renewed sense of hope enveloped the convention center, where nations united in a common cause to tackle the escalating threat of climate change. The Cancun Agreements, a historic compilation of decisions forged under both the Convention and Kyoto Protocol negotiating tracks, marked a significant turning point in global environmental discourse. Under the Cancun Agreements, all parties to the Convention, including both developed and developing countries, committed to reporting their voluntary mitigation goals. This unprecedented accord established a framework of accountability that required each nation to adhere to internationally agreed guidelines for measurement and verification. The spirit of cooperation was palpable as delegates recognized that collective action was the only viable path toward meaningful climate action. The Cancun Model, a new framework for hope. One of the most important components of the Cancun Agreements was the official recognition of industrialized countries' emission reduction targets within the multilateral process. These nations were encouraged to devise detailed low-carbon development strategies, exploring innovative solutions to meet their commitments, which included annual reporting of their greenhouse gas inventories. The emphasis on strategic planning further signaled a progressive shift towards sustainable economic practices. In parallel, the efforts of developing countries to reduce their emissions were equally acknowledged. The establishment of a registry became a crucial mechanism, intended to align the mitigation actions of developing nations with the financial and technological resources provided by wealthier countries. By mandating progress reports every 2 years, the Cancun Agreements sought to ensure transparency and continuous improvement in climate initiatives across the globe. To sweeten the deal, the conference outlined a remarkable financial pledge, a commitment of $30 billion in fast start funding from developed nations to support immediate climate action in developing countries through 2012, with aspirations to mobilize $100 billion annually by 2020. With these funds, developing countries could seek resilience against climate-induced adversities, strengthening their ability to adapt and thrive. In tandem, the creation of the Green Climate Fund heralded a new era of climate finance. This fund was uniquely structured to have equal representation from both developed and developing countries on its governing board, ensuring that financial decisions reflected the interests of all stakeholders involved in the climate crisis. The World Bank was designated as the interim trustee of the fund, with a review scheduled 3 years later to ensure accountability and performance. Amidst these developments, the Cancun Adaptation Framework emerged, focusing on enhancing the planning and execution of adaptation projects in vulnerable developing nations. This framework not only facilitated greater financial and technical support but also established protocols for addressing loss and damage, recognizing the need for urgent adaptation measures. Governments present at COP16 also pledged to intensify efforts to combat emissions associated with deforestation and forest degradation. With a combined effort of technology and finance flowing from industrialized nations, the fight against forest loss was set to gain momentum, proving instrumental in achieving broader climate goals. Structures laid, the mechanisms of COP16. The outcomes of COP16 primarily focused on 3 key mechanisms: the Technology Mechanism, the Green Climate Fund, GCF, and the Adaptation Fund, each envisioned to address different facets of the climate challenge. 1/TXTBF, Technology Mechanism. Under the watchful authority of the COP, the Technology Mechanism was initiated to foster the development and transfer of technology. This mechanism aimed to bolster both mitigation and adaptation efforts by ensuring that nations, especially developing countries, had access to the innovations needed to combat climate change effectively. 2/TXTBF, Green Climate Fund. As a cornerstone of the Convention's financial framework, the GCF was established to facilitate impactful projects and programs in developing nations. Governed by a board comprising equal representatives from all countries, the GCF was poised to allocate resources judiciously. The COP envisioned an independent secretariat to manage operations, paving the way for effective implementation. 3/TXTBF, Adaptation Fund. With a keen eye on vulnerability, the Adaptation Fund was set up to finance essential adaptation initiatives in developing countries particularly susceptible to the extreme effects of climate change. This fund derives its financial vitality from a share of proceeds of Clean Development Mechanism (CDM) projects, ensuring a continuous flow of resources. Managed by the Adaptation Fund Board, which meets biannually, effective oversight was set in place to facilitate its operations. As delegates left Cancun, fueled by a renewed commitment to addressing climate change, the agreements set forth spoke of a future where unity and cooperation could lead to meaningful change. The narrative of climate action began to shift from one of despair to one of hope, as nations embraced the challenge ahead with a shared vision. Nature's Lessons, Insights from the Animal Kingdom. In the midst of these human initiatives, nature continued its intricate dance of adaptation and survival. For instance, the unique nesting behavior of the hornbill offers an inspiring metaphor for climate resilience. The female hornbill, sealed within a tree hollow, relies on her mate to supply sustenance while she incubates their young. This profound strategy of mutual support and reliance speaks volumes about cooperation in the face of adversity. Considering the challenges that lie ahead, the plight of the Namdapha flying squirrel, a critically endangered species endemic to Namdapha National Park, serves as a reminder of the biodiversity at stake. Protecting such species is crucial to maintaining ecological balance as the planet navigates the tumultuous waters of climate change. The Cancun Agreements, though born out of a challenging climate reality, provide a framework that unites people across borders, policy instruments that engage nations, and a collective spirit that amplifies the call for climate justice. As we move forward, the commitments made in Cancun stand as a testament to the power of collaboration, the importance of financial resources, and the indomitable will of humanity to combat one of the greatest existential threats of our time. Durban Summit, COP17. /TextTBF, a new global climate change regime, the Durban Summit. In late 2011, the world turned its gaze towards Durban, South Africa, as representatives of nations gathered for the 17th Annual Conference of the Parties, COP17. This event was not merely a meeting, it was a pivotal moment in the global fight against climate change, a chance to reshape the future of our planet. Among the attendees, India stood out, entering the negotiations with a clear set of objectives that reflected its unique position as a developing nation. India arrived in Durban armed with two fundamental demands. First and foremost, Indian delegates insisted that the principle of equity must remain central in any new climate regime that emerged from the summit. This principle recognizes the historical responsibility of developed nations for greenhouse gas emissions and calls for fairness in the distribution of resources and responsibilities. As developing nations often bear the brunt of climate impacts, it was crucial for India that these considerations remain at the forefront of discussions. Secondly, India urged that the new global climate deal be designed with a timeline that initiated only after the year 2020, allowing nations adequate time to prepare and invest in sustainable technologies and practices. The outcome of the Durban Summit produced a framework that, while not perfect, laid the groundwork for future climate negotiations. The negotiators agreed on a crucial timeline. A new global deal would be finalized by 2015 and officially launched by 2020, marking a significant step forward in international climate policy. Moreover, the second phase of the Kyoto Protocol was secured, which allowed countries that had committed to emission reductions to continue their obligations. One of the hallmark achievements of the conference was the launch of the Green Climate Fund. While the fund was announced with much fanfare, it remained largely empty at the time, a symbolic gesture that nevertheless signaled a commitment to providing financial support for developing countries to combat climate change. In tandem, a new mechanism for green technology development was established, aimed at facilitating the transfer of sustainable technologies between nations, particularly from developed to developing countries. Equity, a key tenet of India's demands, found its way back into future climate discussions, promising a more balanced approach moving forward. The establishment of an adaptation mechanism became essential, recognizing that some regions were already experiencing the dire consequences of climate change and needed immediate support. Coupled with this was the development of a transparency mechanism to ensure that countries could monitor one another's progress and commitments regarding emissions and sustainability efforts. However, not all outcomes aligned perfectly with India's vision. Notably, the framework secured a 10-year period of economic growth for many nations without stringent carbon containment measures. This raised concerns about potential environmental ramifications and the sustainability of such growth. Additionally, issues surrounding intellectual property rights and technology remained inadequately addressed within the deal, posing long-term challenges for innovation and development in green technologies. Loopholes for developed nations were not entirely closed either, which raised eyebrows among members of the global community seeking a fairer playing field. Moreover, agriculture, a sector critical for both nutrition and livelihood, was brought into the realm of climate change discussions by developed countries, emphasizing the intricate link between food security and climate action. In conclusion, while the Durban Summit was a significant step forward in the global climate negotiations, it revealed the complexities and challenges that lay ahead. India's steadfast commitment to equity and sustainable development underscored its role in the collective effort to address climate change, highlighting the need for cooperation, compromise, and a resolute focus on the future of our planet. The journey towards a new global climate regime had commenced, but it was clear that much work remained to be done to ensure a balanced and effective path forward. Outcomes of COP18 in Doha, 2012. The Global Pursuit of Climate Agreements, Outcomes from Doha 2012. In December 2012, significant strides were made at the 18th Conference of the Parties, COP18, in Doha, Qatar, marking a crucial moment in the global battle against climate change. With an urgent need for cooperative action to address the environmental challenges facing our planet, governments came together with a renewed commitment to establish a universal climate change agreement by 2015. This agreement aims to unite all countries in their efforts against climate change and is set to come into effect in 2020, making it a watershed moment in international climate negotiations. The Kyoto Protocol, Evolving Commitments. At the heart of this global engagement lies the Kyoto Protocol, the first and only binding international treaty that mandates developed countries to undertake measurable commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Recognizing the challenges posed by climate change, the protocol was amended during COP18 to ensure its continuity and effectiveness as we transitioned into a new era of climate governance. The amendment introduced a second commitment period that commenced on 1 January 2013, which would last for 8 years. Key mechanisms involving market-based solutions, such as the Clean Development Mechanism, CDM, Joint Implementation, G, and International Emissions Trading, IET, were reinforced. This continuity guarantees that developed countries, which have pledged emissions targets for this period, can effectively utilize these market mechanisms. Additionally, to enhance accountability and transparency, the Measurement, Reporting, and Verification (MRV) framework was revised. This included the adoption of a common tabular format for biennial reports that all developed nations are required to submit, thus strengthening the monitoring of progress made toward emissions reductions. One of the more nuanced provisions allowed for surplus assigned amount units, AUs, a sort of currency under the protocol for emitted greenhouse gases, to be carried over from the first commitment period to the second without restriction. However, this carryover came with stipulations, including limits on the usage of these units in the new commitment period and caps on acquiring additional units from other parties. These measures are designed to prevent excessive reliance on surplus credits and promote genuine reductions in emissions. Building new infrastructure for climate action. Beyond treaty amendments, the outcomes of the Doha Conference signaled a crucial move toward establishing robust infrastructure to support developing nations. Governments recognized the necessity of creating reliable channels for technology transfer and financial support, aiding countries that face the brunt of climate impacts yet have the least resources to combat them. As part of this initiative, the Green Climate Fund, GCF, was affirmed to be housed in Songro, South Korea. The GCF will facilitate the flow of funds to support adaptation and mitigation initiatives in vulnerable regions. Complementing this, the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, will lead the Climate Technology Center, CTC, a pivotal entity in the global technology mechanism of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. The CTC will operate for an initial term of 5 years, offering critical support to countries in need of technological advancements to address climate challenges. Furthermore, a Climate Technology Center Network, CTCN, advisory board was established, which will provide guidance on the effective implementation of climate technology initiatives aimed at fostering sustainable development worldwide. A glimpse of biodiversity. Amid these crucial discussions and agreements, it is vital to reflect on the remarkable biodiversity that exists in regions like India. For instance, within the lush confines of Manipur's Cable Lamjao National Park, the rare Sangai thrives. This unique species of deer stands as a symbol of the delicate balance between ecosystem preservation and environmental change. Efforts to safeguard the Sangai have been bolstered by a center-sponsored endangered species recovery program that also includes efforts for the protection of other vulnerable species like the great Indian bustard, the Gangetic dolphin, and the dugong. As nations march forward in the fight against climate change, initiatives established during the Doha Conference will play a crucial role in shaping global efforts in the coming years. The collaboration and agreements reached in this multifaceted dialogue underline our collective responsibility to safeguard not only the health of our environment but also the intricate web of life that it supports. Through rigorous commitment and action, we can pave the way toward a sustainable future for generations to come. Outcomes of COP19 in Warsaw 2013. The 2015 Agreement, A Path Towards a Sustainable Future. In the ever-evolving landscape of climate change negotiations, a significant milestone was reached with the commitment of global governments to accelerate the timeline for the formulation of the 2015 agreement. This agreement is envisioned as a cornerstone of international climate policy, aiming to ensure a sustainable and resilient future for all nations. A key aspect of this agreement is the emphasis on /TBF, Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. This concept encourages countries to outline their climate action plans in a clear and transparent manner, fostering accountability and engagement in the global fight against climate change. By holding one another to these commitments, nations can work collaboratively towards shared goals. One of the pressing challenges discussed was the /TBF ambition gap, a critical divide between the current pledges made by countries and what is necessary to limit global warming to a maximum increase of 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. In an effort to bridge this gap, governments collectively pledged to enhance their measures before the new agreement comes into effect in 2020. This commitment reflects an urgent recognition of the science indicating that more robust climate action is needed to avert catastrophic impacts related to climate change. In connection with this, the call for the /TBF, voluntary cancellation of certified emission reductions, CERs, under the Kyoto Protocol's Clean Development Mechanism was put forth. Such measures seek to streamline energy use and reduce emissions, promoting environmental responsibility among nations. Recognizing the financial aspect of climate action, developed countries united in their resolve to mobilize /TBF, $100 billion annually by 2020. This funding aims to support developing countries as they undertake their climate strategies. To facilitate this, nations agreed to formalize their commitments on a biennial basis from 2014 to 2020. The establishment of the /TBF, Green Climate Fund, marked a significant step forward, as it began its initial process of resource mobilization in mid-2014, signifying an operational platform for supporting climate initiatives globally. The discussions at the conference also revolved around addressing deforestation through the /TBF, Warsaw Framework for REDD+. With global deforestation accounting for approximately 20% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions, it became imperative for governments to adopt measures aimed at reducing emissions from forest degradation and deforestation. The decisions made not only target the preservation of forests but also promote their sustainable use, thereby providing significant benefits to the communities that rely heavily on these ecosystems. An innovative feature of this initiative is the establishment of results-based payments, which incentivize developing countries to protect their forests effectively. Adaptation efforts also saw commendable progress, as developed countries successfully reached the target capitalization of \TBF 100 million US dollars for the Adaptation Fund. This fund is crucial for financing priority climate projects that enhance resilience against the adverse impacts of climate change in vulnerable regions. In a bid to improve \TBF accountability, a robust framework for measuring, reporting, and verifying mitigation efforts is now fully operational. This framework ensures that countries' commitments towards sustainability and support are adequately assessed, providing a clearer picture of global progress. Lastly, the \TBF Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN, initiated in Cancun in 2010, has transitioned to a fully operational stage. The CTCN stands ready to assist developing countries in the development and transfer of technology, responding to their explicit requests for support. This capacity-building dimension is pivotal in enabling nations to implement effective climate solutions tailored to their unique circumstances. As we progress towards the 2015 agreement, the collective efforts demonstrated by governments around the globe reveal a united front against the looming challenges posed by climate change. These outcomes from the Warsaw Summit not only illustrate a commitment to tackling environmental issues but also underscore the importance of collaboration, transparency, and innovative solutions as we strive for a sustainable future for generations to come. Lima Outcomes of COP20, 2014. The Lima Climate Conference, held in 2014, marked a pivotal moment in the ongoing international effort to combat climate change. This conference achieved remarkable firsts in the history of climate negotiations, setting the stage for significant advancements in global climate policy. Prior to and during the Conference of the Parties, COP, both developed and developing nations made an array of pledges designed to propel the capitalization of the newly established Green Climate Fund, GCF. This collaborative effort exceeded the initial target of $10 billion, demonstrating a strong commitment to financing climate action on a global scale. One of the notable achievements at Lima was the elevation of transparency within climate negotiations. Countries, especially those from the industrialized world, engaged in a rigorous questioning process regarding their emissions targets through an innovative framework known as the multilateral assessment. This newfound level of accountability fostered greater confidence among nations and illustrated a collective desire to confront the climate crisis head-on. The Lima Ministerial Declaration on Education and Awareness Raising was another landmark development. This declaration urged governments worldwide to integrate climate change into educational curricula and ensure that climate awareness is embedded within national development plans. By prioritizing education, the conference recognized the critical role that informed citizens play in addressing and mitigating climate impacts. In terms of adaptation, Lima set a precedent by positioning adaptation efforts at the same level of importance as emission reductions. This new framework will be facilitated through National Adaptation Plans, NAPs, which serve as essential tools for countries to manage climate impacts effectively. To enhance visibility and accessibility, information about these NAPs will now be prominently featured on the UNFCCC website, creating more opportunities for necessary support and collaboration. In a spirit of global cooperation, the Lima Conference led to the launch of the NAP Global Network, a collaborative initiative involving nations such as Peru, the United States, Germany, the Philippines, Togo, the United Kingdom, Jamaica, and Japan. This network aims to share knowledge and best practices to tackle climate adaptation challenges effectively. One of the standout initiatives from Lima was the Lima Adaptation Knowledge Initiative, a pilot project situated in the Andes, under the auspices of the Nairobi Work Programme. This initiative has successfully demonstrated the ability to identify and capture the adaptive needs of vulnerable communities. The enthusiasm surrounding this project instigated support for replicating similar efforts in least developed countries, small island developing states, and Africa. Moreover, the acceptance of the Kyoto Protocol Doha Amendment gained momentum, with nations like Nauru and Tuvalu formally submitting their instruments of acceptance, raising the total number of parties to 21. However, bringing the amendment into force requires the acceptance of at least 144 countries, underlining the continued challenge of achieving global consensus on climate action. In an effort to elevate the visibility of climate initiatives, Peru unveiled the Nazca Climate Action Portal, with backing from the UNFCCC. This portal serves as a comprehensive platform showcasing climate actions undertaken by cities, regions, companies, and investors, while also highlighting participation in cooperative international initiatives. In tandem with these advancements, the Lima Conference recognized the need for gender equity in climate policy. The introduction of the Lima Work Program on Gender wants to ensure that gender balance and sensitivity are integral components of climate policy development and implementation, acknowledging the unique challenges faced by different demographic groups. During the UNFCCC NUM Day, a special event spotlighted the significance of nationally appropriate mitigation actions, NAMAs. These plans, formulated by developing countries to promote sustainable development while reducing emissions, aim to attract support from developed countries. The UNFCCC Secretariat established a registry to facilitate matching requests for support with offers of assistance, fostering mutual benefits for involved parties. The UNFCCC's Momentum for Change initiative also celebrated outstanding climate action at the Lima Conference. Representatives of exemplary climate solutions were awarded, reinforcing the importance of tangible progress and innovation in the realm of climate action. For the first time, this initiative included a category dedicated to information and communication technology, underscoring the transformative potential of technology in enhancing climate resilience and action. The Lima Climate Conference was not merely an event, it was a watershed moment that laid the groundwork for multidimensional and inclusive approaches to climate action. The outcomes established in Lima continue to resonate, guiding international efforts to combat climate change with renewed vigor and commitment. As nations navigate the complexities of climate resilience, the spirit of collaboration and mutual support remains more essential than ever, paving the way for a sustainable future. Paris Climate Change Conference, COP21, 2015. /TextTBF, Objectives of the Paris Agreement. In the midst of an ever-evolving climate crisis, the Paris Agreement stands as a beacon of hope and collective action by countries around the globe. Its primary aim is twofold. First, to ensure that the rise in global average temperatures is capped at well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Second, to strive for even more ambitious goals that aim to limit temperature increases to just 1.5 degrees Celsius above these same levels. This latter target holds particular significance as it is widely acknowledged that keeping the temperature increase below this threshold would substantially mitigate the associated risks and impacts of climate change. The underlying message is clear: every fraction of a degree matters, and this agreement reflects a commitment to safeguarding the planet for future generations. Furthermore, the agreement recognizes the need for countries to reach a peak in greenhouse gas emissions by the latter half of the century, with an understanding that for developing nations, this process may unfold at a different pace. It acknowledges the varying capacities and resources of different countries, emphasizing the principle of equitable responsibility in the fight against climate change. /TextTBF, Nationally Determined Contributions. Central to the Paris Agreement are the Nationally Determined Contributions, commonly referred to as NDCs. These require all participating nations to articulate their best efforts in reducing emissions and to continuously improve upon these commitments in the years ahead. This ongoing responsibility includes mandated reporting on both emissions levels and the efforts made to implement their climate strategies, ensuring transparency and accountability in the endeavor to combat climate change. In 2018, an essential moment in the agreement's timeline was set to occur when participating parties would come together to assess the collective actions undertaken thus far and gauge their progress toward the goals established in Paris. This gathering would serve to refine and inform the preparation of future NDCs, allowing each nation to contribute effectively to global climate ambitions. Moreover, the agreement is structured to facilitate a global stocktake every 5 years. This periodic evaluation will provide a comprehensive overview of collective progress towards the overarching goals, helping nations align their individual strategies with the broader objectives of the agreement. The Paris Agreement officially entered the global stage on 4 November 2016. Soon after, the inaugural session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement, CMA-1, convened in Marrakech, Morocco, from 15 to 18 November 2016. This historic conference marked a significant milestone, as it brought together representatives from various countries who reaffirmed their commitments to the agreement. By the conclusion of the Marrakech Conference, the agreement had garnered support from 111 countries, a remarkable feat representing more than three-quarters of global emissions. This widespread ratification underscored the urgent need for coordinated action and demonstrated a collective acknowledgement of the climate challenge at hand. While the Paris Agreement outlines fundamental obligations for participating countries and establishes new procedures and mechanisms to facilitate cooperation, the journey ahead demands an intricate level of detail to maximize its effectiveness. This necessity paves the way for the formulation of an extensive set of decisions, often referred to in shorthand as the Paris Rulebook. The successful adoption and implementation of these rules will be crucial in ensuring that the objectives of the Paris Agreement are fully realized, thus further fostering a global commitment to climate action and sustainability. As the world grapples with the realities of climate change, the Paris Agreement represents not just a document, but a promise, a shared vision for a sustainable future in which our planet can thrive, ensuring a habitable Earth for generations to come. COP22 Marrakech, Climate Change Conference 2016. As the world gathered in Marrakech for the 22nd Conference of the Parties, COP22, in 2016, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation and urgency. This gathering was not only about finalizing the Paris Rulebook but also encompassed a broad spectrum of pressing topics vital for the global climate agenda. \TBF, Finance. At the forefront of these discussions was finance, a cornerstone of the Paris Agreement. The stipulation mandated that developed nations report biennially on financial support provided or mobilized through public interventions. The objective was clear: to assess current contributions and forecast future support. But in Marrakech, the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice, SBSTA, confronted a pivotal question: how should the accounting of public finance be framed? Should it focus solely on the financial flows from developed to developing nations, or should it encompass a wider perspective of public finance? This debate reflected the complexities of international finance mechanisms aimed at combating climate change. \TBF, Global Stocktake. The need for a robust global stocktake was another critical theme at the conference. Delegates began deliberating on the structure of this assessment, discussing elements such as its format, timeline, duration, inputs, and desired outputs. The global stocktake is an essential tool intended to review collective progress and recalibrate commitments on climate actions, ensuring alignment with the overarching goals of the Paris Agreement. \TBF, Orphan Issues. Among the most heated discussions in Marrakech surrounded the so-called orphan issues. These issues, referenced in the Paris Agreement but not specifically assigned to the APA or any other domain for further analysis, posed significant challenges. Some concerns included the establishment of uniform timeframes for nationally determined contributions, NDCs, since variations existed in the initial rounds. Additionally, the conversations extended to rules surrounding adjustments to NDCs and the potential for a new collective finance goal post-2025. However, despite rigorous debates, parties could not reach a consensus. Consequently, they directed the APA to keep exploring possible additional matters regarding the implementation of the Paris Agreement. /TBF Adaptation Fund. A lingering concern from the Paris talks was the fate of the Adaptation Fund, originally formed under the Kyoto Protocol to support developing countries in their adaptation efforts. While wealthier nations aimed to consolidate financial support through the recently established Green Climate Fund, developing countries advocated tirelessly for the Adaptation Fund's continuity. Ultimately, the decision was to ensure that the fund should serve the Paris Agreement, pending further agreements on governance and related issues. /TBF 2018 Facilitative Dialogue. Anticipating that the Paris Agreement would take time to materialize fully, the COP21 parties had planned for an early stocktake, known as a facilitative dialogue, to occur in 2018. Marrakech served as a preparatory ground for this dialogue. Parties called on the presidencies of COP22 and COP23 to engage in consultations on how to effectively conduct this essential evaluation and report back at the next conference. /TBF Mid-Century Strategies. An encouraging development in Marrakech was the collective push for long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies, known as mid-century strategies. Countries like Canada, Germany, Mexico, and the United States emerged as frontrunners by submitting their roadmaps for deep emission reductions. The conference also saw the birth of the 2050 Pathway Platform, an initiative aimed at uniting various governments, cities, states, and private sectors to aid nations in crafting their own long-term strategies, a pivotal step towards sustainable resilience and climate action. /TBF Financial Pledges. The discussions surrounding finance were crucial. Prior to the conference, developed nations unveiled a roadmap detailing how they intended to mobilize $100 billion annually in public and private finance for developing countries by 2020. During the Marrakech summit, the UNFCCC's Standing Committee on Finance shared its second biennial assessment, revealing a promising 15% increase in total global climate finance in 2013 to 2014, culminating in an impressive high-bound estimate of $741 billion in 2014. Various nations and organizations also announced new financial commitments. For instance, $23 million was pledged to the Climate Technology Center and Network, CTCN, to provide essential technical assistance and capacity building for developing countries. In addition, over $50 million was dedicated to the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency initiated in Paris, aimed at empowering developing countries to meet burgeoning transparency requirements. Furthermore, the World Bank pledged to double its climate finance for the Middle East-North Africa region, reaching $1.5 billion by 2020, an indication of growth and commitment to addressing climate challenges. /TBF Loss and Damage. Finally, Marrakech marked a significant moment for the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage Associated with Climate Change Impacts, WIM. This mechanism, initially established at COP19 and later integrated under the Paris Agreement, is tasked with developing strategies to assist vulnerable countries facing unavoidable climate impacts. During COP22, delegates engaged in the first review of the WIM, paving the way for the next review in 2019 and establishing a cycle for continual assessment every 5 years. This initiative aims to ensure that the international community supports those who are disproportionately affected by climate disruptions, including extreme weather phenomena and chronic issues like sea level rise. As the discussions unfolded in Marrakech, they underscored a collective recognition of the necessity for ambitious, cooperative strategies to confront climate change. The outcomes of these negotiations not only recorded progress but also shaped the trajectory of global climate action that would resonantly influence future gatherings and initiatives. The Marrakech Conference, thus, acted as both a pivotal moment for accountability and an inspiring call for ingenuity and resilience against the backdrop of a rapidly changing climate. Bonn Climate Change Conference COP23 2017. In November 2017, the world gathered in Bonn, Germany for a pivotal moment in the fight against climate change as Fiji proudly took the reins of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, through the 23rd Conference of the Parties, COP23. This landmark event marked the first time a small island nation presided over such significant global climate talks, signifying a shift towards inclusivity and representation in international discussions on environmental sustainability. The COP23 dialogue yielded several important agreements designed to address the pressing challenges of climate change. One notable initiative that emerged from this conference was the launch of the Powering Past Coal Alliance, a commitment spearheaded by the United Kingdom and Canada. This coalition, which now boasts over 20 member countries, aims to foster clean economic growth while expediting the transition from traditional coal power. The alliance has set ambitious yet necessary goals to phase out coal-based energy generation in OECD countries and the EU 28 by 2030, with a global commitment for phasing out by 2050. However, it is essential to note that while the alliance champions these targets, it does not impose binding deadlines for signatories nor does it fully prohibit financing unabated coal power plants, highlighting the complexities and challenges of addressing fossil fuel dependency. Fiji's presidency also ushered in a series of groundbreaking outcomes reflecting urgent environmental concerns. One of the critical agreements was the Gender Action Plan, which acknowledged the vital role of women in climate action, advocating for gender equality in the processes and decisions that shape environmental policies. This recognition seeks to ensure that the voices of women are heard and integrated into climate strategies, fostering a more equitable approach to climate resilience and adaptation. Another significant outcome was the establishment of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, designed to facilitate the exchange of valuable experiences and best practices between communities engaged in climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. This platform emphasizes that indigenous knowledge is crucial to developing effective climate strategies and managing natural resources sustainably. The Ocean Pathway Partnership was also introduced as a dual-track strategy aimed at enhancing the role of ocean considerations within the UNFCCC framework. This initiative underscores the urgency of focusing on ocean-related issues, as the oceans play a pivotal role in climate regulation, weather patterns, and biodiversity, areas increasingly threatened by climate change. Central to the discussions at COP23 was the Talnoa Dialogue, a concept originating from Fiji that embodies a process of inclusive, participatory, and transparent conversation. The Talnoa approach encourages storytelling as a means of sharing insights, knowledge, and experiences, thus deepening collaborative efforts among nations. The dialogue is framed around three fundamental questions: where are we? Where do we want to go? And how do we get there? This structure not only promotes collective understanding but also serves as a guide for nations to enhance and achieve their nationally determined contributions, NDCs, by 2020. Further amplifying the responses to climate challenges was the launch of the Insurresilience Global Partnership for Climate and Disaster Risk Finance and Insurance Solutions. This initiative aims to bolster the resilience of developing nations against climate-induced disasters, bringing together G20 countries, V20 nations, the group of 49 vulnerable countries, civil society, international organizations, the private sector, and academia. The partnership's vision is to protect the lives and livelihoods of those most at risk from climate impacts by facilitating better and faster responses to disasters. One of its ambitious goals is to ensure that by 2020, an additional 400 million poor and vulnerable individuals in developing nations will benefit from direct or indirect insurance support. As participants left Bonn, they looked ahead to COP24, slated for December 2018 in Katowice, Poland, marking Poland's third term as president of the Climate Convention. The anticipation for this upcoming conference highlighted ongoing global dialogues and the need for relentless action against climate change. Do you know? As a side note regarding biodiversity, the region surrounding Bonn is home to unique species such as the endangered relic dragonfly, with its only other relative found in Japan, as well as the Himalayan newt, the only species of salamander present within Indian territory. Such biodiversity underscores the importance of conserving our natural heritage and the ecosystems that support life on Earth, further emphasizing the essential need for unified climate action. Additional mechanisms of the UNFCCC. Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF, a pillar for sustainability. In 2001, the global community united under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, to address the mounting challenges posed by climate change. One of the groundbreaking initiatives that emerged from this endeavor was the establishment of the \TBF, Special Climate Change Fund, SCCF. This fund was designed to financially support a multitude of projects aimed at enhancing resilience and fostering sustainable development across various sectors. Specifically, the SCCF targets efforts in adaptation, technology transfer, capacity building, and vital sectors such as energy, transport, industry, agriculture, forestry, waste management, and economic diversification. Central to the operation of the SCCF is the \TBF, Global Environment Facility, GEF, which serves as the operational entity of this financial mechanism. The GEF plays a critical role in mobilizing funds, ensuring that resources efficiently flow to initiatives that address environmental challenges and promote sustainability. Financial mechanism for climate change. The financial resources made available to non-Annex I parties, developing countries, of the UNFCCC are structured across three essential modules, which facilitate transparency and accountability in the allocation and use of funds. 1. \TBF, National Communications Module. This module serves as a conduit for information shared by Annex to parties, developed countries, regarding their financial contributions to support the implementation of the Convention. The details are conveyed through their fourth and fifth national communications, shedding light on how financial resources are being directed toward climate action. 2. \TBF, Fast Start Finance. A pivotal moment was marked during the \TBF Conference of the Parties, COP15, in December 2009 in Copenhagen, where developed countries made a significant commitment. They pledged to provide approximately \TBF, $30 billion in new and additional resources from 2010 to 2012, focusing on a balanced approach between mitigation and adaptation strategies. This initiative, dubbed \TBF, Fast Start Finance, aimed to kickstart funding mechanisms swiftly in the wake of pressing climate challenges. The commitment was further underscored during \TBF COP16 in Cancun in December 2010, where a consensus emerged prioritizing financial assistance for the most vulnerable nations, including the least developed countries, small island developing states, and African nations. The spirit of cooperation continued at /TextBF COP17, where a collective effort was recognized, emphasizing the importance of transparency among developed nations regarding their fast start finance contributions. 3. /TextBF funds managed by the GEF module. This aspect represents a collaborative initiative involving the secretariats of both the UNFCCC and the GEF. It details the financial flows that have been mobilized, channeled, and leveraged through the GEF's operational activities, demonstrating the tangible impacts that these funds can have on climate action initiatives worldwide. A local example of global efforts. In a remarkable showcase of environmental commitment, the /TextBF, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, stands out as a pioneering territory in India, having launched a species recovery program specifically aimed at protecting the dugong, an endangered marine mammal. This initiative is particularly noteworthy not just for its significance but also for its comprehensive approach to /TextBF, restoring seagrass meadows, which are crucial for maintaining marine biodiversity. The program operates under the /TextBF, centrally sponsored scheme, managed by the Central Ministry of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change, illustrating the important role that local efforts play in the wider context of global climate action. In conclusion, the Special Climate Change Fund and its associated financing mechanisms underscore the collective global commitment to combating climate change. Through targeted financial support and collaborative initiatives, both international and local stakeholders can foster resilience and ensure a sustainable future for vulnerable populations and ecosystems worldwide. REDD and REDD+. Rediscovering Forests, India's role in REDD and REDD+. In an age where climate change looms large over our planet, the global initiative known as REDD, short for Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation, emerges as a beacon of hope. REDD represents a collective endeavor aimed at incentivizing developing nations to safeguard, manage wisely, and conserve their forest resources. This initiative plays a pivotal role in combating the climate crisis, as forests act as crucial carbon sinks absorbing substantial amounts of CO2. But the journey does not end with REDD, it extends into the realm of REDD+, which takes a more comprehensive approach. Rather than merely addressing deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+ introduces mechanisms to reward positive actions related to conservation, the sustainable management of forests, and the enhancement of forest carbon stocks. By establishing a financial valuation for the carbon sequestered within the biomass and soil of healthy forests, REDD+ encourages countries to combat deforestation while investing in initiatives that sustain and enhance forest ecology. REDD+ is built on the principle of generating a flow of positive incentives linked to measurable reductions in deforestation or improvements in forest quality and coverage. In essence, if a country reduces emissions or bolsters its carbon stocks, it becomes eligible to receive much-needed funds and resources as rewards for its sustainable efforts. Beyond climate benefits, this approach yields several ancillary advantages, such as boosting livelihoods, conserving biodiversity, and enhancing food security. Will India benefit from REDD+? The potential benefits of REDD+ for India are profound. With its history of safeguarding and expanding forest and tree resources, India stands at the threshold of receiving recognition and rewards for its role in providing carbon services to the global community. These incentives would be crucial for local communities engaged in the stewardship of these vital ecosystems, ensuring their sustained commitment to protecting forests from encroachment and degradation. Estimates suggest that India could capture over 1 billion tons of additional CO2 as part of its REDD Plus initiatives over the next 3 decades. This could translate to rewards exceeding $3 billion, supporting not only forest conservation efforts but also enhancing economic prospects for local populations dependent on these ecosystems. India's position on REDD and REDD+. India advocates for a holistic view of REDD, not as an isolated framework, but as an integral component of REDD+. The nation emphasizes that mitigating deforestation and enhancing forests cannot be considered independently, they are rather two interconnected sides of the same critical coin. This understanding was cemented during the 13th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, COP13, in Bali when the essential elements of conservation, sustainable management, and the enhancement of forest carbon stocks were codified into the broader REDD Plus initiative. To solidify its commitment to these principles, India has launched the ambitious Green India Mission as part of its National Action Plan on Climate Change. This initiative aims to further integrate sustainable forestry practices into national policies and bolster community involvement in forest management. India's initiatives related to REDD+. The Indian government has proactively engaged with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, submitting proposals related to REDD, sustainable management of forests, SMF, and afforestation and reforestation, A/R, since December 2008. A technical group has been established to develop methodologies to assess and monitor the contributions of REDD+ actions accurately. Furthermore, the creation of a national REDD+ coordinating agency is underway, alongside institutionalizing a national forest carbon accounting program, both steps crucial for effective implementation and accountability. In 2012, India will host the Conference of Parties, COP11, for the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, marking 2 decades since the Rio Convention, thereby reaffirming its commitment to global environmental governance. A significant study commissioned to evaluate the effects of climate change on India's forests, carried out by the Indian Network for Climate Change Assessment, INCA, revealed anticipated increases in net primary productivity, NPP, of 20% to 57%. This underscores the vital link between climate action and ecological resilience. A vision for enhanced international cooperation. As India looks to the future, it actively seeks enhanced international cooperation under the UNFCCC. The overarching objectives of this collaboration include minimizing the adverse impacts of climate change through appropriate adaptation strategies for affected communities and countries, alongside global mitigation efforts. Central to India's vision is the commitment to upholding fairness and equity in climate action, emphasizing common but differentiated responsibilities. This includes advocating for concessional financial flows from developed nations and ensuring access to essential technologies are provided on affordable terms. As one of the world's largest democracies, India faces monumental challenges in achieving economic and social development while striving to eradicate poverty. The coming months will see India engaging in international dialogues to pursue equitable solutions that resonate with its developmental aspirations and environmental commitments. In summary, India's participation in the REDD and REDD+ initiatives is not just about mitigating climate change, it's about weaving together the threads of sustainable development, social equity, and environmental conservation into a tapestry that benefits both the local populace and the global community. Through strategic initiatives and international partnerships, India is poised to turn the corner on deforestation and restoration, benefiting both its rich biodiversity and the broader world. The Global Environment Facility. Under the auspices of international cooperation, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, stands as a landmark agreement dedicated to addressing the pressing challenge of climate change. A crucial element embedded within this framework is Article 11, which establishes a comprehensive financial mechanism specifically aimed at facilitating the implementation of the Convention. This mechanism operates under the diligent guidance of the Conference of the Parties, COP, ensuring that it remains accountable for its operations. The provisions of Article 11(1) empower the COP to delineate the policies governing the financial mechanism. This includes setting program priorities and establishing eligibility criteria that align with the objectives of the Convention. By centralizing decision-making power within the COP, the UNFCCC seeks to enhance the effectiveness and transparency of climate finance. Notably, Article 21 designates the Global Environment Facility, GEF, as the interim financial mechanism, which highlights the facility's pivotal role in funding environmental initiatives. Established in 1991, the GEF is a product of collaboration among major international institutions, including the World Bank, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. This multilateral partnership was formed to provide essential funding to protect the global environment and address various environmental challenges. The GEF operates through a robust governance structure, outlined in the Instrument for the Establishment of the Restructured Global Environment Facility. This instrument was adopted in 1994 and has undergone amendments to adapt to evolving environmental needs, with a significant update in 2002. The GEF's operational framework encompasses various financial and administrative oversight procedures, ensuring that funds are allocated efficiently and effectively. Today, the GEF focuses on 6 critical focal areas, each representing a significant environmental concern that requires dedicated attention and resources. 1. Biological diversity, protecting ecosystems and the myriad species that inhabit them, while striving to maintain the planet's biological wealth. 2. Climate change, funding initiatives aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting sustainable practices to mitigate the impacts of climate change. 3. International waters, addressing transboundary challenges in oceans and freshwater bodies, safeguarding marine ecosystems and water resources. 4. Land degradation, tackling issues related to desertification and deforestation, and working to restore degraded land and promote sustainable land use practices. 5. Ozone layer depletion, supporting efforts to phase out substances that harm the ozone layer, thereby protecting human health and the environment. 6. Persistent organic pollutants, aiming to eliminate or reduce hazardous chemicals that remain in the environment and bioaccumulate in the food chain. As a testament to the positive impact of coordinated conservation efforts, one noteworthy achievement comes from Nepal. The nation boasts a thriving population of 645 rhinos, with a remarkable record of 0 poaching incidents reported in 2014 and 2015. This success story can be attributed to a well-orchestrated national response that involves local communities, government agencies, and conservation organizations working harmoniously towards a common goal. In conclusion, the collaborative frameworks established by the UNFCCC and the supportive role of the GEF exemplify the global commitment to combating climate change and preserving our environment for future generations. By mobilizing financial resources and fostering international cooperation, we can address these pressing challenges and work towards a sustainable and resilient planet. Climate-resilient agriculture. In a world increasingly confronted by climate change, agriculture finds itself at a crossroads. On one hand, it is a sector profoundly vulnerable to the impacts of a warming planet, with changing weather patterns, unpredictable rainfall, and heightened pest and disease pressures threatening the essence of food production. On the other hand, agriculture is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for approximately 14% of the total emissions released into the atmosphere, as noted by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in 2007. Yet, amidst these challenges lies a beacon of hope. Agriculture can not only feed the world but also adapt to changing climatic conditions while serving as a formidable ally in the battle against climate change. The field of climate-smart agriculture, CSA, emerges as a transformative approach that holds the potential to reconcile agricultural productivity with environmental sustainability. Imagine a farming practice that not only minimizes carbon emissions but actively sequesters carbon in the soil. This approach allows us to enhance agricultural productivity without compromising yields, a prospect that was once thought impossible. Through climate-smart methods, farmers can achieve three crucial victories: increasing crop yields to combat poverty and ensure food security, enhancing resilience against extreme weather events, and transforming farms into solutions for climate change rather than perpetuating the problem. The triple win concept encapsulates this philosophy of integrated agricultural practices tailored to the specific needs of various regions, recognizing that what works in one locality may not be suitable for another. CSA practices draw on a diverse toolkit of proven techniques designed to improve soil health, capture carbon, and foster sustainable livelihoods. One such technique involves conservation tillage, which increases organic matter in the soil, enhancing its water retention capacity. This improvement leads to more resilient yields while reducing soil erosion, benefiting both the farmer and the environment. Similarly, integrated soil fertility management helps farmers achieve lower fertilizer costs, boost soil carbon content, and improve overall yields. Additionally, CSA emphasizes landscape-based approaches. By seamlessly integrating arable land, forests, water systems, and even fisheries, agriculture can tap into synergies that enhance productivity and conservation efforts simultaneously. Improved weather forecasting and the cultivation of resilient food crops provide further support for farmers, helping to manage risks associated with climate-related disruptions. Additionally, insurance schemes can cushion losses that arise from unpredictable weather patterns, thereby stabilizing incomes and enhancing farmers' adaptive capacities. Across the globe, countries are embracing climate-smart strategies and demonstrating their efficacy. In China, initiatives like the Loess Plateau program have garnered international attention for their success in promoting sustainable agricultural practices that restore degraded landscapes and improve food security. Brazil stands out as well, investing heavily in high-quality research and development to promote methodologies that yield the triple benefits of CSA. Meanwhile, smallholder farmers in Kenya are participating in pioneering pilot projects that offer cash payments for implementing new techniques that not only sequester carbon but also enhance soil fertility. This innovative financial incentive serves to empower local agricultural communities while contributing positively to the environment. In the spirit of innovation, Karnataka, a state in India, is set to introduce an immunocontraception technique as a novel method to manage its elephant population. By employing a vaccine that induces an immune response to prevent pregnancy, the Karnataka Forest Department aims to control the elephant numbers humanely. This technique, which has proven successful in South Africa, will initially be trialed on captive elephants and, eventually, extended to those in their natural habitat. The intersection of agriculture and climate change paints a complex picture, but it also offers a multitude of hopeful possibilities. By leveraging the principles of climate-smart agriculture, we have the opportunity to not only secure food sources for future generations but also nurture a healthier planet for all its inhabitants. As the world embarks on this journey of adaptation and mitigation, the resilience of agriculture might just hold the key to ensuring sustainable development amid a changing climate. Climate Change and the Intergovernmental Panel. In December 1988, a pivotal moment in the history of global climate action took place when the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution that would pave the way for a concerted international effort to confront climate change. This resolution endorsed a proposal by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, to establish the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. The inception of the IPCC was a significant step toward understanding and addressing the complex dynamics of climate change, which poses an existential threat to ecosystems and human societies worldwide. The IPCC was created as a scientific authority to provide governments around the globe with a clear and comprehensive understanding of climate change and its impacts. Tasked with the role of collating, reviewing, and synthesizing scientific knowledge, the IPCC acts as a bridge between the scientific community and policymakers, ensuring that decisions made at the governmental level are informed by the latest research and assessments. The IPCC's Secretariat, headquartered in Geneva at WMO, coordinates all activities, serving to liaise efficiently with governments and stakeholders involved in climate action. As a testament to its global reach, the IPCC is open to all member countries of the United Nations and the WMO, with currently 195 nations participating in its vital work. The initial mandate set forth by the UN General Assembly in 1988 emphasized a detailed examination of the state of climate science, the socio-economic impacts of climate change, and potential strategies for international response, a foundation upon which the IPCC has built its ongoing legacy. An essential aspect of the IPCC's operations is its commitment to objectivity. In contrast to conducting its own research or monitoring climate data, the IPCC reviews and assesses existing scientific literature. This process is bolstered by the contributions of thousands of scientists from around the globe who volunteer their expertise to ensure that the IPCC's assessments remain rigorous and credible. Peer review is a cornerstone of this process, enabling an exhaustive evaluation of information to foster comprehensive and unbiased reports. Governments play a crucial role in the IPCC framework, participating in the review and plenary sessions where significant decisions about the panel's work programs are made. By endorsing the IPCC's reports, governments recognize their scientific authority, situating the organization as both policy-relevant and policy-neutral, providing the science without prescribing specific policy directives. Regularly, the IPCC delivers the most extensive scientific assessments on climate change through its assessment reports, which compile the latest findings into cohesive documents aimed at informing policymakers worldwide. Additionally, the IPCC has answered the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change's (UNFCCC) call for information, producing special reports, technical papers, and methodology reports accompanying the assessment reports to address specific scientific and technical issues. There have been 5 major assessment reports published to date, completed in 1990, 1995, 2001, 2007, and 2014. The most recent report, AR5, placed increased emphasis on the socio-economic aspects of climate change, highlighting how urgent adaptation strategies and mitigation efforts can be framed against the backdrop of sustainable development, risk management, and the need for systemic changes. The contents of these assessment reports are designed to be accessible to policymakers. They include a detailed full report and an executive summary for quick reference. The comprehensive themes explored in these reports cover critical challenges, including water and earth system interactions, the carbon cycle and its effect on ocean acidification, ice sheets and rising sea levels, and the need for sustainable development alongside effective climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies. Special reports add another layer, addressing specific issues such as aviation's role in climate change, the regional impacts of climate fluctuations, technology transfer, future emissions scenarios, land use changes, and the important relationship between climate action and the protection of the ozone layer. As an intriguing note within the broader context of environmental initiatives, the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department has proposed a significant conservation effort by declaring the Kathiawar forests as the first conservation reserve (CR) in the state. This proposal serves as a local embodiment of the global efforts championed by organizations like the IPCC, recognizing the critical interplay between climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable land management. In summary, since its inception, the IPCC has played an instrumental role in navigating the complexities of climate change science and providing a platform for international cooperation and informed policymaking. By fostering collaboration among scientists, governments, and the public, the IPCC continues to be a cornerstone institution in the ongoing quest to understand and mitigate climate change impacts around the world. India's National Greenhouse Gas Inventories Program. In the face of a rapidly changing climate, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, took a significant step by establishing the National Greenhouse Gas Inventories Program, commonly known as NGGIP. This initiative was crafted to provide the necessary methods and frameworks for countries to accurately estimate their national inventories of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the removals of these gases from the atmosphere, a vital component in understanding and tackling climate change. Countries that are signatories to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, utilize the guidance provided by the NGGIP to formulate their emissions reports. This process not only allows these nations to comply with international obligations but also creates a standardized approach to measuring and reporting emissions. The availability of a consistent methodology is paramount, as it enables countries to make meaningful comparisons between their emissions and removals over time, fostering transparency and accountability in climate action. The development of IPCC guidance is the result of collaborative efforts by a diverse range of authors from different parts of the globe, reinforced by an extensive and rigorous review process to ensure the guidelines are robust and applicable internationally. /TextTBF Methodology Development. The genesis of these methodologies can be traced back to the early 1990s when the IPCC first began formulating frameworks to support greenhouse gas accounting. Over the years, these methodologies have undergone revisions to enhance their clarity and effectiveness, including the notable revised 1996 Guidelines for National Greenhouse Gas Inventories. This suite of guidance documents, including the Good Practice Guidance and Uncertainty Management in National Greenhouse Gas Inventories, GPG 2000, and the Good Practice Guidance for Land Use Change, and Forestry, GPGLULUCF, provides a comprehensive set of tools for developed countries to accurately assess their emissions and removals. The UNFCCC has further recommended these guidelines for use by all nations. The 2006 IPCC Guidelines for National Greenhouse Gas Inventories represent the most up-to-date and comprehensive guidance, drawing from a decade of advancements in scientific knowledge and technical expertise. These guidelines are designed to be applicable for countries at various stages of development, taking into account disparities in resources and expertise levels. /TextTBF Mandate of the NGGIP. The NGGIP is guided by a clear mandate, which was officially approved at the IPCC's 16th meeting in Montreal in May 2000. Subsequently, at the IPCC's 17th session in Geneva in April 2002, it was decided to continue the task force on inventories. This task force is co-chaired by 2 members of the IPCC Bureau, representing both industrialized and developing nations, along with 12 additional task force members drawn from 2 per IPCC World Meteorological Organization (WMO) region. One of the key responsibilities of the NGGIP is to undertake work related to inventory methodologies and related practices. The panel has underscored the importance of developing scientifically sound methods that are relevant for all countries, with a particular focus on addressing the significant gaps in information that exist within developing nations. /TextTBF, engaging the community. In a side note that underscores environmental challenges relevant to these methodologies, a recent study by a non-governmental organization highlighted that the Suswa River, which flows through the Rajaji National Park, has become highly contaminated with sewage, raising serious concerns about the safety of its water for drinking. Likewise, the seasonal rivers of Rispana and Bindal, tributaries to the Suswa, in the Dudhi Valley describe a broader narrative of water quality and environmental health in the region. The NGGIP includes essential components of action, such as 1. Developing methodologies for estimating greenhouse gas emissions from various sources and assessing removals achieved by natural sinks. 2. Creating systems to quantify and manage uncertainties related to greenhouse gas estimates, providing countries with more reliable data. 3. Evaluating scientific literature to enhance the accuracy of GHG emission factors and improve inventory management practices. 4. Disseminating informative resources related to these methodologies to facilitate widespread understanding and implementation. 5. Analyzing the implications of different methodological approaches for effective and efficient inventory practices. 6. Engaging in discussions around independent verification processes to enhance credibility in reporting. Through these extensive efforts, the NGGIP is not only helping countries combat climate change but is also fostering international cooperation, knowledge sharing, and collective action towards a sustainable future. The work of the NGGIP aims to ensure that all nations, regardless of their development status, can confidently report on their greenhouse gas emissions and removals, contributing to global climate goals and efforts to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Sustainable Green Economy /TextTBF, the Green Economy, a Path to Sustainable Prosperity. In the complex tapestry of our modern world, the idea of a green economy serves as a glimmering thread woven with hope for a sustainable future. However, this concept has yet to find its footing in a universally accepted definition or set principles. Notably, the Rio+20 outcome document has categorized the green economy within the broader frameworks of sustainable development and poverty alleviation, while acknowledging that the application of these concepts will vary according to the unique circumstances and priorities of each nation. In India, the green economy is framed against the backdrop of sustainable development and inclusive growth, tackling not only economic growth but also the eradication of poverty. The Indian government undertakes a holistic approach to harmonize the three pillars of sustainable development: social equity, economic stability, and environmental protection. This means that development strategies must consider the needs of its people while conserving the precious ecosystems that support their livelihoods. The green economy is more than a mere trend, it embodies a commitment to transforming existing economic frameworks. It focuses on the sweeping changes necessary to cultivate sustainability within our economic systems, aiming to unearth and rectify the ingrained causes of a development model that has historically prioritized short-term gains over long-term viability. A green economy thrives where growth in income and job creation is buoyed by investments, both public and private, centered on reducing carbon emissions and pollution, enhancing energy and resource efficiency, and safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystems. At its core, the green economy deals with various interconnected facets: sustainable energy production, green jobs that reduce ecological footprints, low-carbon technologies, eco-friendly policies, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, forestry practices, energy efficiency initiatives, sustainable tourism, responsible waste management, and wise water use. These are the lifeblood of economic systems that honor nature while offering pathways to a more prosperous and equitable society.